love them more, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall, let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all. way slow. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster, heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening day of Worlds 2020. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, as the best teams on the planet have gathered in Shanghai, China, to fight for the prestigious Summoners Cup. And here we see Mad Lions and INTZ entering the arena. Through the eyes of the Oppo cam, it's all about to go down. My goodness. Yes, I am Machine, and it's a complete honor to be given the responsibility of guiding the analyst desk for the play-ins this year. And I know some of you don't know me, and that's okay. This show, thankfully, isn't about me. It is about none other than the game itself. It's about the very best in the globe, competing in the real-time 10-man puzzle of mechanical and cognitive processing. And I'm just here to smile, wave, and help everyone appreciate the art form that is League of Legends. Fortunately, it's not me. I'm not the brains of this brigade. It is our brainiacs here to my left. It is looking pretty swagger, might I say. Dressed up, it is none other than our jungling Brit, Cadril, and my League of Legends father figure. He's had a haircut. It's nice. It's Trevor Quickshot Henry, everybody, and the crowd goes wild.
The age jokes never stop, but look at it this way. Welcome to Worlds, both Alex and Mark, and for the first time, XL.
XL at Worlds.
Oh, you made it. Congratulations.
We made it.
I hate that. That joke just, it's like, yeah, I'm smiling.
It's overused.
It never gets old. Honestly, it never gets old. It's fun for me every time.
Well, we are kicking things off with the play-in stage, where there are some changes to the format from previous years. Now, some of it's a bit complicated, but Trevor, even I can see we've got 2 less teams.
That's right, 22 teams total instead of the 24 due to national travel restrictions related to COVID-19. Our 2 qualifying teams from Vietnam will unfortunately be unable to travel to Shanghai to compete this season. So that means for play-ins groups, they'll be split into 2 groups of 5 teams. Each group plays a single round robin. First place in each group goes directly into the group stage, while the last place is eliminated. Following that, 3rd and 4th place will face off in a best-of-5 series. The winner goes up against the 2nd place from the other group, and that will be the final BO5 series to determine the 2 spots in the group stage. I'm bummed personally because the VCS and the Vietnamese teams have been exceptionally competitive, exceptionally entertaining, and to not have them competing at Worlds it is sad, but it is, you have to acknowledge the pandemic that's happening, and I'm very fortunate that at least we can still have 22 of the teams. I really like the change to the Plains groups.
Yeah, and Vietnam in this region kind of is like the kryptonite to Europe. You know, you had the Gigabyte Marines versus Fnatic, you had the Blue Buffalo versus G2, so it's not the end of the world for Europe, but it's quite sad not to have them here.
Yeah, we've lost our nemesis, and it's an absolute shame, but I'm looking forward all the same to seeing how the 22 do. The play-in stage will feature a variety of regions and styles, but it is safe to assume that the Pool 1 seeds are the clear frontrunners. Right, I was doing my homework, brought it up. Pool 1, there's 4 names in that, and they're all looking pretty beefy.
Yeah, definitely the top teams coming out of Pool 1, Mad, Liquid, LGD. You can't not talk about these teams. I mean, Mad, they did so well in the regular split. They came 2nd place, 3rd place in spring as well, and they did drop off a bit in playoffs, like Team Liquid did, who also finished 1st place in their regular season. But these 2 teams definitely look strong. And then China, LGD, you can't not talk about them. The 4th seed from the LPL. They finished 6th in the regular split. They beat IG to get here. They had a 6-1 record against them. And IG did run it down a little bit, you could argue, but LGD is looking really
argue.
good.
A little later, I will actually argue that. For now, though, I think, though, like Alex, you did point it out, 3 of the 4 potential teams that we're expecting to advance to the group stage have already been listed. I think a dark horse for me, out of the remaining teams in Plains groups, has to be Unicorns of Love. They've dropped 2 games all year. Like, let that sink in for a second. 2 games all year in the domestic season.
Not one season, the whole year.
The entire year. So I think they are coming in. I think the LCL as well does have a competitive history on the international stage. So I'm hopeful, and for all of our fans and our viewers at home, they are intimately familiar with the organization of Your World.
And just from a competitive standpoint, I think it speaks volumes about their competitive drive and their pursuit of glory in the fact that you are clearly the front runner in your region. Clearly there is no one to push your game to the next level, and still you're pursuing the victories to the point where you said 39?
Pretty much, and 2. Yeah, 2 games lost.
Jeez Louise, okay. But there is another name, and it is one that's pretty short, easy to say, short and sweet, just like Kadriel himself, V3.
Yeah, V3. I mean, I have to agree with Trevor. I mean, UL almost made it to Worlds with Splice. They went 2-3 in the end, but V3, the LJL, has never actually made the Worlds group stage ever. They always fall short in planes, but this is one roster I'm looking at when I was watching their games in the final especially. Like, they look so good. Their jungle Boogie, he's playing like 10 games of Lilia, 27% damage dealt from a jungler.
Are you telling me
illegal.
You think they're making it to groups?
They're going to make it to groups.
You're telling me
LJL? I'm telling you, it's
Alex,
a dark horse.
You may not have heard this before, but Vedius has sung the praises of LGL for years. Do you know how many times he's been right?
I mean...
Not a single time.
Yeah, okay.
This is the time.
You have spent too much time with Vedius, but I would like to see how they
No, I want to hear you weave this story. So you were saying it starts with Boogie in the jungle. How else do I...
You've got Archer in the bot lane. Okay. His mechanics and fights are crazy good. And then the solo lanes of Ace and Paz, I think they're really, really exceptional. I think this team
too much anime.
Is my dark horse. I think they might make it. I'm pretty confident.
I would love the anime story, though. You know, get that full down, trodden, impossible to overcome odds. There's plenty of that going around here in Worlds. And as always, a big part of it is the meta. The meta will have a huge impact on the tournament. So why don't we start thinking about those trends coming into Worlds? So if anyone's not been doing League, don't worry. I haven't been keeping my finger on the pulse at all times. Now is your chance to get yourself ready and equipped for Worlds that is just around the corner. Kadriel, I'm looking at you, man. You've been in the jungle doing your bits and your bobs.
Yeah, the meta's been shifting a lot recently. The general overview of the meta was tank top, tank jungle, where should I go? You had so many questions going into the meta, but just looking at the graphic itself, the picks in general, I think these are the 4 most common picks you'll see going into Worlds. These are champions which haven't been nerfed. You've got the Shen top. You can have it in jungle as well. We've seen the River Shens. It's so flexible with the carry jungle playstyle. You have the Pantheon support, which is it's looking quite deadly towards the end of the playoffs, especially in the LCK. You've got the Ashe, and then you've got the Renekton in top lane as well, which synergize with the AP junglers. I think those picks are basically the ones I'm looking at as the prio picks. And if you look towards the bot lane, talking about Ashe, Sen has been nerfed. Caitlyn's been a little bit nerfed as well, so they might have fallen off a little bit of prio. So I'm definitely looking at Ashe as the strongest AD carry. And then you look at the jungle as well. Do I play a scaling jungler? Do I play an early jungler? And I think the only real early jungler you're looking at is Set. I think if Set's off the board, you're looking at more carry-orientated sort of scaling junglers, and then that'll match well with the mages mid lane that I think is going to show up the most, other than maybe the Lucian.
Okay, now I'm going to sound like an idiot here, aren't I? But mages and mid lane. Now, back in my day, I was rocking it down mid with my Lux. She is a mage. That was 2015. That was mid. Why is mages mid lane even a meta conversation?
Well, Machine, the game's changed a lot since you've last played. Just to let
Touche,
you know.
I mean, sure.
And the mage has been playing bot a lot from G2. You've had mages in the jungle. There was even times where you had Syndra, carts in the jungle, stuff like this. And I think mages will be the aim of the game for Worlds here. I mean, Akali did show some prio in the playoffs, but it did get nerfed a little bit. So other than than her and LeBlanc, I'm not seeing too many assassins come in, but I think Mage is definitely what we're looking at.
And now I'm afraid I'm getting out my giant wooden spoon from my quiver here. And so I was doing my research. I like to go on the social media world. I went to Reddit, and I've had a scroll, and I noticed a word, and I'm talking about leaks. I'm not necessarily talking about spring onions, but I'm talking about the leaks. Now, this is ridiculous. It does seem that the world's scrims have some slip through the net. Am I supposed to be jumping to conclusions? Is it alarm bells for EU?
No, you don't read. No, you don't read scrim results and assume it's going to translate to world success. And if anyone maybe hasn't read it or seen it, they've not gone well for a lot of our European teams and frankly for many Western teams. I've seen records of 0-25 in some cases.
There's whispers.
Right?
There's whispers.
When you look at some of the scoreboards, look, scrims are an indication of teams that are practicing, but the environment is not comparable to the stage. I am not going to think that this is a worrying trend right now. It does give you some indicators, some things to be aware of, but it is not going to dictate a team's performance on the world stage.
So no raised eyebrows yet, Kadril?
Well, as a player myself, scrims are fake data sometimes. You either lose all your scrims and you come in with nothing to lose, or you win all your scrims and you come in with confidence. So as long as you practice what you're going to play on stage, I think you're in a good spot.
Or you lose everything and you learn what you need to not do on stage. You know, so like, there's so many factors to it, and I think perspective will matter a lot. But no, I don't buy into scrim data being...
One factor, though, I want to make sure I make clear is that I'm also concerned that if you've lost 0-25 and Jankos is on his stream saying some regions are looking weaker than others, you know, their confidence is going to be, your mental fortitude is going to be tested. They haven't even started their games. But talking of games, today is the opening day of Worlds 2020, and the crescendo is Team Liquid versus Mad Lions. I mean, that is quite the way to reach our climax. My goodness, and that's one to look forward to, Trev.
NA versus EU, the first clash at Worlds 2020. Also the first time that we've had 4 seeds representing Europe, so I'm very excited to see what they do. Frankly, though, I'm actually more excited about seeing some of the other teams. I'm really looking forward to seeing what INTZ can do on the stage. I want to see what Legacy can do later today. I love watching what play-ins teams bring from their regional meta to the international stage, and then how that begins to impact the actual tournament meta for the following weeks.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of other names to watch, you've already given us V3, so you've got the one in the terms of the Japanese league. But out of that top 3, your Mad Lions, your Team Liquid, do you think one's coming in particularly hot?
Euphoria, baby. I'm all on the Mad Lions hype train.
All right.
Although I think LGD might be the victors of the entire play-ins. I think they'll do the best, but I'm on that Euphoria hype train.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. No surprises there. But the opening game, speaking of Mad Lions, is none other than the Lions taking on INTZ. Trevor's already got whispers of them. It's a young lineup from Europe, and they're taking on the young Lions from Europe. That's the ones. They're taking on none other than the CB LOL champions.
They've done it! It's the Mad Lions! The rookies have risen up!
We can win against anyone right now. We are way stronger than before. Everyone is in that try-hard mentality right now because it's just the biggest tournament of the year.
INTZ pentacampeão do CBLOL! 5 vezes tá então!
Fast. So EU has a tradition of sending a rookie team to Worlds, and this year it's Mad Lions. Does Mad Lions' debut make a bit of a mark of the changing of the guard? You know, are we starting to see, because it's happening in Counter-Strike, where all of these young, you know, these teenagers, these ones that grew up watching LCS of yesteryear, and now they're stepping onto the world stage and have this hunger, unlike any of those veterans now in their waning years. Is this something's happening?
Yeah, if you look across the board in Worlds in general, you've got teams like Rogue, Mad Lions, R7, Rainbow 7, so there's lots of rookies coming in, and the good thing about rookies is they're so passionate, they're so aggressive, they're so innovative, like they come up with crazy picks. Mad Lions brought so many random picks to Europe as well, so that's the main thing about the rookies popping off. And if you look at other teams, maybe if they have too many veterans, their playstyle becomes a little bit stale, but with Mad, it's always going to be a fun surprise sometimes.
It absolutely is, and this is a team that has taken Europe by storm. They've consistently improved throughout the year. They've shown that they have deep abilities to play multiple styles. I'm going to be looking at Shadow and Kaiser as the 2 players that are coming to the international stage for the first time that really blew me away at a regional level, but all eyes are going to be on Humanoid. Mad Lions took the spot of Splice, replaced them. Humanoid is the only returning member from World Championship last year. He went from play-ins to quarterfinals, and frankly, made me eat humble pie. I did not expect Splice to do as well as they did, and I did not expect Humanoid to compete at the level he did. The expectation I had for his ceiling is now blown wide apart, and I want to see what he can do leading these young, hungry players at the World Championship.
Exactly, leading the young, hungry players. I mean, if you look at Humanoid last year, he was the rookie on the first-time World Stage alongside with Torres, so he had players like Chachi, Circe, all these veterans around him, but now he's around 4 rookies. It's their first World Championship. He's the one who kind of needs to step up, show them the way, and just basically help them with anything regarding nerves or even gameplay.
But don't you think that position of nurture can actually help some players develop their own game? Like for Humanoid to impart knowledge onto the 4 other players, do you think that might actually help him internally as well?
Yeah, definitely probably helps him grow as a leader, helps him in game as well, being the shot caller, stuff like this. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they do it.
Yeah, just awareness as well, just being aware of what your teammates are doing to a higher extent. I'm excited to see Humanoid in the Rift, and their opponents are INTZ from the CB LOL, who made it to the group stage way back in 2016. And this year, they're looking to do it again. So 5 titles, 5 years, it sounds good, but you've been looking. How good does it look?
Well, looking at them in 2016, like you said, they did beat DDG. That was the highlight of Brazil's time at Worlds. So they definitely need to step up when it comes to the play-ins, get to the group stage and try and show a really good international performance. I think looking at the roster in general, you have players like Tay and Envy, who I'm looking at the most. If you look at Tay individually, he has so many solo kills, but he has so many solo deaths as well. So like you said before, he's such a volatile player. I think that he's definitely the highlight for me. And Envy is kind of like the opposite in a sense, where he's so reliable, he's so consistent, he's just such a good major player.
Okay, so Tay and Envy, the yin and yang of the INTZ roster.
But that way together, they balance it out. Right? For me, going Golden Oldie, the 2016 era, 2050 INTZ, when we last saw them, Revolta is a name that was playing consistently. The CB LOL region has been extremely volatile. Their representation at international stages has changed a lot. And they were one of the scary teams, you know, coming from play-ins, and now that's fallen off. So a lot of pressure on INTZ, watching them come up against EU as well. We know Mad Lion's strengths and weaknesses. Yeah. This is a great litmus test to set expectations for the rest of the group stage.
No, and absolutely. And when it comes to Mad Lions, you know, clearly coming into this as to a degree a favorite. Does that give some degree of an edge to INTZ in terms of there just being so much info on the way Mad Lions intend to find their victories?
Yeah, well, I think INTZ as a team, they have such deep champion pools. They've shown us tanks top, tanks jungle. They've seen us different picks in mid, like assassins and stuff. So when they read Mad Lions and they see the script with the Shadow Lee Sin, Kaiser on the playmakers, maybe they can draft around it. I think draft in this series would be very important.
No, okay, so eyes on the draft, eyes on Humanoid. And my God, guys, I can't believe I'm saying it. I think it's almost time. It is. Okay, well, this is what the teams have been working towards all year as we kick off the 10th edition of League of Legends World Championship.
It's Worlds!
Fantastic.
Yes!
Players and fans of League of Legends, I bid you welcome to Worlds 2020. We are about to kick off the play-in competition here. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am honored to be bringing you these opening games next to your friend and mine, a man who needs no introduction, but I will give him one anyway. Ooh. Mr. Barento Raz Muhammad joining me for these first 3 games.
Let's go, Cap.
Let's do it.
You know what day it is, Cap?
Opening Worlds Day, my friend.
Hell yes. That's why I like to call it Team, Day LFG. Because not only are everybody around the world going, let's flip and go around the world, but also, we're also looking for games. So I'm incredibly excited to watch these games here today.
Well, if you're looking for games, we're going to be starting off with some good stuff here in the play-in stage. We got Mad Lions going up against INTZ here to kick everything off. Mad Lions, that 4th seed from Europe. Europe has done pretty well internationally here in recent years, and they've earned themselves a 4th seed because of that success, going up against the #1 team from the CB LOL in INTZ. I am always impressed by the fandom of this region when we get to international competition. You know they are going to be screaming their hearts out for this team to compete here.
Yes, and it's infectious because those players play hard, and every single time you look at those cameras, you can see it in their eyes. Of course, right now we're looking at Mad Lions across the board, Orome in the top lane, Shadow in the jungle, Humanoid in the mid lane, and the bot side of the map, Karzi and Kaiser. I want to focus on Kaiser as a player because to me, he showed just how strong individually he is as a support. I think he's the best support in Europe. I know the European casters have said that a lot. Of course, it's a damn shame that we have Core JJ in this play-ins because I would have easily called him the best support in group stages, or at least like a play-in. So it's going to be incredibly fun to watch him play this game out, going up against INTZ.
And over on the other side, their opponents on INTZ, Redbird, Mikau, Envy, Sheeny, and Tay. We're into Champion Select to kick things off. Let's see what they're going to be banning, how they're going to be playing this one. Caitlyn and Lilia banned out on the red side here by INTZ. No surprise. I'm expecting a lot of draft presence from both of these champions throughout the entirety of Worlds competition. When you look across the board, you see the first ban coming out from the Mad Lions is the Bard. This is the most banned champion, period, against INTZ as a team. Orianna and Volibear also banned away.
I love the bans from INTZ on red side. Expect that to be a constant from Lilia and Caitlyn. I'm interested in Lucian. I want to see if teams prioritize it. It's a great flex pick. Also, I think there are a lot of great AP junglers, like, of course, Lilia that got banned, Nidalee, Evelynn, Karthus, Gragas that got buffed as well. There it is, first pickable. So, great first pick from Mad Lions. It's going to be really tough from INTZ to really figure out where it's going.
Exactly. The flexibility combined with the strength create an incredible threat here for this pick. Definitely glad to see it picked up early in the draft. Makes a lot of sense. Expecting to see more of it as we move forward here. But now INTZ has the next 2 picks. How will they respond? The Ashe locked in here. This has been a champion that we've seen plenty of throughout many different regions. Not surprised to see it locked in with the Caitlyn banned away. Has kind of been a staple of bot lane play here recently.
Yeah, Ashe is just insane. Even on red side, if Caitlyn is open, I know in a lot of playoff games around the world we've been seeing Caitlyn first pick. Ashe and counter-pick supports have been so damn good in terms of giving you priority in the lane, so expect a lot more Ashes, but man, Tristana being picked up by INTZ.
Marksman, marksman, marksman. The first 3 picks of this first game into play-in stage, all marksman champions. It seems like the teams know what they want, and oh baby, Shadow picking up the Evelynn. Going true to his name here, prowling around in the jungle. This champ, when it pops off, can take over an entire game of League of Legends.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Evelynn, especially in the LEC, especially from Selfmade. It's a pick that's being picked up more frequently. I already talked about the AP junglers that we've been seeing, especially in solo queue. Renekton rounding that up makes for a very strong top side of the map from Mad Lions. I think all of the preparation that they had coming into the group stage is showing out.
All right, one more pick from INTZ before we get to the second part of the bans. They know what their opponents have for solo lanes and jungle. It means we will be looking at bans towards the support and bottom lane roles most likely. Gragas locked in here for INTZ.
So funny enough, Shinny has received a lot of Gragas bans in CB LOL because that's a champion that people really know is his best, even out of meta. when people around the world aren't playing Gragas, in Brazil, they fear his. So the buffs that came into his armor, making it easier for him to clear out through the jungle, and even now knowing what his matchup is, so he doesn't have to fear for an Olaf that can really be a problem, makes it much easier of a pick, gives them an AP option so they could run Tristana mid into the Lucian. I think this is a great draft here from INTZ as well.
Thresh banned out as the first ban of this second phase down here. Neither side has a support locked in so far, so I am expecting to see a few different bans towards that role. Shen banned away from the side of, by the side of Mad Lions, excuse me. Shen has been one of those champions that we've seen quite a lot of success of. Back in North America, we got to see the resurgence of the power of River Shen in the jungle, and then in some other regions too. The champ also being very effective there in the top lane, so having that ban away, preventing Stand United from being on the map, I like to see it. Syndra, a staple of the mid lane, a champion you always see at the highest levels of competition in League of Legends, banned out by INTZ.
Also just a strong bot lane. Syndra here, you should fear it because if you put an Lucian in the mid lane, like, the damage spread is pretty good from Mad Lion's side. I think they're trying to aim for a Karma fourth pick, because Ashe Karma just secures yourself a bot lane shove. It also is great at being able to put down Ardent Sensor on either of your ADs. They do have to be concerned about having a front line. They do need it. Gragas can still be really squishy. Go straight into AP. Zhonya's is not enough. Nice lock-in here is going to be going towards Tay. That Urgot
picked up. Powerful, powerful capabilities there in the top lane. Can be a little bit slow to start, but once he hits that level 13 sweet spot and gets those low cooldowns on the shotgun knees, this champion can seriously tear up some fights. Jhin locked in on the side of Mad Lions, so there's our fourth marksman pick of the draft. Obviously, we weren't expecting the Lucian to go into the bottom lane here on Mad Lions, so we were needing them to pick up the AD carry that they're going to be taken into the bottom lane, and they pick up the Virtuoso.
Yeah, and they're going to have to just blind pick their support here. Thresh being banned makes it a little harder, but Kaiser has just had so many support picks throughout just the summer split of the LEC and also just in solo queue, so his champion pool is huge. Pantheon going to be a strong one.
Pantheon, this is a champion that there's been a lot of talk about recently. I saw even some fired up community threads on Reddit previously about the state of Pantheon and how effective he can be as a support. We know how effective the champion can be when you have the support item automatically leveling up through gold. Umbral Glaive is also an incredibly potent item for a low price point.
Yeah.
Champions like Pantheon can get a lot of value out of, and considering his E is a true invulnerability, he doesn't need a lot of economy to make it work. But hey, if we're talking about supports that have nigh invulnerability and are very effective at dives and tanking, Alistar also fits the bill.
Exactly. I think the clear compositions are there for both Mad and INTZ. For Mad, it's a strong snowball comp. It's also really effective on side lanes. You want to have the pure damage, Blade of the Rune King, Black Cleaver, Renekton on the side lane as alongside and Lucian, and have Evelynn try and hover. Meanwhile, INTZ, straight front to back. And in fact, they can burst people down. Tristana and Ashe damage is quite a lot, and you can just try and get them down to a great threshold for Urgot to burst them. So I'm liking what I see from INTZ if they can get the team fights going.
And one thing that I think is going to be a lot of fun to watch in this matchup between these two teams in particular, you look at Mad Lions and you see a team that wins explosively or loses explosively. This is not a CS it up, just wait and scale type of team. It's going to be about early aggression. It's going to be about trying to make things happen early on in the game. Across the board with INTZ, they have a curious sort of trend where the first 10 minutes of the game can kind of be whatever, but if INTZ really want to win and play a game of League of Legends that convinces you this is a real contender of a team, they're always going to have an explosive moment, this period from 10 to 15 minutes where they really start to take off. And I think that's what so much of this game is going to come down to, Raz, the 10 to 15 minute mark. Will Mad Lions have enough aggro and enough momentum built up there to crush that INTZ wind that comes forward? Or will INTZ be able to make that happen and bring about that potential win condition that we've seen in their games in their own region?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a David versus Goliath moment. I really also just love, if I'm supposed to favor one comp or another, I enjoy Mad Lions comp. I think Mad Lions comp is very easy to execute. They have strong lanes, and also they can play around their side lanes really effectively. Meanwhile, INTZ, you're right. I mean, past 10 minutes, it comes down to their setup around Drakes, Rift Heralds. If they can get the fights they want, then they can really snowball with the front line that they have.
Lots of front line. Also having the ability of the extra turret push power behind a champion like a Tristana does create a situation where if they have some leads, if they can approach that 10 to 15 minute window with some advantages and some momentum of their own, it will be easy to snowball that into some extra gold through taking tier 1 turrets, through looking for turret plates, talking about Rift Heralds especially. Combine a Rift Herald with a Tristana, knock down the first couple of plates there with explosive charge and auto attacks, let Shelly finish it off. Money in your pocket, my friend.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, remember, this is first game of Worlds here in play-ins, and also there's some champion unfamiliarity. We haven't seen the Gragas in such a long time. Urgot as well, depending on the region, you haven't seen that in a long time. So there's going to be certain moments in matchups where you might slip up. There might be a moment in a team fight where you're not really sure how it's going to play out. These moments are moments where, honestly, INTZ can prey upon. So that's what's going to make it interesting for me. Remember how the groups play out? You're gonna only really face INTZ or Mad Lions. They're gonna face each other once.
Yeah.
So you only get that one opportunity in this specific matchup. If the upset happens, then that's that. You don't get your chance of redemption.
Yeah, single round robin doesn't mean you get to go back and watch the footage later and say, all right, this is how we'll adapt. It's all just about making that first curveball count. If that surprise factor is strong enough, it can give you the win. And in a best of one situation, that one win is enough. We are now on the Summoner's Rift. We're kicking it off. It's the first games of Worlds 2020. Mad Lions from the Mad Lions from the LEC going up against INTZ from the CB LOL to break open this show. Tay walking into the enemy jungle here early on. Arome waiting around in that brush, has Shadow right behind him. Remember, when it comes to Evelynn, the first 5 levels don't really feel that crazy. Wants to hit level 6, get that camouflage so she can move around the map undetected and become that much deadlier. The champ is incredibly vulnerable if caught out of position or played sloppily with her engages and needs to find effective flanks.
Yeah, and also just the early game, at least the first 2 clears, going to be important just so you don't get invaded upon. An experience disadvantage. If you ever fall behind on an Evelynn, it can feel really bad, especially, you know, let's just say you get your Runic Echoes item. The next item takes a long time. It's literally a Rabadon's death cap, by the way. So you really can't fall behind here. So I love INTZ's level 1. Got a ward towards top side so they know where Evelynn is starting. That's where Renekton was going to look for a leash there, so they got that a bit of information. Gragas came back on the map, got his ward down, and he also now has Sweeper's Trinket. So it looks like they put a lot of effort here. I also want to make a point of, in terms of, there's some familiarity between both of these organizations. Peter Dunn, the coach of Mad Lions, actually worked with INTZ, worked with the coach Maestro, who is right now the head coach of INTZ, about a few years ago. So they know each other very well. They both speak highly of each other. Regional experts say a lot of great things about Maestro because remember, INTZ at the beginning of the year actually had to fight for their lives. And they literally got put in the relegation tournament, went to full 5 games, had to really come together, come into the regular season as the second best team, and then went up against Pain Gaming in the finals and really had a strong, they looked like the smarter team between the two and had a really strong showing. So this is a team that's constantly growing, constantly learning.
Yeah, when you look at sometimes the emerging regions and the top teams compared to the other teams present there, plenty of times in the past we've seen the story of a squad that is just dominant from start to finish. They're ahead above any of their competition, and international level is the first time they're ever really challenged. Well, INTZ, you already brought it up, but back in spring, they were in 7th.
Yeah.
They had to play through relegation. They came back. They're 2nd in the regular split in summer, and now they're here at Worlds, at the play-ins, taking on an opponent of a much higher caliber than what they would normally be used to in Mad Lions from EU. And for Mad Lions, man, remember, this is a team that came out of the gate swinging in Europe. Granted, they declined a little bit over time in terms of the season as things went on. They looked rougher in playoffs than they did in regular split play, but this is a team that impressed a lot of people. It's a very young roster, and with how aggressive they like to play their League of Legends, I think we can expect a lot of big moments out of them here in this tournament.
Yeah, and we're starting out pretty slow, but oh, he dashed in.
Not going to be slow for very much longer. They keep doing that, my friend. Humanoid nearly finding the kill onto Envy. Now, Envy didn't use either summoner spell there. Sheeny also not having to use his own flash to get involved and stop Humanoid from getting the kill. Both of these mid lane marksmen are running a flash, exhaust, press the attack loadout in terms of summoner spells and keystones, but Humanoid nearly put him in the dirt.
Yeah, Humanoid has a huge advantage here. Thankfully, of course, doesn't get stopped here. He's able to freeze the wave with the cannon minion there. And on top of that, he wasn't afraid of the gank that was coming through. He was actually playing the lane out really well, poking through the wave to get a lot of chip damage on the Envy. So, I mean, that was great from Sheeny to be hunting for the gank. Wasn't going to be possible, though, with Envy getting chipped out so low.
And here's an interesting thing. If you look at the itemization between the two mid laners here, you've got 2 Dorian's Blades in the inventory of Envy, but the Corrupting Potion plus the Pickaxe in the inventory of Humanoid. Meanwhile, we got a fight in the bottom side. Shouldn't turn into a whole lot more. Redbird's still hanging around here, looking to see if maybe he can get a little bit out of the trample. Kaiser tries to find a little bit. It's exhaust for exhaust in mid lane. Humanoid finding some damage, taking a little in retaliation, but Envy's still the one with the lower health bar. When you got 200 HP up against a Lucian, Mr. Razzleplasm, you are in danger in the lane.
Humanoid is just so damn good. Honestly, he's insane. It's a treat to be watching him during his play in the LEC and just how well he's able to play out this matchup. At least for the Tristana, the lane is pushing towards her because she was stuck in a pretty bad spot earlier. And it's now Sheeny just trying to hunt for this gank. Let's see if it can work. But Humanoid's not going to waste his dash needlessly, so it's very safe for him. He also has the pickaxe that probably is a great telltale that he's going towards Muramana, so he's going to be scaling up. It's a slow game. I think it benefits Mad Lions. The lanes have been looking really well from them. Not just the mid lane, but also you've been seeing the priority that Karzia and Kaiser has been having in the bot side of the map. If they get a good back timing down there, then they can actually secure first Dragon for their team.
Now with both junglers in the top lane, we could see a little bit of a battle here. CC coming through, dive going out. Tay underneath the turret gets charmed up. However, they don't have the health bars to continue the chase, continue looking to make the play here. Sheeny going in, goes for the body slam into the cask. They have applied the harpoon and Shadow. Oh no! What? That is a misclick that you are going to be feeling later on. Put the sad emote above your head. A tragic misplay for Tay.
You hate to see it. You never like to see that happen on the world stage.
No!
You were so close to being able to net that first blood. But that just was the worst misclick you can have, man.
If he would have not clicked that teleport, Shadow was so close to being dead to the execution from the Urgot ultimate. The Evelynn only level 5 with no ability to use the last caress to escape. Shadow is thanking his lucky stars he got away from that one. INTZ, they missed their opportunity for the first blood in the top lane. Not what they were looking for. We can applaud Sheeny for being there and setting up what should have been a kill, but unfortunately the mis-execution is ultimately what it boils down to.
And it has a lasting effect. If it was just a harmless issue, then fine. But that's now no teleport. You lose an entire wave for that. And if Orome, of course, is just going to be walking back to the lane, that's now TP advantage for Mad Lions. I already said that they had an opportunity to go for first Drake here. Now it's just not going to be even contestable for INTZ for it.
And when you look at INTZ, how this team wins their games, how they like to play, their solo lane in mid and top have the highest solo kills of anybody in their region. These guys like to make the game a little bit bloody. They like to do some of the carrying work here for INTZ. And now that Tay has lost those resources, he doesn't have the teleport. He missed out on the opportunity for that kill. That is weakening that win condition. It is weakening how they like to play. We are 1 minute and 45 seconds away from that critical 10 to 15 minute window that I mentioned too, that is often so important when you look at whether or not INTZ finds success or failure in a game of League of Legends. So as we get closer and closer to that, make sure we're watching what INTZ does as a team because of the importance of that 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's good to point out something that I've noticed for INTZ. There are a few teams that, you know, when I prep for before game day, I want to see if they play respectfully on their side lane, as Envy's getting a lot of damage down by the culling.
Yeah.
Just watching out just in case. But for me, INTZ are a team that they want to fight and they want to utilize their top laner. There'll be times where they might even lose top lane wave because Tay does something like this. where he wants to look for an opportunity where Mad Lions think that they have a numbers advantage or even numbers, and they turn it on a dime. So if Mad Lions can play respectfully here, if Orome just makes a point to the team that I don't see where my top laner is, just be careful, then great. What ends up happening is then Tay just loses another wave. There's another opening, another window for Orome to, you know, roam himself. So I love the fact that Mad Lions are taking this game nice and disciplined.
Mad Lions mid laner, again, always ready there on that dash. Relentless pursuit becoming more of a relentless retreat to make sure that Tristana can't get any extra damage onto him here, as Shadow is working on the Rift Herald. He's spotted out. They see what he's up to here. You can see the Scryer's Bloom also keeping an eye on that ward. That one will decay now, but Sheeny will just take his red buff away. Considering Humanoid is moving over to the Rift Herald, it's going to be a 3-man attempt on this objective from Mad Lions. Doesn't look like it'll be contested here at all. And since we are just at 10 minutes, Raz, that means that 99% of the window of using this Rift Herald will still get the Mad Lions plates. They have plenty of time to use it in that time frame and still get that bonus.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That entire play, for YouTube users, please replay it. That's a set play that the best teams are able to utilize. Because while you see it and say, well, Shadow's doing it alone, Humanoid is shoving out through mid, the most important factor is bot lane basing. That Kaiser recognizes that he has a push through bot side. He can base, come through mid. He's able to be there just in case the fight happens, and a fight's gonna happen top lane.
Tay in some trouble. CC coming down, damage going through. First blood for the Mad Lion.
Too much to take. The entire time, Tay has been just taking hurt after hurt. Jungle comes topside, way too much burst, and that's a first kill coming over to Mad Lions.
This is what Evelyn can do, sneaking into a lane, setting it up, and facilitating the damage. When Renekton engages with the point-and-click stun, it is oh so easy to follow up. And with Tay in the ground, man, Tay is now down 25 CS. The Renekton getting the kill money for the first blood as well. Life is about to get more difficult in the top half of the map for INTZ. Mad Lions commanding a 1,500 gold lead here.
Yeah, gold disadvantage just across the board. Bot lane, understandable. It was just going to be a tough one just because Alistar versus Pantheon is difficult early for the Alistar. Of course, scale is better, but have been getting pushed in. Also, Shadow's been hovering for them consistently. Humanoid's has been a boss so far this game, absorbing so much pressure. Now, of course, it's an unfortunate base timing. They're going to be losing Dragon, but it's just a Cloud Dragon. Overall, Mad Lions are just really happy about how the map state's been playing out.
Honestly, this is a very late first Dragon, too. 12 minutes into the game for the first Drake. This is not a lot of prioritization towards this target. Could be the fact that it's a Cloud Drake and it's not that great early on. Damage onto Kaiser coming out there. Sheeny looking for the solo kill here. Kaiser buying himself a little bit more time, flashes over the wall, goes for the stun onto Envy, who knocks him away and finds a kill. Now the game is tied up at 1-1. The Evelyn goes in, looking to find some sort of a play, but Sheeny's into the stasis, flashing over the wall, keeping himself alive. Nice arrow coming through, not nice enough. Humanoid puts a couple bullets in his back, and now another kill is going through. Into the grinder goes Shadow. The teleport is not gonna screw it up this time. Urgot gets his revenge.
Mad Lions want to fight back. But it's nice to see INTZ just going tit for tat here. Able to catch Shadow out with a great run around the back by Redbird. Redbird just finds himself in the enemy jungle just for that flank.
No reason not to get yourself involved in any fight you're near. Let's take another look at how it started here with Sheeny running into Kaiser.
Yeah, perfect place at the perfect time. Able to get the kill, of course. But, of course, Kaiser made them work for it. Great flash W on towards the Tristana just to see if he can make it work. Also gets closer to Shadow so they can at least get a response kill in the enemy jungle. TPs come down, and it just shows that both teams are laying it all down on the line. They don't want to lose a game, a best of one, by the way, to just a play like this, so they all double down for the play.
And honestly, Sheeny ending up in the way of the execution from Shadow's Evelyn. He tried to go for the flash in the proc of his charm into the instant last caress to just make sure he insta-kills his opponent. That not working out made that fight as fair as it was. Now in the top lane, we've got a couple of different players from INTZ looking to get themselves involved. That Rift Herald was just about to expire. It had to be summoned right now. There was about 15 seconds left on the timer. If they can get the charge off, Shelly is wasting time. INTZ have managed to hold Shelly off for maybe long enough.
There we
oh
go.
My goodness! They held Shelly off, and she hits the turret at 14:01. No plate money in the bank.
Just like that, enough time. Remember the first gank that they had top lane when they were able to get the kill on the Tay? They didn't want to put down Rift Herald immediately because they didn't want to just do it for the plates. They wanted to be able to get the full turret as well, the full setup.
Well,
of course, they weren't able to get it.
They ended up trying to be a little bit greedy for a little bit of extra success, and they end up missing plate money by 1 single second. Look at this turret plate count, kind of describing the pace of this early game. It's very slow from both sides. A single turret plate taken in the first 14 minutes between both sides in this game. That one, of course, belonging to Mad Lions, who are still about 2,000 gold ahead. 40 CS lead in the top lane for the Renekton over the Urgot, about a 30 lead in the mid lane for Lucian over the Tristana. The solo laners of Mad Lions just very quietly building up impressive leads for themselves.
Yeah, while that's true, I'm really impressed that INTZ are keeping up. And there's a lot of faith with how they want to play out their comp as well. We already saw how difficult it was for Shadow to be able to get an assassination, or even, honestly, just to even play a team fight out. With Exhaust being there from Envy, and on top of that, the bulky front line being able to shut him down. So Mad Lions want to spread him out. The fact that First Dragon went over to INTZ is going to actually bite Mad Lions in the long run, because if we start getting Dragon stacking here from INTZ, Mad Lions are going to have to respond, and that's not how they want to play out their comp.
Next Drake will be spawning here 1 minute from now. Infernal Drake, the first one was already Cloud, means we're going to get an Ocean or a Mountain Soul. So no matter what it is, the Soul will be very defensively focused. As Karzi pushes up the bottom lane here with plates already out of the picture, the Jhin will be able to take that one down just like topside Envy. I mentioned in draft how effective the Tristana can be in these situations. Shadow coming around from behind. INTZ's top laner trying to get himself away. Very nice arrow onto Humanoid, nearly killing him off. A beautiful shot from Tay.
Get over here! That was a play being started by Mad Lions, by the way, and not only were they able to get Humanoid's flash, they got his life as well.
Such a good arrow right at the edge of the turret range. Make sure that Humanoid ends up getting punished for the attempt at the turret dive coming out from Mad Lions. They lose their mid laner. INTZ makes the moves, and now INTZ are on the Rift Herald. The Drake is still not spawned here for another couple of seconds. They're able to take this objective. There is no contest from the side of Mad Lions because Humanoid is only just now responding. That's some good moves coming out from INTZ as they also take the top lane tier 1.
Yeah. Cap, we got a problem.
All right, we got a problem. Describe the problem to me, my friend.
Like, remember, hearing from the desk, talking about INTZ's greatest moment in Worlds being able to take down EDG. We're getting to that point where Mad Lions are just responding to, or at least no, INTZ is responding to Mad Lions punch for punch. I have sung the praises of Kaiser, his movements and, you know, walking towards the play. Redbird has matched him 2 times already. Not in just the top lane play, but also, of course, when they were trying to dive the Urgot in mid. So it's getting slow. Mad Lions, I hope they're not getting frustrated with how the game's been playing out. They've been trying to make plays happen, and they haven't been going in their favor. In fact, just adding to that point, if the teleport didn't happen, you know, I don't always want to harp on it, that would have been even better for INTZ's play. So they're still in it. I'm loving what I see from this team.
I'm loving the fact that Tay had probably the worst botched execution that could have possibly happened for a first blood in the top lane. It had no effect on his mental whatsoever.
Yeah!
Now 2-1-0 and has managed to land some very effective ultimates to guarantee those kills for his team. This Urgot is a champion of mental warfare, my friend. The teleport was just trying to make it fair for his opponents. But looking at those opponents, that Renekton is so damn strong. Arome, he has the Black Cleaver already done, has had for a while, getting closer and closer to the completion of the Blade of the Ruined King. When this Renekton dives into the fight, look at the targets on the enemy team.
Yeah.
You've got 2 different marksmen and a Gragas with a Runic Echo and a Sorcerer's Shoe.
These
guys are not going to survive.
It's not. They're just not. And also take a look at how Mad Lions are getting vision. This is just going to be a dead cow.
Oh boy, Redbird. He pops the ulti. He's trying to stay alive. Finds the knockup onto Arome. Redbird getting himself away. It might still be beef for dinner. I'm not quite sure. Nice interrupt there on the Jhin ulti. Mad Lions will not find the kill onto the INTZ support.
But you have to watch out for how Mad Lions have been getting control, and they've been getting it through Humanoid's lane. We talked about how Shadow is going to be, shadowing for Humanoid at all times. If they're going to be playing side lanes, that Tay, or Envy that is, has to respect Humanoid's position, that he's going to have a numbers advantage. You just may not see it. And so when you're getting them the full respect, then they're just going to be walking with Kaiser to get full control through the river. It almost amounted to a kill on towards Redbird.
Oshini, Shadow showing up from the side, but the turnaround play. Redbird joins the mix now, finding some stuns down onto Shadow. Oh my goodness, the last caress necessary to get him away from the cask that likely would have just killed him off.
Yeah, a bit of a botch play. Ends up being a flash from Shadow. I'm trying to figure out what these teams are playing for. I know for sure INTZ are looking for mid lane turret, and they should be able to get it knowing that they pushed Shadow off. So, might be able to get the kill.
Nice stun. There we go. Follow up with the flash, and Urgot yet again. He's gone fishing, boys. He's landing the ultis every single time, and INTZ, they take the turret with 2 on the side.
They're breaking the door down in the first day of Worlds, first game, against what people would believe to be the best team in this group.
Very impressive stuff from this INTZ squad responding to Mad Lions. The arrow execution from Mikal, the follow-up from Redbird, flashing in for the Alistar combo to facilitate the kill and provide the time for the rest of the team to jump in there. Nice response from Mad Lions. They see that INTZ is back. They grab the mid lane tier 1 turret. Let's take another look at the fight here and the kill onto the line.
Straight onto him. I mean, and it's so easy to play it out to immediately exhaust the Lucian and clear the way so the Urgot ultimate can land straight on top of him. I think we already talked about how easy it is to run this composition from INTZ once you group up, and how difficult it is for Mad team. Like, if Mad Lions have to play towards them, it's really difficult, but they found somebody.
Redbird is in a pretty bad spot. The Alistar ulti makes you tanky, but not tanky enough. Kaiser with a well-timed E keeps himself alive, and now Mad Lions are going to make it 2. They see the fact that INTZ are setting up the plays, and they say anything you can do, we can do better. 2 for free for the Mad Lions, and now they've got control over the mid lane.
Yeah, just as we're singing their praises, you need to have that consistency, because this is a really bad timing to lose 2 of your members. I was thinking about if they were going to be looking for this mid lane turret, they might be anyways, but the major objective that they're playing for is the Ocean Dragon. It's an Ocean Soul, by the way, and INTZ were looking to stack that. So the fact that they came out with such a huge play mid lane, and then now they've just took 2 steps back.
We're also getting closer to the point, you already mentioned how Evelynn can kind of have this weird power spike where if you fall behind it feels bad because you go with a hat second item and it takes so much gold to get. Well, sir, League of Legends has taught me, in order to make a hat, you've got to have 2 sticks. There are 2 sticks in Shadow's inventory, and that means all he has to do is pay the shopkeeper to put them together into some fancy headwear, and all of a sudden, this Evelynn's going to be doing that much more damage. Humanoid with a flash away, but now the fight's going to turn back against INTZ, and with Envy out of the picture, surely they're going to have to run all the way home. Redbird's eating the bullets coming out from Humanoid. It's the Jhin able to find the double kill, and Carzzy is crazy, baby. Evelynn going in, able to find some damage with the last caress, and INTZ run away licking their wound.
The snowball is starting to come, and Mikal had to flash away from the Jhin W because it was the Evelynn ultimate that really targeted him. This game is getting out of whack right now. Mad Lions has set their vision. INTZ are not necessarily respecting it, and there we have it. This could be a Baron here for Mad Lions.
Baron attempt from the Lions. Already got it down below half HP. Tay coming in around the corner, but they're already ready. The Mad Lions have set the trap for their prey, and his name is Tay, but he's coming around and he's found 2 kills. Double kill to the INTZ top laner. Over the wall, he might be able to go. He shoots it in, but he will not steal. Humanoid secures the Baron, but 2 members of the Mad Lions are dead. They underestimated the power of the Urgot. Remember level 13, Raz. This is the critical point of Urgot when the shotgun knee passive is on 2.5 seconds, and the champion cannot be underestimated.
Humanoid flashes at the perfect time, and Envy was just caught off guard, not respecting, of course, the positioning of the enemy team. And at this point, it's just so hard to play it out. Oh, yeah.
We've all been there. Every single person ever played League of Legends has felt that expression deep down before, as the Ocean Drake is now being taken by INTZ. Remember, this is not anywhere close to a soul for either side. It's still only a 1 to 2 Drake count because of the fact that the first ones went 1 to each side, so not resulting in a win condition here anytime soon, but it is one step closer there for INTZ. But remember, Mad Lions are still wearing purple right now. Mad Lions can still be the ones looking to make some kind of a move. Ash Arrow will not find a target. Sheeny also using the Predator there, being ready to catch up if it did connect. But now that big engage is down, they don't have that go button.
This is bad.
INTZ are falling back.
I'm pretty sure Shadow saw him.
Oh, the go button's coming out anyway. It's Redbert leading the charge. He's in the front line, going to be taking up some damage, but now Kaiser's also got to be worried. Humanoid coming in from the side, able to find the kill onto Macau as Sheeny gets a kill into Kaiser. Last Caress says goodbye, Alistar. See you later. Envy trying to walk away. The Jin bullets are flying, but nobody's dying. INTZ. 3 men left alive. They're walking back to the base. It's a 2-for-1 overall. Carzzy still looking for the deadly flourish. Tier 2 turret down in the mid lane. Baron buff still enchanting the remaining players on the push here for Mad Lions. They will knock down this Tier 3 turret and expose the mid lane inhibitor.
Man, INTZ just doubling down. Without Baron, face to face with Mad Lions, they still think they can win these fights. And even just seeing what Envy was seeing, being at a flank position is always really risky, by the way. If you're trying to play around Fog of War, you don't know where Evelynn is, so you run that risk that she sees you in line bush. They go for the engage at the end, but it's just so easy to pile on damage on towards Redbert. And my god, Humanoid finds that assassination.
Well done by Humanoid, dashing in so aggressively to kill off the enemy AD carry at the very start of the fight. 0, 1, and 5 for Macau. Hasn't got any of the kills for himself yet, but has been instrumental in setting things up. Kaiser walking a little bit close to the rush, but look at the amount of time he was able to buy utilizing the defensive power of the Pantheon. Now Humanoid's in a bad spot. Now Humanoid's going to be taken down, and now Tay is on the hunt. Flipping the Evelynn behind him, looking to walk around, able to find the kill, making a double, over to Tay, looking to grab even more. It's a triple kill for Urgot. There's that cooldown I am talking about. The damage is way too real.
And we're back on the map. It's that champion unfamiliarity that is making it work for INTZ. Because if you saw the beginning of the fight, Kaiser's patting himself on the back. I just absorbed all that damage. I found all 5 members, guys. We know where they are. Like, ordinarily from that point, you'd want to push out mid lane because you just squashed their play.
Yeah.
But Humanoid found, gets picked off. It was INTZ that saw him in that split second, found that pick, and then were able to snowball it into a teamfight win.
Tay has 8 kills. It doesn't matter that he was down 50 CS at one point. He's got 8 kills. Let's take another look at him.
Oh, it's his point of view, too. The moment he sees that Ashe ulti hit, gets right in. And he wants that fear to hit Evelynn as well. And this is the most satisfying moment in League of Legends, my friend.
The damage.
It's huge.
He's shredding people. All right, Mad Lions. Gonna have to be a little bit more careful to prevent these kinds of situations. Urgot has become the name of the game. And Raz, look at that damage dealt. 2,649 in that fight. Redbert the one tanking some damage here in the mid lane, but the Alistar does have the get out of jail free card there with the ulti. Tay has Edge of Night and Guardian Angel next to that Black Cleaver. Some lethality to complement the percent-based armor penetration, and the fact that even if you kill him, you really didn't kill him, at least until he's already dead once. You got to go through this man twice, and it is so hard to kill him even once.
Yeah, you really need the poke to begin, like a culling first that can really soften up INTZ before the play happens, before you really feel comfortable taking the team fight. Now, being able to take down Alistar's ultimate is really a good job well done, because you're setting up for the Ocean Dragon. You don't want to have INTZ being on Ocean, Soul Point.
Oh
no!
Carzzy gets hit with the arrow there. Follow-up cask isn't going to do a lot from the Gragas. That's 2 pretty big ultis used, and that Ocean Drake will be spawning here in 40 seconds. Shadow off to the side. Redbert still doesn't have the ulti. The damage is coming through, and here comes your go button. It's Mad Lion saying it's time to fight, but it's support for support traded off. Arome's got the Dominus working. He's building up the Fury, but there's no way for him to enter into the fight. Tay is still this wall that just cannot be reasonably passed through.
If you're INTZ, you're happy about this, because this is Mad Lions trying to take advantage of the cooldown that Alistar ultimate had. They thought they could burst him fast enough, but they ended up losing Kaiser, and now they're forced into 4v4 position. I'm happy if I'm INTZ. You have your best chess piece in Tay, who's leading the charge to fight for this dragon. Oh, wait a minute.
Here you go. Drake taken by the side of Mad Lions. Nobody from INTZ even in the ballpark. Man, forget the ballpark. They're not even in the neighborhood. The Drake goes over for free to the side of Mad Lions, and the Drakes are all tied up at 2-2.
Maybe they weren't confident because they didn't have Ash Arrow for it at the beginning. Remember, he had to use it at the very start of that last fight.
Yep.
That's possible. A lot of the times you just don't have that clear-cut engage. Then you don't want to put it to chance into Fog of War, so I can respect that.
And as we've been talking about this game and sort of the back and forth nature of the fights, because when you look at the kills, it is 11-12. So lots of even trading happening over the course of this game. But the gold has been, as you just saw with the graph, always on the side of the Mad Lions, up to a 4,500 lead. It's been over 5,000 at some points in this game, and the team has maintained that.
Yeah.
So despite the fact that INTZ have been finding some plays, particularly around Tay, they still have this gold gap to close. They still have to figure out how to translate these kills into something else that is tangible. Humanoid, not really too concerned about getting engaged on here. He is the Lucian. He has the Relentless Pursuit to get away from the arrow if they try to engage on him. Redbird going after an engage of his own, trying to stay alive, using the ulti here. Shadow on the chase, looking for the damage.
Oh no!
Macau, and Shadow is down. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Envy tries to escape away from the curtain call. Flashes out. Tay's Guardian Angel is procced. If they're able to kill the Urgot, this is huge for the Mad Lions. Tay's in the middle, but Tay is gone. Mad Lions are able to find two. Mad Lions looking for even more. Arome dashing forward, Macau kiting back. Here comes the Pantheon, and Kaiser wipes him from Summoner's Rift. Now chasing further after Sheeny. The body slam over the wall, but a huge fight for the Mad Lions.
A great pick from Mad Lions. It was really dicey because they could not go to the bot lane wave. They had to respect the positioning that INTZ had on Baron. If they had even decided to send one member there, that's a really fast Baron take from INTZ, by the way. Their comp has so much damage across the board. Ended up taking that fight, and now should be a Baron for Mad.
Mad Lions working on that second Baron of the game. Remember, the first one was a little close. It looked like it almost got stolen away. They also had to trade two of their players for it. Sheeny's coming around from behind, looking to maybe get involved here. Redbird wants to at least try to save him. Sheeny has to body slam away Redbird with the flash over the wall. And it's INTZ who end up just losing resources for this attempt. Tay also using the teleport to try to get there in time in case there was a winnable fight, but it's just not the case. Mad Lions doing some good work. Let's take another look at the replay of the previous fight.
Yeah, I didn't get to see what made it go so wrong for INTZ here, because it was a free pick on towards the Evelynn. Yeah, the Alistar was definitely free for the pickings here. Even though Macau couldn't get a lot of good damage off because he was having to deal with Shadow, at the end he did buy a lot of time there, but I mean, INTZ, Tay is just really pretty squishy. And I think that's the problem here, is that if he's just taking free damage without his team really being able to all in, then you're just in a really tough spot.
The tough spot gets tougher as the Mad Lions build that gold lead up to over 8,000 gold. With the team buffed up with Baron, with this sort of an incredible gold lead, I expect this base to take a lot of hurting on this Baron buff, Raz. The mid lane inhibitor is exposed. The Mad Lions can force a fight on open ground, not near a turret next to that if they so choose. However, there is still one turret standing in the tier 2 line here in bottom lane, which pretty much just should be free gold.
Yeah.
Here for the side of Mad Lions. Mid lane, arrow coming. Oh my goodness gracious! He used the ulti backwards and the damn thing still hit him. Shadow gets picked in mid lane thanks to the Ash arrow. The hitbox for the arrow, I believe, is slightly behind where the arrow's tip is located. And it meant that although Evelynn jumps back, she still gets hit after the ult.
And you saw him crumbling over in the player cameras there. He's like, no way that hit me. Insane that that's a kill now. 24 seconds off the map. That's their Baron play. I didn't initially like their Baron setup on the map because they can hard 1-3-1 it with the Renekton and Lucian. They don't necessarily have to only play through 2 lanes. It just seemed like they wanted to all in on the Dragon setup. They wanted to keep their vision there. They do have a lot of great purchases, double QSS on their carries and Karzi and Humanoid, and also Humanoid was able to get his IE. He is just outputting so much damage now.
Redbird goofed the combo there a little bit, and now he's going to pay for it with his life. Culling plus curtain call, and the ultis are enough. There's so many bullets flying, you would think it was Call of Duty. Humanoid jump forward. There comes your lockdown. There goes your kill. Pantheon coming in on the wings of a dragon, jumping in to join the rest of the squad, and the Mad Lions are on a victory push. There are 3 players left alive on INTZ. The Mad Lions are pushing down the mid lane as a unit. Renekton activating the ulti, charging up the Fury, ready to go here for the fight. It's a 5v3 as Shadow has finally caught up to the rest of the squad. Already one Nexus turret gone. There's your initiation from Kaiser going on to Envy. INTZ, they're still alive for now, but they've lost their Nexus turrets. It's Mad Lions onto the Nexus. It's Envy down. It's Shadow with the kill. And that is it. The first win of the play-in stage of Worlds 2020 goes over to Mad Lions.
It was a hard-fought victory, Cap. That was a tough one. A lot of respect to the crew over there, CBLOL, INTZ, really putting in some work, but Mad Lions were the more consistent team, finding picks through the mid lane constantly. So you gotta feel bad if you're INTZ, but ended up getting that win here if you're a team coming out from the LEC.
Yeah, the LEC 4th seed, this rookie squad. Remember when this team rebranded from Splice to become Mad Lions at the beginning of this year, the roster blew up.
Yeah.
Humanoid's the only guy here that's not a rookie. And he was really important for the wins that they were able to get. The Lucian with the dash over the wall and the back end of the fight to assassinate the Ashe in that one mid lane fight. His powerful laning that built him up the leads that allowed the team to have the gold advantages that they did when they did. It was just very important for his team, for him to be that presence and sort of be the leader among those rookies. And Mad Lions earned that win.
And one thing on top of that, because that's the things that you do see. You see what is like the impactful team fights that Humanoid was able to get. What people don't tend to like give credit to was the amount of pressure he absorbed from Sheeny. Sheeny was always mid. He was constantly playing in a 1v2 environment, and he was coming out trumps. He was able to, incredibly play out the wave really well, always looking to freeze it into him, was trading really well into a matchup that actually can be difficult for Lucian into the Tristana. I think full credit comes towards Humanoid for what was an excellent game from him.
Mad Lions as a team, too. Even though there were some sloppy moments during some of those fights, underestimating the Urgot, putting themselves in a spot where he was able to get maximum damage from all of those passive shots coming off from the different angles, they were still able to find more fights that led to actual rewards. There were INTZ moments where, yes, they got some wins. Yeah. They had some fights that they took. But when you look at the objectives earned, when you look at the aftermath of the fight, it was Mad Lions who got better rewards.
Yeah. I always judge it based off the fundamentals, right? Because you can find those team fight moments based off of, let's say, a misexecution in a team fight or even just a misplay overall. But when it comes down to how you get vision, what you're getting for the wards that you're placing down, Mad Lions were always the team that was incredibly efficient based off that. So a lot of credit to Kaiser and Shadow. I know Shadow had some crazy moments in that game, but like every single time they were able to get vision through Humanoid, they found picks off Redbird a lot, by the way. So it just comes down to the minutia, the small points in which the more experienced LEC team was able to get that. So a lot of credit goes towards Mad Lions and such a good win.
And talking about the Mad Lions, let's go ahead and look back at one play specifically in our Mercedes drive to victory. And that play I'm talking about is the 25-minute fight, or the fight at minute 25 there in the mid lane.
Yeah. Looking at Envy coming in from a flank, I thought that was a pretty good place for him to go for, right? I was like, I guess he wasn't seen. But then Humanoid with the insane assassination from the backline. Honestly, if Humanoid wasn't there for that, I think they lose the fight. I thought that was a really good positioning from the very beginning from Envy to get it. It was cheesy. I mean, like, if Evelyn ended up seeing him in Fog, then you're like, okay, well, that's just bad at the end of the day. But came through hard. I think that was a great moment here from Humanoid.
I'm glad we got to see a game with the teams just going punch for punch like this as our first game of the play-ins in Worlds 2020. I want to continue seeing games like this where both squads aren't afraid to get out there and try to make things happen. You already mentioned at the beginning of this game how the way this works is it's a best of one round robin, single round robin. You play each other team one time. Don't hold back on the secrets. Don't hold back on the tricks. Don't hold back on the top lane Urgot, because it just might be the thing that catches your opponents by surprise.
And don't pull your punches. When the play is there, double down on the play. Because if you end up reaping some rewards like INT was, suddenly you can sneak away a win from the strongest team in the group and make your chances that much stronger.
And with things already wrapped up, we are going to be tossed into a quick break, but we will soon be back, and we will see you for more action here in the play-in stage.
It's right there to take. Oh, if you want it, the world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. As a history, pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
Mad Lions were the more consistent team.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020. I'm Dracos, joined now by the victorious support of the Mad Lions, Kaiser. Kaiser, quarantine, now finally your first game on stage here at Worlds 2020. What do you think of the Mad Lions' first game performance?
Well, I mean, for us it was kind of disappointing. I think streams went a lot better than this first stage game, but I think it's understandable because we have to get used to everything, kind of used to a bit of a different setup, a bit of a different stage, it's a bit more cold and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, you can excuse us, so we'll show a better performance next time, I think.
It definitely was a bit of a sloppy game. Do you feel like INTZ caught you a little bit off guard? It seems like there were some mechanical mistakes and also some mechanical outplays coming in from the Brazilian squad.
I mean, they caught us off guard for sure. I think, especially in the pick and ban phase, I think we expected less off-meta picks, I guess, like the Gragas, the Urgot, the Tristana mid lane, everything was kind of different, I would say. So we didn't really know what to expect coming into the game, but yeah, I mean, that's why maybe we played a bit too passive in the early game. We let them come into us and we let them make their plays, so that was a pretty big mistake from us, but yeah, it worked out in the end.
And you talked a little bit about kind of adjusting to the stage, adjusting to the new environment for playing, but also how does it feel to just be playing on the world stage, knowing that this is so much bigger than anything you've experienced so far domestically?
I mean, it's a really nice feeling for sure. Like playing against international opponents, like they always have different meta, they have different ideas on how to play the game. So it's really, really fun to like maybe even talk with them and like switch ideas and like how to play the game. I think that's like what makes the League of Legends like the most fun game. Is like so many people have like so many different opinions, and like yeah, that's just really fun.
And one of those things that we've seen kind of coming out, one of those newer trends or something that we've seen more internationally is the Pantheon support, something that you played here in Game 1. I know that it's pretty common in the LCK, pretty common in other regions, but not something that we saw as much domestically in the LEC. Can you kind of run me through why that felt like the right choice for you and what you think kind of Pantheon contributes to the meta right now?
I mean, it's just a strong early game support. Like if you want early aggression or if you want prio in lane, like Pantheon is basically the pick for you because like he doesn't really lose many matchups. Like he goes even at best, at worst. So we just wanted a prio lane bot lanes to get Evelyn through the early game. And yeah, it has like global pressure as well. So if you want to drive top lane, for example, with our strong side Renekton, that would have been an option as well. It didn't happen this game because they defended pretty well with their like Alisa roams, with their Gragas roams. So yeah, but we couldn't really make that much use of the Pantheon pick, but I think it was still fine in this situation.
Well, regardless, overall, it was a win for the team, so congrats to you on your first win again. That's going to do it for us here at the interview desk. When we return, more Worlds 2020, but for now, we're going to toss it to a quick break.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
to Worlds 2020. Before we get into our second game, we do have some key updates regarding PSG Talon Esports. PSG Talon qualified for Worlds as the second seed from the PCS with a roster of Hanabi, River, Tank, Unified, and Kaiwing. Due to travel restrictions and visa requirements for entering China, River and Tank are not able to participate in the play-in stage, as they will still be in quarantine. This is also the case for Unified, but he will be available for play starting September 27th. To help teams make adjustments in case of complications due to COVID, Riot Games have implemented a limited loan program that would allow teams to borrow a player from a team in their league who received a visa for Worlds but did not end up qualifying. PSG Talon have therefore acquired Uniboy and Kongyue from AHQ as their mid-jungle duo, with free agent D will replace Unified today and tomorrow. Once Unified is back, D will not be eligible for play. So if PSG Talon qualify for the Worlds 2020 group stage, they should have their full summer roster available, but it is an incredibly tough task with 3 out of the 5 players being brand new playing together and competing on the international stage for the first time.
No, I mean, it's brutal. I mean, this is supposed to be the climax. This is supposed to be, you've worked your whole year towards celebrating all of your hard work at the world stage, and it is a shame that they won't be able to do that. It is a big change for PSG Talon. 3 new players, but how does this influence them? Now, here comes the basics. Kadril, and I apologize if this is oversimplifying, but they will not be able to play the same game of League of Legends with 4 days practice going up against these absolute pinnacle Tier 1 League of Legends teams. They have to play a different game.
Yeah, and the whole team, the whole playstyle from PSG as a team, they're just a slow, team play-oriented team. They don't stomp lanes. They don't have these pop-off moments or aggression. They just play as a team very well, and you've taken 3 pieces out of that team. So PSG, they have like the jungle mid duo from AHQ. AHQ did finish 4th in the regular split, so if they can implement some synergy from Kongyue and Uniboy into Kaiwing, try and get some synergy there with the support, then they will be fine. But a couple weeks of scrims versus maybe even a whole year for some of these teams.
They've got the brawn though, Trevor. Right? I mean, there is definitely a world where they could put these 5 pieces together, these 5 human beings, and it could gel.
Lane, win game. I think draft is going to be extremely important. I think if Uniboy and Kongyue can, bring that mid-jungle duo to potentially unlock other lanes, it's possible, but it is a huge uphill battle.
Yeah, and this game's going to be really important because later on the day they face LGD, so if they can pick up a win here and get maybe Unified back for later on, that should be good.
Yeah, get the juices flowing, but for today they are giving them the D, that's for sure. PSG Talon are starting their run against Rainbow 7 for Latin America. A familiar name with 5 brand new players, and from 5 brand new players, all of them stepping to the international stage for the first time. That's something to be excited about.
Yeah, previously known as Leon Gaming, I mean, Seiya Nodi won 12 out of 13 titles for this organization, so 5 young bloods, 5 brand new rookies on the world stage. They managed to pick up the win. They did have to reverse sweep the final, so it was a long journey.
But it's even bigger than that. Not only did they have to reverse sweep the final, because it's a gauntlet-style system, they played 14 out of 15 potential games with scores of 3-2, 3-1, 3-2. The thing I take away from that, it's mental resilience, it's fortitude, it's an ability to, not give up. And you're going to need that in terms of this play-in stage, especially when you look at the other teams in the group. But I do think their play style, they're very, very deep champion pools, and let's say they're reliable gameplay. It's a little stale. It's a little slow. I think it benefits them against this wildcard. As long as they don't get hit by a haymaker, they should have the team play to take down PSG Talon.
Right, you've got the kind of, the ugly trains you see going through the neighborhood, where they're on the tracks, they go slow, but they get a ridiculous amount of goods. You know what I'm saying? Those heavy-duty goods vehicles.
I get you.
And then you've got this loosey-goosey 3 random train drivers. They're all on one go-kart on the tracks, but there's a chance. And that's a terrible metaphor.
Yeah, and like you said, they have big champion pools. I mean, we've seen Alone likes the TF. I'm expecting a TF ban. Les has shown us Mage's bot alongside the Ashe. So deep champion pools, tank side, top side, maybe some carries on top side as well. So they're going to have to pull it out. Just play calm, play collected. Let PSG come at you. Let them make the mistakes and just capitalize on it.
And with the faces on screen, remind me, who are the names that are going to be jumping off the page or need to in the Rift?
I mean, you're definitely looking at the bot lane of Leza and Shadow. Alone has a really big champion pool as well. Like we said, I think TF is one of his favorite champions. And just looking across the board in general, they need to make sure that they're the better team and make sure that their lane phases aren't poor or like losing lane. Don't give PSG any options.
And before we do, spiral into this game, because it is moments away, I want to just reiterate something Kaiser brought up in that interview. Something I want to keep my finger on the pulse of is the fact that the environment's different and they're already acknowledging it. Mad Lions, they said they played a sketchy game today, and yes, it may have been sketchy, but the fact that he's already outlined that this change of environment is impacting gameplay is something I want to keep an eye on, because some people, you know, have their eyes on that environment, and this Worlds one clearly does feel different.
It's definitely the case, and again, you cannot deny the impact and the reality that COVID and the pandemic is having, but then combine that with the fact that so many of these players and teams have been competing online in very different scenarios. You now also have to travel halfway across the world. You know, we just talked about the fact that Rainbow Seven, first international experience, first international event, likely first time in Shanghai, can't validate that.
Sure.
But then you've then got to add on top of it that stage and the pressure that now you're coming up against the best teams in the world.
Precisely.
You're coming up against a team with 3 substitutes. There's way more pressure on Rainbow Seven right now than there is on PSG.
No, absolutely, and it is time for us to get that game underway. It's time to see what Rainbow Seven can do here in the play-ins as they look to secure Latin America's first spot in the World's group stage.
Welcome back, everybody. It's about time to jump into our second game here. I am still Clayton, Captain Flowers Reigns. I am still joined by Mr. Barinto Raz Muhammad as we're moving into our second matchup of the day. The casters on the desk already talked about it a little bit for us, but man, the story of this game, PSG Talon missing 3 out of 5 of the starting pieces on the chessboard, having to replace those. This is going to be an exercise in unity and teamwork for these players that haven't had a lot of time to practice that.
I can say this. It's either going to be fantastic or awful. Awful in the sense, I know we've talked about it. We've talked about it extensively already, how bad it can be. But, you know, the honeymoon phase is real. Because when 2 players who are coming in to a different experience, they're usually willing to concede points, to work together as a team to get the job done, because they know that they're coming in as helpers. So that's something that's going to be interesting to me. Of course, you're not going to have the same play. You're not playing the same game as you once were throughout the entirety of the PCS. So that's the unfortunate aspect of it. But I love individual players like Uniboy and Kongyue. I thought Uniboy is a fantastic Zoe player. I've always thought that. You know, we got to see both these guys on AHQ when they were playing in Rift Rivals not so long ago. Like, I think that the individual talent that they have, the play that they have together, and on top of that, remember, PSG in their season are a mid-jungle team. So just slotting in another mid-jungle that are not Korean imports, by the way. They can communicate with them very effectively. I think it's not that bad, I would say.
Now, Lilia and Lucian are both banned away on the red side. Raz, I'm gonna be honest with you here. If Lilia has anything lower than a 90% ban presence over the course of Worlds, I will be surprised. I fully expect this champion to be nothing lower than 90% pick ban across all of play-ins, across all of groups, across all of knockouts. This champion's incredibly strong and very unique in the jungle. We'll see it banned here this game. No Lucian in this game either. Shen was banned out in the previous game and will also be banned here. TF and Nidalee, the other bans early on here, along with a Graves ban coming out from the side of Rainbow Seven. Now, what's it going to be to start things off here for PSG?
Caitlyn and Ash are both available. If you're, you know, asking your bot lanes if they're comfortable in both sides, also remembering that Jhin and Senna are still up there, then you can go for a pick like Set. Remember, Set jungle despises Lilia. That's one of the worst matchups that you can have.
It's terrible.
So the fact that he recognizes that he doesn't have to deal with that or Graves, he can go for the pick. It's very flexible as well. So even if Jose Diodo goes for an Olaf pick, you can just throw the Set into the top side of the map or throw him mid. So I think it's just a really good, safe pick so they can counter pick on blue side.
All right, we got the Ashe picked up for the side of Rainbow Seven, hovering over the Zac now as well. That's a champion that can be a lot of fun to see with the wide variety of engage paths and gank options that he has available for himself. Zoe's a much more common pick. We'll see that one locked in now for the side of Rainbow Seven. And you pointed out that Caitlyn and Ashe were both available, and I think it is interesting that Rainbow Seven playing against PSG Talon is more comfortable leaving Caitlyn unbanned on red side, because when you look at PSG Talon, they're one of the teams, and I know this is weird to say in 2020 League of Legends, Raz, they don't play Caitlyn.
Yeah.
It's left open against them a lot. They don't pick it. Now, granted, yes, they're playing with a substitute AD carry this game because their starting AD carry is ineligible for the first 2 days. But this is not a team that has a lot of Caitlyn strategies. They don't use the champion. And as rare as that is, it does give you a little bit more breathing room for your bans on red side.
And something to be aware of, I know a lot of people have gotten sick and tired of seeing Ashe versus Caitlyn lanes. But Ashe on red side, you have the support counter pick. It makes it hard to play out the Caitlyn in lane. Caitlyn a lot of times wants to be able to pressure in the laning phase, has a great scaling element to it, of course, but takes away a lot of the raw strength that really people loved when it got back into the meta. So I love the Ashe pick. It's a great challenge on red side and makes it difficult for PSG to really draft around it. So they're going to go for the Senna pick, and they also have a lot of dive elements in there. Picking the Echo, that is a great Kongyue pick, by the way. He's undefeated in summer with the pick when he was on AHQ, 4-0 on his Echo. He's a great carry jungler, is widely regarded as the best jungler within the region. So like, Kongyue is a real playmaker. I love the fact that he's able to get his pick.
And I like the fact that on Rainbow 7, they did the cheeky hover there, hovering Talon against a team named PSG Talon. Just letting them know, like, hey, we don't even care. We're going to hover the champion that you're named after, and it still ain't going to matter. They lock in the Hecarim, though. This champion can be a lot of fun coming out of the jungle. One of those few junglers that you see that doesn't normally go for an immediate jungle item. Instead, the Trinity Force is the name of the game for him, looking for that big combat power spike. You talked about Evelyn needing an expensive item in the previous game. Well, the Trinity Force is about as pricey as it gets. Now, we're banning out some top laners come this second round of bans, my friend. It is Renekton removed from the pool and Ornn to join it.
Yeah, so Hanabi has played quite a bit of Ornn in the summer split. He does respect the pick and doesn't want to go into it if red side is going to get top lane bans as well. So I want to see what his blind pick is going to be. GP is what he's been widely famous for. So you may be able to get a Gangplank game out of Hanabi.
Olaf banned out here as well, taking away some of that power that Olaf can be flexed to the top lane sometimes. I mean, it's much rarer than like a jungle Olaf, but it is doable. That's the last ban here going to be. Okay, Pantheon is out. No support Pantheon being played this game.
We'll have to see where the set's going. That's where the mystery is.
Right.
Because if it is a set top lane, then you can just go out and straight up pick your support here. But if it's a set support, the Pantheon ban makes sense. It makes it easier for the set to play it out there. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going up against. Set bot lane, I think, versus Ashe, honestly, is awful. And if they end up picking up the Leona, then I think they will opt into a set top lane.
Yeah, a champion with no sort of mobility going up against a champion that automatically slows you with any action it takes. Pretty much a recipe for a bad time, but...
Talk to me, Cap. Seems like you're talking from experience.
No, we ain't going to get any deeper into it, man. We're not going to open up them wounds.
All right.
We got a Leona locked in here. Coupling with the power of the slows from the Ashe, we've just got Chain CC coming out of every possible direction here with the Leona. The power of this champion to start off and engage can also set up the easy arrow for the Ashe to be able to hit, or if you can manage to hit that Hail Mary arrow, you're guaranteed follow-up if you've got Leona. Now, in our first game, we saw Mad Lions ban the Bard against INTZ, but the Bard is not banned this game and will be played by PSG Talon as Camille is locked in as their final pick of the draft. Camille is one of those champions, not really that much of a flex pick, my friend. Camille is drafted, she goes to the top lane. That means we're going to be seeing the set somewhere else.
I would say the set goes mid, just based off the experience that Kongyue has had with the Echo. Has not played that many games of set. So I would expect that to be it. But I mean, the beauty of blue side, honestly, if you have flex picks like this, is that it just makes it harder for Rainbow 7 to recognize what they're really going up against. So you're going to have the Mordekaiser. I love Mordekaiser versus Camille. Some of the toughest compositions in League of Legends is Galio Camille. And one of the greatest picks to kind of completely nullify that, Mordekaiser Ultimate. So it's going to be easy for Rainbow 7 if they get into a side lanes, 1v2 for Mordekaiser to rip her into ulti, to buy time for the team to come through. Rainbow 7 has concocted what is a good, pick composition. They have Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Ashe Arrow, Leona ulti, and Hecarim. Like, they have so many engage types that they should feel comfortable even if they exhaust just one.
They've got a lot of engage types, but when you look across the board, when you look at what PSG Talon has in their arsenal, I see a lot of ability to buy time. I see a lot of ability to resist the force of that engage. Bard ulti can keep somebody alive in a stasis for 2.5 seconds. Set doesn't die. That's part of what the champion is. The massive shield will be able to buy him a lot of time as well. Camille has the ability to dodge things with the iframe of her Hextech ultimatum, and Echo needs no explanation because of the fact that he can reset the entirety of his health bar. This team will have ways to attempt to outplay that incredible engage.
Yeah, it can be a scrappy game, this one. which is going to be interesting because both teams domestically, yeah, we both want that. We've been hearing a lot from both these teams, by the way, and how slow they can be in the early portions of the game, and we don't want that stuff.
Absolutely not. This is Worlds. If you're playing a slow style in Worlds, it means usually you're used to being the alpha creature of the what is the word? The biodome is. I'm trying to think of the science word and it just ain't coming to me, man.
No, we using biodome now. You've already walked us into it.
Yeah, this is biodome now. But they're used to being that top of the food chain wherever they're from. They're able to play slow and just outscale because they're better. But oftentimes we see when teams take a strategy like that to international competition, you're not able to rely on being better. You have to make plays. You have to seize opportunities. And that's what I want to see from both of these teams. We know that PSG Talon has a low activity early game trend. They get leads. They're consistent in getting leads, but it's small leads. It's these kind of leads that you've got to build up with later. It's not even the beginning of a snowball. It's just the snow falling into your hand. I need to see a full-on snowball fight coming out of these guys.
Yeah, and from the film that I've watched, I've liked PSG Talon a little bit more. And of course, they have 3 new members, but for me, Kai Wing, the support, and even if you just watch how Kongyue is played within AHQ, they have great timers in which they do set up vision for themselves. So whenever they do play slow, it feels like it's turning into overall map pressure. Where for Rainbow 7, a lot of the times, I've watched their Herald setups, I've watched their Dragon setups, and a lot of the times, they do rely on individual skill. Because it can be scrappy because the information that they have based off the vision, or at least the positioning that they have that should be advantageous, isn't that good. So they're not nearly as refined as I would want them to be. Hopefully, they would have actually worked on that, you know, from the time that they had in playoffs till this very moment. That's the beauty of boot camps, is that they can really feel like a different beast.
And one thing that I picked up from the information that I was looking into in the prep that I was doing for these teams is that when you look at Rainbow 7 and the way they play around objectives, this team doesn't have the ability to look at the objective and say, this is a bad fight. They don't. Rainbow 7 wants to fight for neutral objectives. Yeah. Sometimes to their detriment, sometimes not. But this team, if they want to find success in a situation like this, in a best-of-1 round robin with teams from regions all over the world that they don't have experience against, I'm expecting them to temper that decision-making a bit, refine that, be able to look at a situation and just say,
And if they're just flatly better players individually, sometimes you can work and you can get away with it.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see, because when they went up against All Knights in that finals, everyone expected All Knights to be the representative. They were just by far the better team throughout the regular season, right? But it was Rainbow 7 that was the team that stuck sturdy, that was resilient. We talked about it being a reverse sweep. It was, when I was watching the game, it was the most reverse of reverse sweeps, because they were honestly one play away, one fight away from the series just being a 3-0. Like, I was like, how did All Knights lose that fight? That kind of vibe, right?
The sweepingest of reverse sweeps, where they bring out the whole dang street sweeper and just clean house with everybody.
Oh, they did it in broad daylight too. They didn't wait for the citizens to be at home sleeping. That 4 a.m., you know, street cleaning, nah. They wanted the world to see that. And so Rainbow 7, yeah, tough is an understatement. They are a really tough team, and so if you challenge them in fights, we already saw how close the last game was up against Mad Lions. Anything can happen.
Quick update for everybody watching from home right now. We are not just talking about street sweeper analogies because we can. Rainbow 7's mid laner is currently adjusting some settings as we work to get into the game. And as soon as those settings are taken care of and everything is confirmed as good to go, we will be hopping onto Summoner's Rift for our second game of the day here in the 2020 Worlds play-in stage. Now, Rainbow 7, who previously operated under the name Lion Gaming, when you look at their history, they have a total of 13 championship victories.
Yep.
That is a lot of victories, my friend.
And they had such insane players too. Audi, Seiya. They even had like White Lotus, like these players that were just world renowned because they would come to international events and they would show how skillful they were. Let's begin a new story.
Yeah.
Let's see something from Rainbow 7. Hell yeah.
These guys are all new to the international stage here, despite the fact that they come from the org with the storied legacy. The players themselves are fresh and ready to battle, and as we saw in the previous game, those fresh players can sometimes be incredibly hungry. The Mad Lions brought their rookie roster out here and were able to find themselves a win. Now we'll see if Rainbow 7 can bring these players new to international competition to victories of their own. This is also, Raz, I would like to point out, the second game in a row featuring 2 different teams where we got a dude named Shadow.
That's true.
I am very glad that those 2 teams have not played each other.
I hope they do.
Why would you say that?
I hope they do.
That is going to be so confusing, not just for people at home, but for me.
I would love for you to cast the game
where Shadow kills Shadow, Raz.
You need that. Maybe that will boost your creativity. You could start talking. Maybe you start talking Sonic, right? Sonic versus Shadow. You could do something like that.
Oh my!
I have
that's
faith
how
in you.
I level it up.
We need that.
Oh my God! All right, all right. If that happens, you better be there too, because we're going to be stuck in that leaky boat together.
I'm opting out of that one.
We're going down with the ship. You are not allowed to condemn me to that and then just dip when the going gets rough. Speaking of the going getting rough, we'll see how this set lane works up against the Zoe, as he is going to be taking a beating there early on. Oh, that blue buff looked like he was awfully close to losing his patience, my friend.
Yeah, a little too close.
Just like a half a second.
I was sweating. I'll say just kind of taking note here from the Keystones here, because from Hecarim's you do have 2 options. You can go into the Conqueror's path or you can go into Phase Rush. I've seen Phase Rush being picked up versus usually like really speedy matchups like Graves, so you want to be able to chase them down. As well, if you feel like Conqueror's is too much, right? If it's just an overkill, if you feel like you can still take the matchup. So I like the fact that he did that versus Echo. Echo won't have that movement speed advantage that he once did, so very nice to see that in the early game.
I also like the fact that Phase Rush allows Hecarim an exit path. A lot of times, Conqueror Hecarim, once he goes into the fight, he's not getting out unless everybody else around him is dead. You just don't have the tools left to remove yourself from the situation. Phase Rush Hecarim, because of the fact that you're diving in with the ulti, you're immediately hitting them with both your W and the damage from your Q. Phase Rush is getting procced. Unless they have immediate chain hard CC to blow you up, you will have an exit opportunity because of the speed and the slow resist. Now, Jose Deodo is going to go ahead and pick up his red buff here after doing a full clear of his bottom side. We'll see if the horse can get himself involved in the lanes. That top lane is very far pushed up. With Mordekaiser underneath the turret, they might be able to facilitate some sort of a play. Hanabi with the ward in the tri-brush will be able to see Hecarim if he comes up here. And with Echo also hanging around, ooh, nice pull. Hanabi not taking any turret shots, though.
One thing I want to notice, of course, Shadow looking for a roam here. It's a good timer just because he did get a base off for his AD carry, so it's nice to see a lot of pressure being put down mid lane because it's literally just the most important lane for both teams to get things going. So want to be able to see if Uniboy is able to get a nice flash pull for his team. If he gets that, then that would just mean a lot. Of course, that's going to be flash from Zoe if he's able to do it.
Here comes your parallel convergence. Flash pull, it doesn't hit. Flash from Zoe, you said it. Raz, you're like, you got the gift, my friend.
Oh, but there's more.
What's going on? But now it's a 3-man collapse. Here comes Zoe, getting himself away alone, trying to run away alone, trying to get back to his team. Rainbow 7 coming to make sure the man's got an escape route. Now D is still waiting around the corner here. This could be a 4v4 if the teams go for it. I don't think they're going to, as Shadow takes a bit of damage here, gets rooted up, but there's no follow-up there. That could have been something crazy, but everybody walks away with a couple summoner spells worse for wear.
Yep, but it's beautiful to see, you know, Nimbus Cloak, Zoe, get away from anything. I mean, I love Zoe, and you know that. I play a lot of Zoe.
I am all too familiar with how much you play Zoe.
And she is so damn, like, basically slippery.
She's hard to kill.
Yeah. It was a really nice attempt coming in from PSG to get the kill on top of her. And honestly, if you were to look towards D and Kaiwing to look for a collapse, maybe it could have happened. But that's something that Rainbow 7 would have wanted to have happen. I think if they take a fight early on in this game, then they would be able to win it. D and Kaiwing recognized that, and they let him get away.
Jose Deodo hanging out here in the bottom lane, seeing if maybe there's an opportunity to force a gank, but considering PSG Talon is still pretty far back, considering they have a Bard that can slow down the Hecarim as he tries to engage anyway, there's not really a chance to have a successful engage there. So with Hecarim going back to base, shopping up. Here's what I was talking about too. The Hecarim not going for anything beyond the initial Hunter's Talisman in terms of jungle items, immediately picks up the Sheen instead.
Yeah.
Generally the timer that you look for that Trinity Force completion is around 14 minutes for the Hecarim to be able to be effective and be on the mark for where he needs to be at that point in the game.
Yeah, and it's a really snowballing matchup if you ever go up against the Hecarim, because also goes into Death Stance afterwards. Like, it's just really difficult.
Ooh,
how much damage?
Talk about difficult.
Oh!
The Bard nearly getting killed, but he walks on top of 3 different health packs. He keeps himself alive, but now he walks right back into the fight, and the damage goes through. They can't quite kill him off. Rainbow 7 is in some trouble. The backup has arrived. Kongyue is here. It's a first blood. It's a second blood. It's a bloodbath in the bottom lane.
That has to be the most tilting moment in League. Who died?
Wow. How in the world did Bard manage to calculate that so well? He was on the last tick of his health bar before Ignite kills him off. Walk on top of the health pack, walk on top of the next one, and watch this, a third for good measure.
Oh my god, that should have been an easy dub here for Leza. Even had the item advantage from the earlier cheater. Ignite being pushed down, but still couldn't secure the kill. Hell, this looked like a free one here from Leza because Kaiwing walks up too close, but is still able to get out of harm's way.
This is just incredible. Both bottom lane players from the side of PSG Talon living with under 100 HP. If that happens in solo queue, that's one of the ones that you're applying head to desk, just frustrated with how that goes. Rainbow 7 end up losing both of their bottom laners here, but now it will not deter them. Shadow going in yet again. Zenith Blade able to find the mark. Here's the horse, the course. Onslaught of shadows. The cavalry has arrived. The health packs aren't there this time around. A nice binding underneath the turret onto Shadow. That will be a trade kill. Nicely done there by the Bard to make sure that there's at least some sort of a response. But Rainbow 7 bite back.
Yeah, and that's a huge wave lost there for D. Because at the end of the day, like, they're able to just kind of rehash that play. No vision there to catch Jose Diodo. And the lane is just in a volatile position. So Kongyue needed to be there. It just really feels tough after the last one where you feel happy able to get that kill. You think you have at least a little bit of time. But nice. It's nice double down from Rainbow 7 to get the kills.
And now, with that Hecarim at level 6, you saw the playmaking power there, how much more it adds to his ganks to be able to do that. Passing off the second blue buff, going back to base to shop up and re-enter the map, refueled and ready to go. His red buff will also be respawned by the time he gets back out onto the Rift. Not sure about his goal. Let's see if he has... Yes, okay. He has the price point he needs to get another Trinity Force piece. When you're building Trinity Force, you really like to be able to grab another piece every time you go back to base and not be stuck with the garage sale tier 1 parts. Hanabi gets himself away, as these top lane trades against the Mordekaiser can be really scary if you stick around for too long. Also, Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. Pretty scary thing, as you can see half of Set's health bar disappear.
And just kind of going back to the point about Hecarim, there are a few junglers out there that really require really stable lane states. You don't want to be pulling Hecarim constantly. You want to be having him build out these experience advantages. Now, in this case, of course, being able to go for the gank bot side, Kongyue has been the one that has been focusing pretty heavily towards his camps. But the point being made, Hecarim would love to be able to get a full clear of his camp so he can get to that Trinity Force mark. You have to be confident in how strong your jungler can be in this game.
Yep. Gotta look out for the jungle the same way the jungle looks out for you, and now the junglers are involved here in the top side. Kongyue shows up. Remember that Mordekaiser's ulti is great at buying time in these situations. Backup will arrive soon. Rainbow 7's trying to bring in the boys to keep their top laner alive, but it will not work. Kongyue gets the kill, and it's a 4-2 game for PSG Talon.
Yeah, perfect timing on that W from Echo there. Recognized when Ase would be able to come back. Was able to nail him down. Of course, that does mean that they are trading sides there. It's going to be hard already for D and Kaiwing in this matchup. They do need a bailout. Hopefully that comes out soon after the kill top side.
PSG Talon with 4 players top. There's no reason not to go after the Rift Herald here. I like the Trouble Bubble attempt at trying to cheekily steal that one away, but it will not land. Eyeball is picked up. Considering they got the eye before 10 minutes, that means they'll have the entirety of its duration to use it to grab some plate money. And we got 6 kills at 9 minutes. Based on the stats that I was seeing for these two teams, I didn't think we were going to have this much action early on, Mr. Razzleplasm.
Yeah, and so that's why kind of the lessons being learned in between from how they were playing in domestic region and then how they ended up going through in their boot camp to get to this state. I'm always interested in that. Especially once you start playing in the super server in Chinese solo queue, a lot of these players are really going up there, and you recognize how high impact it can be if you're just constantly on the map fighting. So it can change how you play.
Jose Diodo down here in the bottom half of the map yet again. Previous game, we did not see the first dragon taken until about 12 minutes in. We're on track for a similar situation here this time. And of course, as soon as I say it, they make me wrong.
Yeah, you
as the horse goes in, we're going to solo that one down. Will be spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom, but that doesn't scare him all the way away. He knows his mid laner has prio. His support's roaming up to help him here too. Looking to maybe engage on the Ashe here in the bottom lane. Lisa needs to get himself out. Flash away. Kongyue is still going even further in here for the damage, but Rainbow 7 now has more players down here in this bottom lane. Zenith Blade connects. Kongyue could be the man in trouble. Goes into the chrono break. Arrow coming through. TP going down. Here comes the set as well. It's a 5-man counterattack from PSG Talon, and they pick up the kill on the Shadow.
Yeah, I loved from the very beginning of it how Rainbow 7 were just focusing on the dragon. And it was LGD that was taking a step back and buying a lot of time. But they thought that they had the numbers advantage there to go on towards what they felt was Kongyue just going too far in.
And now Kongyue has summoned up Shelly in the bottom lane. Here she is. This is just the casual Rift Herald drop for 2 plates and 300 gold. We criticized a little bit the use of the Rift Herald in the previous game because it was 1 second too late because they wanted to get full turret value instead of just 2 plates. This time around, no such thing to be said. PSG Talon says, we got some free money standing. Let's just go ahead and take it. Shelly summoned up. They cash in. Everybody goes home. 2-0-2 here on Kongyue's Echo. Very nice early performance coming from this guy who's not even on the normal roster.
Yeah, and he's their win condition. That's how much faith that they have in him. They recognize how talented of a player he was when they brought him into the team, and also how strong his Echo was, and they built a composition around it. Senna is going to be boosting up how he plays the game. It's, you know, also Set is also going to be setting up like these incredible ultimates, so then Echo can follow up. And he's the one that's receiving all of these goals. Not just from the kills, of course, not just like from the time being spent just farming up, but also just with the Rift Herald play, a lot of it went in his pockets. And so from just talking about how you utilize Rift Herald, there are 3 methods. One is so you can get priority for Dragon, one so you can get full turret, and the other one is just to boost your main man.
Yup.
And Kongyue is that man.
Man, you were saying that this could either go to heaven or hell with these players being coordinated and going for that honeymoon phase. Well, this is one of those bougie rich people honeymoons that cost like $50,000 and they're popping hella bottles of wine and having a great time. And now in the bottom lane, Rainbow 7's in some trouble here again. The Ashe is going to be the target. The damage comes down. This should be 2 free and easy kills. Buy 1, get 1 free. Kongyue is going on a killing spree, 3-0-3 here on the Echo.
That's a lot of unity for me, man. PSG are the better team, it feels like. They are a real unit, and they're making it pay. The fact that Uniboy going bot side to help out D and Kaiwing that were in a lot of trouble in this game. We get bursted down here a little bit, though, but you can take that damage.
Yep, not worried. Not worried at all. He's still set. Even if the horse tries to dive him, ulti included, he has the haymaker that he can drop underneath the turret and keep himself alive. And when we're looking across the board here, one thing that Rainbow 7 do have going for them, we got some farm leads, but we'll talk about that here after we see the replay. Kaiwing going in on the Bard, the initiation of the Tempered Fate finds its mark.
And Kaiwing is 5-1 domestically on that Bard. Really damn confident on that. Has been playing it a lot in the Super Server. And it shows. That's practice right there.
Gets him at the very edge of the ring. Previously, when they tried to use that to engage down here, he missed it by just a sliver. But this time around, he had it dialed in. The accuracy was improved. And PSG Talon currently command a 1,500 gold lead over their opponents 14 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Now, no more money to be made from plates. Those have fallen. But the next Drake is up in about 90 seconds. Mountain already taken. Infernal will be next. Means we either get Ocean Soul or we get the Clouds.
And it's all about the work behind the play, because for me, before the game started, I had more faith in PSG just because of, at least within the PCS, just how well-rounded the team was and how they got vision, how they set up for plays, that I didn't get to see that from Rainbow 7. I didn't get to see that a lot from the Latin American region. So in this sense, Kaiwing had great setup towards the tri-bush and bot side. They also knew that the bot lane wave was pushing into them. It's an easy play to set up for. And if LGD and Shadow respect it, where are they going to go? They can swap towards top side, but more realistically, they needed to really bring their teammates in, and they didn't get to do it on time.
And look at the way that PSG Talon plays. For these guys, it's not about individual domination in lanes or in matchups. They're down in farm pretty much across the board with the exception of top lane. but the way that these guys play together as a team is the highlight of their squad. This is how they find their wins. This is how they find their advantages. And for a squad like Rainbow 7, they need to be able to answer that. We need to see some sort of a response to this, because at any point when we're scrolling around looking at the setup of a play, I feel like we're always looking at more PSG players on the screen.
Yeah, 10 seconds before the Infernal Dragon, and they have their control ward in dot bush and line bush. Those are the two most important placements that you want to have it there. Because then Rainbow 7, if they want to contest for this dragon, that's a lot of HP that they're going to miss out. Because they're going to get pelted constantly, or a fight that Uniboy can set up for. Right now, you can see where Bard is, just checking if it's going to be contested. So Rainbow 7 are going to respect that. But for how long? You have to be playing towards these Drakes. Oh. And here we go.
There it is. The CC's coming through. The damage is going down. Alone is all alone underneath the turret. Kongyue needs a little bit more damage. The Senna ulti, I like where he was coming from. I just don't quite like that it was a little bit early. Does not matter. He was there in spirit. Kongyue is there to make sure he gets the kill anyway. And now the mid lane push from PSG Talon will find a little bit of damage onto this tier 1. Shadow trying to rotate up with his jungler here to stop this turret from taking an excessive amount of damage, but I don't think PSG Talon are having any of it. They scare their opponents back away. They're looking to take the turret down. This will be first turret bonus here for the side of PSG Talon.
It's going to turn into a lot, because they're getting so much on the map. Not just this mid lane turret. They're going to be looking to chip at top lane a little bit, but the biggest prize for me is Rift Herald. So now you prime top lane just a little bit. I think they should base. They shouldn't rush to being able to place Rift Herald right now. But that's so much off that pick through mid. PSG just feel like a cleaner team. They feel like they're always on the same page, which goes back to the point that, you know, while they have 3 new members, that honeymoon period of saying, yeah, well, we just want to know what our priorities are. What do we want to value as a team? What compositions are we playing? Do we prioritize Drakes more than Rift Herald if it's up? Like, all of these things, as long as you get all of that on the same page, no egos in the room, you can make it work. And that's what they're doing. I love what I'm seeing here, because Uniboy and Kongyue are making their moment at Worlds worthwhile.
Kongyue especially, and look at the itemization. Man, Raz, I love to see this. You go from Runic Echoes, strong starter item, of course, gives you that extra power in the jungle, into Proto Belt, extra instant burst on Echo, a champion who, one of his balance points is the fact that his damage is a bit more staggered than most others. Proto Belt dealing with that a little bit. And then the cherry on top of the sundae, the BM book, Medjai's Soul Stealer, looking to add a couple more names in his death note and keep on farming these kills. Ase needs to get himself the hell out of town. Flashing away from the Tempered Fate would have sealed his doom. You can see the Magical Journey already ready for that one, as Uniboy gets himself away from Jose Diodo. Considering he's got the Dead Man's Plate, he's not too scared about getting run down here and can just walk away.
And even with the nerf going in towards tank set, I mean, the identity of the champion is still there. He's hard to push out in mid lane, he's easy to set up for ganks, and just a strong team fighter overall. So I just love what I'm seeing from the set pick, and I think that he's playing this one out well. All right, they're going to go for this.
Uniboy's tanking it up. Laser trying to get away from the turret here now, but the counterattack from PSG Talon is already there. Jose Diodo stuck underneath the turret. He's going to be taken down. Hanabi grabbing the kill, and now Ase's back into the fight, but how is he even going to do it? Walking around, he's got the passive storming up. It's a 1 for nothing trade. The enemy jungler down, and PSG Talon will not look to take anything further.
Wherever Kaiwing is, that's where the fight is. That boy is across the map, making plays happen. That one didn't work out all too well, but they bounced Rainbow 7 off that side of the map.
And look at the kill participation on PSG Talon, Raz. 8 out of 9 for both bottom lane players. 7 out of 9 for the jungler. The 2 solo lanes not as involved, considering most of the plays have been around that bottom lane, though that is understandable. But 3 out of 5 of these players have been part of pretty much everything they've done. The teamwork between these 3 has really been showing up, with Kongyue being one of those substitute players, with D being one of those substitute players. And remember, he's the one who doesn't have all that fresh experience. He's not the one immediately coming in from a starting roster of another team in the league. So the fact that things are going this well for this team, I'm really impressed with what they've been able to do with this sub-heavy roster.
Yeah, and I think it really showcases the leadership from the players that are there, which is Kaiwing for me. That the fact that a lot of these plays are being led by him to get these things going. Now, taking a second look at this, I was concerned because whenever you go for a play like this, that's a lot of confidence that you think you can deny the one window that Rainbow 7 have. But they do it because Kai Wing is here and he thinks he can get the job done. That being said, Rainbow 7 do have at least Zoe rotating, so they have to back away from that. But that just goes to show how strong right now PSG is. So PSG Talon, I think right now have been performing really well. They are really targeting this Ashe right now. Every time Ashe flash cooldown is down, they're just trying constantly on cooldown to look for a Bard ultimate, and they're doing it right now. Let the boy live. Let him go.
Well, the Drake's about to spawn, so I don't think everybody's going to be alive too much longer. I would expect PSG Talon to be very possessive over this bottom lane river. This is theirs for the taking. I do not think anybody from Rainbow 7 will be able to contest it. And we've been singing the praises of PSG for a game well played so far in these 21 minutes. But now, Dr. Raz, I need you to write me a prescription for Rainbow 7. What do they need to do to cure this game where they are seemingly stuck in a position where their opponents are always making the plays, because this just keeps happening? Now they're having their support get caught out. With Leona stuck in the parallel convergence, Rainbow 7 are having to disengage. Here comes the counterattack, though, and into the back line, they're able to find the damage onto D. Hextech Ultimatum goes through, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 with Jose Diodo out of the picture. Ase's trying to buy himself a little bit of time. He is in the Shadow Realm now, trying to walk away. Uniboy's already ready, able to find that face breaker into a minion. The stun is there. The follow-up is out. Kongyue is unstoppable. Alone, stuck alone against the Camille, but he manages to get himself out just barely. Kongyue chasing after. Chilling smite into the hit for the kill. Underneath the turret, the Ashe will kite away. Shadow and Leza, the only men still standing here, and PSG Talon, 1 for 3.
Dr. Raz is saying that it's hard, man. That was literally the prescription I was going to say. You go, look for those scraps. That flank that was coming through from Mordekaiser looked really good at the very beginning. As long as you can kind of cheat your timers, work as a team, and try and make it so you have 5 man constantly playing for the right play. So if you ever think that Hanabi is going to be playing towards the side lane, look for a play like this. But Hanabi actually rotates in the bottom lane. He wants to be a part of the play. Even with the advantages that he has, he doesn't want to be on side lane. And so even with Ase and the Hecker Room coming in, Jose Diodo, thinking that they got to pick on towards the 80 carry, it wasn't enough because the Camille was there.
See the arrow coming in there, just trying to follow up here a little bit. Yeah, Ase's stuck in the Shadow Realm, so he doesn't immediately get blown up 1v4 there, but then Uniboy knows where to position, man. You can still see that flashing light of where Mordekaiser's going to come out of the ulti, and with Hanabi trying to chase down alone, he got him low enough, and then here comes Kongyue, the terror of the Rift this entire game, going as deep as he can before he has to use the Chrono Break to get back out, and we've still got ourselves a 4,000 gold game here in the favor of PSG Talon. Only neutral objective they can fight over on the map right now is the Baron. I don't know if they're feeling confident enough to really try to force their opponents to come meet them there. Alone on this Zoe in defensive posturing. Right now it looks like Rainbow 7, man, look at where the wards are on the map. Having to put a bunch of wards in their own territory, trying to stay protected here. Ase versus Hanabi here in the side. Shadow Realm being used. Let's see if he's able to find meaningful damage onto the Camille. Has to pop the shield. Tries to bring down the Q. A nice dodge with the Hextech Ultimatum. And Hanabi gets him with the uppercut kick. There comes Hecarim to make it a 1-for-1, but now where's the rest of the fight going to go? A nice stun coming out from the Bard, making sure Shadow's not able to get himself away. This fight is not going to be ending here just yet. Leza tries to get himself away. Shadow's walking out. The Ashe is already down, and Kongyue is godlike. More damage flowing through as a double kill pops up for the Echo, and Alone stands alone underneath the turret.
Oh, you ain't going
right
nowhere.
Next to him. It's a 2 versus 4, and they're going to be absolutely eviscerated underneath this tier 2 turret. Alone pops away, pops right back, and pops into an early grave. Ace PSG Talon.
Pure domination. PSG are just that good. They heard them naysayers, and they are coming up big this game versus Rainbow 7.
Rainbow 7 are just slowly slipping away from this game. Ase losing the 1v1.
Oh, let's take a look at this.
And watch how Hanabi plays this.
Yeah, I was concerned for Ase there because the cooldown was coming up for E and the Q for him. But it was getting real close. Like, Ase felt that when he flashed forward. But man, even that passive magic shield there was just enough for him to feel even that much more confident.
And then there's your follow-up. The Leona getting stuck in the wall. Bard's stuns have some crazy hitboxes sometimes.
Yeah, that wasn't a wall, but you know what? Developers think otherwise.
They think otherwise, and those thoughts are enough to get us to where we are right now. And then, man, this is just the feeling of impending doom for the two remaining Rainbow 7 players who are stuck in the Tier 2 turret and cannot get away. You can see behind the scenes there, Coach is happy about the way that one played out. 17-4, Raz. 17-4. That is not a close kill spread. 9-0 and 5. And my friend, I would like to direct your eyes.
I was about to say.
Towards a very important number.
That's a good number too, huh?
Yeah, even more important than the 9 in the kill column for Kongwei. Even more important than the 0 in the death column. A 25 in the Medjai's Soul Stealer column.
You know what day it is too? It's the 25th. I'm just saying it's a good number.
Planned it.
It's a good number.
Planned it. This Echo has just been an absolute force of nature here on this map so far. Ocean Drake is alive now. If PSG Talon grab this one, I say if because I have to be polite, but it's more of a win.
Yep.
Not even any sort of a contest here from Rainbow 7. They know they're not in a position to contest that in open ground. That is sole point now for PSG Talon. 5 minutes from here, Rainbow 7 must either contest that or surrender a very powerful Ocean Soul to a team that is already damn hard to kill.
And I'm going to take a step back and say what I really love and I appreciate about PSG. Well, you know, I might have to back away because Kaiwing is looking for a kill. This guy doesn't stop, by the way.
All right, we'll go with love and appreciation until we have to divert to murder.
Okay, I'll try. Oh, he just keeps looking. He's just staring him down.
He's on the prowl. Rainbow 7 goes for a bubble onto Hanabi, but man, Hanabi can just jump away. You can't go for a pick onto the Camille. He'll get away every single time.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly go out and say it because I love a team that is so damn good at the fundamentals of being able to know where to place their wards, when to be on the map for the major objectives. All of these things I feel like are being done perfectly by PSG. And then even going above and beyond and testing their limits when they have that lead. They're not going to just play lame when they have that advantage and know that they're the superior team, because the longer the game goes on, you do get an opportunity for Rainbow 7 to respond.
Yeah.
So they're really trying to squeeze that advantage that they have and find those kills on Rainbow 7.
Rainbow 7 stuck next to the walls of their own base. I commented on the ward line earlier, and it's not really much of a line. Raz, we got 2 wards from Rainbow 7 next to the walls of their own base. The rest of the map is owned by PSG Talon. They're choking Rainbow 7 back into their own territory that is only held by towers.
Yeah.
Anything past a tower is dark and full of terrors. And if you're from Rainbow 7, you better have at least a couple other dudes backing you up, because PSG Talon could always be lurking around the corner. You could always have Hanabi there ready to issue the Hextech ultimatum. Kaiwing could always toss in a Tempered Fate looking for yet another pick. There are so many ways for this team to kick things off. And considering how they've outplayed so far in the fights, how they've built themselves this meaningful lead, Rainbow 7 will have to find some sort of a perfect execution to really come out ahead.
Yeah, so if I take it from another angle, because there have been many scrims or games that look like this for a team on Rainbow 7 side, but you don't want to, you know, FF that early.
Right.
You want to be in these positions and ask your team, like, what can you play for? Like, you talked about the vision control. Well, what do you want to fight for? Where is your line of defense that, let's just say, the control ward that right now they have next to the Raptor camp? Hey, man, if Kaiwing is looking to clear that ward out, that's a vision you can fight for. That's something that you feel like you can at least chip at HP. And also the next objective, of course, looking for a steal on Baron. Let's see if Rainbow 7 get that done.
One of the nice parts about having the Ashe is you do get the vision that is guaranteed there with the Hawk shot, so they're at least able to be
Look at Smite for the Zoe.
That the Baron is being taken down. Ward over the wall from Shadow sees Baron at about a 3rd HP. Now it's Camille dealing with Hecarim. He's stuck in the Hextech ultimatum. He's burning away. He's got 50 HP left. Over the wall goes Kongwei, a beautiful 3-man facebreaker into a 4-man haymaker as Alone is trying to get himself away. It's a sleepy set, but he flashes over the wall. Take a nap and enjoy your rest. Everybody from the side of Rainbow 7 is going to be run down. Hanabi's getting himself away. He takes the mace to the face, but it's still going to be the ace. PSG Talon will rend them asunder.
Bard said, take that 1v1. Yeah, you want it? Put me in that ultimate, I'll slap you. This is just so fun to see because the right play was to take the fight and PSG do it. Because looking across at Rainbow 7, not only did they have the jungler with Smite, Zoe was willing to also play alongside with that with the Smite that she picked up herself. So don't put yourself in a 50-50. challenge them in the fight. You've been slamming them throughout the entire game, and you pulled them so far away from their base, there is no exit option for the team.
So the one little bit of a silver lining here is they did kill Echo.
That's true.
The fight starts off with your jungler stuck like here. That Q2 from Camille did half a Hecker himself.
That's insane. He tried to escape, but only really the Ghost did that. So, yeah.
His Ghost ran off to horse heaven.
It's a little bit crazy, but yeah, at least the positive, you're right. Getting a kill on towards the Echo does mean that the Magi stacks does go down. But, you know, Rainbow 7, I think they also did stop the Baron. So there are a lot of things that you look back at this and you say this was pretty catastrophic. But we really want to elongate the game.
Yeah, that's all you can really do at this point. 2 different QSSs have also been up for quite a while here on PSG Talon, making sure that they can't be the target of the chain CC from the Ashe or Leona here. Both Set and Senna are immune to that. I particularly like it on the Set, who is just that big frontline meatball for the squad, making sure that even if he ever might be able to be killable because of chain CC, that's just not going to happen anymore. As Parallel Convergence goes down, Tempered Fate comes out, doesn't find the mark, but Uniboy's still looking to chase these guys. Kongyue going after Alone, taking him down to half HP here already. Shadow going to be tanking up in the middle of everybody, but Hanabi's able to find some damage down onto the value members. Leza might be taken out here first in the fight. There's your kick for the damage, kick for the kill. Over the wall he goes, able to find another. Alone into the stasis. That's a nice golden corpse you've got there, my friend. Double kill for Hanabi as D kites away. Jose Diodo should be able to find the kill here, but that is a 1 for 3. Likely to become a 1 for 4 as the Haymaker will keep the Set alive just fine. Jose Diodo charging in valiantly to his own demise. Ace yet again for PSG Talon.
Slow but steady, PSG just ran them over. And there's just no way you could, once again, they took so long to get the kill on towards D. There's so much sustain in this comp, and they were able to come out ahead. They may have lost their AD carry. This game looks like a dub to me.
We've got 5 seconds before the bottom lane of Rainbow 7 is back alive, but that's still a 2 versus 4 right here on this potential game ender from PSG Talon. Shadow will try to hold the line here in the front. Tempered Fate coming out. Ashe could be going down. They're stuck in the stasis. Leza likely going to be sent back into the spawn platform the hard way right here. Now they're still going to be getting themselves away. Shut down onto Hanabi, but it will not matter. Nexus is gone. GG, well played. PSG Talon win their first game at Worlds 2020.
And that was a statement game for people that were looking at that team cross-eyed, thinking that losing 3 players would really shut the coffin for them. Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
It shut the coffin for the enemy team. This is not an open casket when you lose at that sort of a deficit. PSG Talon came out and looked impressive. And not just in spite of their substitutions, but because of their substitutions. Kongyue easily the MVP for this game. The plays he was making on the Echo, how much he was committed to being all over the map and inspiring so much aggression from the rest of his team. Kaiwing with this Bard, setting up so many plays. Everybody on PSG Talon did their job, and the team looked like a very coherent, cohesive unit.
Yeah, they were all on point. And it's interesting because I always wonder what the conversations are behind the scene for the team, right? What are the conversations like in terms of how they want to play the game? Because River and Tank, the actual jungler and mid laners for the team of PSG, are much more slow pace. Like, I know Tank, I've seen him in the LPL. He was playing with Snake at some point. He's the type of person to play mage mid laners, to want to slowly take out, like, front to back team fights. But the team was all aboard the carry hype train with Kongyue. And so these looks like it's going to be what they're playing for the rest of these, you know, group stages here and play-ins. And it's going to be the other teams that have to now take note of this and be prepared.
And for Rainbow 7, I do want to compliment them, even though the game appeared very one-sided for favoring PSG Talon. One of the things I was looking at Rainbow 7 in this game was to make sure they weren't constantly committing to neutral objectives they had no business fighting over.
Yeah.
And they did surrender a lot of the Drakes when the game looked bad for them. So that's a strong sign. Coming out of the laning phase, they also had CS leads in 2 out of 3 of the lanes, despite the fact that it was PSG Talon that was much more active. So there are foundations and fundamentals there for Rainbow 7 to be able to build off of. But when going up against PSG Talon, there was clearly a teamwork difference at play.
Yeah, and this changes, for me, the conversation of what the group looks like for Group B. Because for Group A, I thought that Group A was going to be the harder one because not only you have, you have TL, Mad Lions. I thought Supermassive is a strong team too, so take note of them for the games to come. But then you look at Group B, I was concerned about PSG, but PSG is looking real strong. Then you have Unicorns of Love that we already know how talented they are. We heard it from the desk that they are all aboard that hype train along with V3. So while you are correct, there were good takeaways here for the team from Latin America, but this is not about, well, it is about lessons and developing, but this is the exam. You know, the entire literally the entire domestic season for you. You're trying to ramp up to this moment. They get to this moment, they want to be able to come out with flying colors.
Well, if we're talking about who succeeded with flying colors, we've got to award some specific honors to people who stepped up even more. And our Oppo player of the game for this game goes to Kaiwing from PSG Talon.
Oh, this one was beautiful. Find himself, 3 nice health packs, and then he even walks forward because he's confident that he could follow up with D while still keeping safe. This is just how frustrating it is to face the amount of sustain that this composition, especially this bot lane, has. And I know one thing to make a point of, we looked at that specific play, but I think this one really identifies how good Kaiwing was.
Yeah.
Multiple times, not even just in this specific play, making Ashe pay for it when she walks up to a wave so far away from her turret. Happened top lane, happened mid lane multiple times on when the dragon was coming up off spawn. And even just from the minutiae of it, the vision control from Kaiwing was excellent. Kaiwing is a really damn good support player. And so it's a great takeaway. I love the fact that the support got, for me, MVP, right, for the game. And I think it's a good thing to come for the future games.
Honestly, just really cool stuff happening here today from PSG Talon. And while we wait for the next game here, you can check out the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify and get hyped with the world's anthem Takeover. You can also watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of Takeover on this platform as well. We'll soon hear from PSG's Kaiwing as they just secured that first win of Worlds 2020. See what he has to say about his perspective of being so important in the outcome of that win. Don't y'all go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Worlds 2020. Okay,
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020. I'm Dracos, joined now by Kai Wing and our translator, Wendy. Now, Kai Wing, I want to know, first victory in 2020 on the world stage, but you did it without Unified. How does that feel? Talk to me through those emotions.
那首先第一个问题是想问一下我们的 Kevin 选手，你们是拿到了这个世界赛的首胜，而且同时是你们的阵容是并没有完善的一个情况之下，所以说呢，现在的心情是怎么样的？有什么想说的吗？
我自己来说的话，可能是今天是第一把打嘛，所以自己打的比较可能稍微紧张一点，就是发挥没这么好。但是同时我们是能够拿下胜利，我是蛮开心的，因为我们是以这个阵容，就是我们中 AD 打野都不是我们原来的人。
So basically, personally, I'm very happy about today's victory, but I'm still a bit nervous because this is my very first game in Worlds 2020. And as you guys know, our AD, the main laners, as well as the jungler, they are not our starting rosters. So, but I'm still very happy to get this victory.
And overall, it was very well played. I'm curious, how is the team adjusting now to the new members on the lineup? You said it yourself, 3 new players to come in that were not on the roster previously in the season.
那下一个问题还是要问一下，你们今天的表现还是非常的亮眼的。那是如何在和3个新队员比较这样快的来进行的一个磨合呢？
因为我们可能中野是比较老大的嘛，他们2个，所以他们2个的配合本来就很好。然后我跟 AD 的话，就是比较第一次搭，就是以前从来还没搭过。然后可能我会告诉他一些就是比较相对线上的细节，然后可能我们在团练的时候比较争取一下我们整体的配合，就一直训练这个点，所以才导致到今天我们的比赛就看起来配合好像还行。
So actually, our new mid and junglers, they are the previous teammates. So actually, they have a very good mid-jungle synergies. And for the AD players, this is my first time to play with him. But so in the practices, I'll tell him some like the details in the laning phase especially. And also we made some practices. And in the practices, we try to focus on the synergies and the conversations with all the teammates. So that's why I think we're able to have a very good result.
Yeah, and it is most certainly showing on stage. Obviously, a fantastic game 1 again. As a final question, I kind of want to know how your ambitions for Worlds have been affected. What does success look like now for PSG Talon, keeping in mind that you do have these 2 substitute players? How far do you expect to go? What does it look like when Talon wins?
那其实接下来的最后一个问题是要问一下，你对于这次世界赛的一个野心是什么？然后呢，因为毕竟你们现在还有一些新的队员的一个加入，但是你们还有一个比较不错的一个开始，所以想问一下，对于世界赛有怎么样的一个展望？
我自己是觉得配着3个新的队员，然后可以打进16强的话，是对我现在是一个蛮大的挑战，就是我蛮期待这个挑战的。
To be honest, and also in my own perspective, I think with 3 new rosters, if we can able to get into the group stage, it can be quite challenge. It can be quite challenge for all of us. But still, I'm very expecting like we can have a good result.
Fantastic to hear. Thank you again, Kai Wing, for taking the time to me. Thank you to you, Wendy, as well, for translating. That's going to do it for us here. When we return, our 3rd game of the day. Don't go anywhere. World's Plans will be back right after this.
Everyone, I'm Evie Shog's-Deportere. Alongside some other faces you may recognize, I'm very excited to host MasterCard's Clicks of the Decade, where we will count down the top plays from 10 years of International League of Legends.
Baker Shockwave! The quadra kill for Hootie!
And that is the miracle play that keeps CLG alive.
Make sure you follow @MasterCardNexus on Twitter so you don't miss the first episode.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds. between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we're counting down towards Legacy versus INTZ. Will it be easy? Well, we've got our resident OPL expert to talk all about it. It is Spawn, calling in from way down under. I was about to say down south. That would make less sense. But you can see he's a refined gentleman. He's put his collar on for the real thing. He was wearing a panda onesie about 5 seconds ago. How's the leather-bound books, whiskey, and being a man's man with your karate certificate?
Yeah, g'day, mate. Actually going pretty good down here. They are Taekwondo certificates.
Taekwondo? I'm such a horrible person.
I would expect you to respect that. It's funny because in rehearsal you made the same joke and I didn't correct you then because I knew I was going to correct you live. So that's good.
I see this conniving man. Let's go ahead and do our jobs, though. That's what we're here for. Now, Legacy, you're here to help us set the scene. This is a brand new representative from the region stepping into the world stage. Could you set the scene a little for us?
Yeah, I mean, Legacy's been around since OPL was created, and they were one of the first teams that brought like professionalism into the OPL. An organization in Australia called the Adelaide Football Club actually owns Legacy, and last year in the OPL, we had a huge exodus. Of the 22 players that played on the top 4 teams, 12 of them left to go overseas or retired, which made a lot of room for Legacy to be able to grab the rest of the talent list over. This is a hybrid of an old school Chiefs roster mashed together with the remaining members of Mammoth that didn't go over to play North America Academy, and they they were dominant the entire year of the OPL. They went 47-11 and completely ran over the competition.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the roster in general, I think when I was watching the finals, the star player for me was Tapoon. He was always winning his lane, and he was going on these champions like Renekton. Babip was playing top side, getting him early leads on things like Nidalee and such, and then he would transfer that pressure into bot, TP into bot, where Raze, they're rocking the team. He feels like he gets into mid game for free by Tapoon having the lead, and then in team fights he just pops off, I think.
So you see,
yeah, and the big thing about kind of Tapoon, sorry, Alex, but the big thing about Tapoon is he was actually the backup player behind Fudge, who now plays on Cloud9 Academy. So he played a lot of the first split last year when Fudge was underage for Mammoth, and he was also the starter for the Split 2 run up until the playoffs. So this is definitely a player with within Oceania that people rate incredibly highly. He is considered the best player in the region.
Yeah, and I mean, it does sound like you're victim to the same oceanic problems that have always plagued regions like yours, where any real promising talent gets swooped in by the big dogs. So I'm glad to see Legacy, and I am definitely always supporting an underdog against adversity. Race is another name that's been thrown around, and I'd love to have a bit of a scene set for that young AD carry.
Yeah, he is going to be playing with Isles, who's a rookie in the bottom lane. So don't expect too much from their laning phase, I would say. But he is definitely, like, his nickname over here is a perfect player. He's known for his positioning. He's one of the shot callers and vocal members of the team. He also played on a Chiefs lineup historically, you know, with people like Swiffer and Spooks and Swiper, who are kind of legacy players from the OPL. He did have a rough emergence into the international stage. In fact, the LATAM fans don't like Raze too much, if, historically speaking. But he's got 2 pentakills. That's a very good team fighter, and as I said, he is a very intelligent player.
Yeah, I mean, OPL AD carries in general. I mean, Tate's been popping off, especially mid-late game. I think his lane phase was a little bit quiet, but if you look across the board, you have players like FBI and King who've been exported, who are also AD carries, so OPL producing great AD carries, and now it looks like top laners too.
Well, consider me equipped. Taekwondo, and of course, a young and exciting team in Legacy. It is their first appearance at Worlds. From myself, Machine, Spawn, and Kadra, we bid you adieu. But let's see if Legacy can start it off with a win.
Here we go. Time for game number 3, Mr. Razzleplasm. We already got to see one of these teams play here today. INTZ had to go up against one of those Pool 1 teams, one of those big squads from a major region. And honestly, they had a pretty good showing against them, particularly Tay in the top lane. Aside from a teleport accident early on in the game, he had a pretty impressive Urgot performance. Let's see if INTZ has what it takes to pull the win out here against the OPL representative.
Yeah, he definitely came back strong. And one thing that I loved about that team was that even when mistakes were being made within the game, they were resilient, they came back, they fought harder. So I actually think that that experience is definitely going to be beneficial when they go into Legacy's matchup. Because a lot of times you always think about it, well, maybe that will dishearten them going into the next few games. No, I think it'll make them stronger. Galio is a great ban going up against Tally because they just want to be able to play away from mid. They want either a Twisted Fate, Galio, something to that nature. They can play towards top lane and then start to get the game rolling quickly.
All right, looking at the bans here, I hope Lilia is on a long-term lease.
Yeah, she's gone.
She's going to be living on that red side ban list for pretty much ever. Galio and Caitlyn banned away next to her. Lucian, Renekton, Orianna, all banned away here as well. First pick of the draft is the Nidalee for the side of Legacy, and then we look across the board, and Zoe and Volibear are quickly locked in for INTZ.
So Babip have a perfect Nidalee play. So far in the summer split has been 7-0. It's been a first pick for him as a team. Nidalee is just such a she's just such a strong jungler that she can take nearly any matchup. Once Lilia's off the board, really you're comfortable no matter what, and keystones can change depending on the matchup. So I love that they got that for themselves. They had first pick, and they knew that they didn't have the ownership of Renekton, though. Nidalee Renekton has been something that they've been playing during the playoffs. We've seen how strong it has been internationally, and so they recognize, yeah, we could go for Nidalee Renekton. We know for certain INTZ will take that away from us, and we just want to deny it off the board.
Okay, Nidalee and Camille and Nautilus all selected for Legacy before we get to the second part of the bans. Not really a lot of flexibility in these picks. We kind of know where they're going to go. We're still looking at the 2 big carry roles of mid lane and bot lane carries to be picked up in this second half. That's what INTZ will be banning towards, but still one more pick for INTZ before those bans come through. Do they want to try to match one of the roles already picked by their opponents?
I think usually going towards AD carry has been better for teams because they know that it could start being nailed down in the next pick and ban. They go towards the Bard, though, because, once again, Redbird's Bard has been strong domestically, and it's just really good within the composition. If you look at how they're going to be playing up against Nidalee, you want to be able to catch them out. And Bard, Zoe Sleepy Trouble Bubble, all of these things actually work so well in part to each other, and they don't want to get it banned away from them before 4-5.
Yeah, the Bard is banned so frequently against INTZ. I said it in their lobby, in their draft against Mad Lions, when Mad Lions banned it away. It is the most banned champion against INTZ. People do not want to play against this Bard on this team, but this time around, Legacy seems to be confident enough that they can deal with it. Now, Jax is banned out, Twisted Fate is banned out. One more ban from either side. Akali is the choice here for INTZ.
Doubling down on just like how good Redbird is on the champion. When he went to the super server, now, of course, my computer, being able to bring that in from China, I have to have access to that nonsense. I'm good.
Secret weapon.
Got it. You know, has played 31 games of Bard in the super server and has a 60% win rate. He's been doing really well. That's by far his most played champion. So he wants to be able to use it to carry these games for his team. So I love the fact that he's able to get it even in tougher matchups. And if you see how this game is being played out, I think that that's going to be a Volibear top lane, because INTZ wants to be able to play to top side. They've showcased what is a very, you know, a decent weak side bot lane for Macau and Redbird. And now if you put up the Volibear top side, I mean, you just want to have full counter pick, and you want to be able to see the full composition coming in from Legacy. So INTZ trying to set up Sheeny for success here.
Tristana locked in here as what I'm guessing will be the AD carry next to the Nautilus there in the bottom lane.
Okay.
So one champion left to pick. What will it be here from Legacy? We saw the Ezreal come through.
Oh, I actually think that's a mid lane Tristana, because it's a great matchup versus Zoe.
Okay.
Zoe never wants to use her ultimate anywhere near the Tristana. It's just an easy, slow on your jump on Trist, and it just blows you to pieces. So that looks like it's going to be, I mean, yeah, all right.
Well, looks more like an AD carry now that the set's locked in.
Makes sense, yeah. Seeing that it's going to be a set mid lane and an AD carry Trist. But yeah, I've seen the Tristana being played mid lane before in this specific matchup, but I think that it really works well for Tally's strength, being able to set up for ganks for Babip. Babip, the best thing for a Nidalee player is you want to have setup. You don't want to be having your spears kind of be ducked and dodged away from. So you have a Nautilus in the bot side of the matchup. You have, you know, Camille helping you out top side. And Nidalee and Set have just been a great dual lane coming in for mid jungle. We've been seeing it a lot, of course, in North America going into the playoffs. I've seen it in solo queue countless times. Of course, it did get constantly chipped at in nerfs. People just, like, whenever Set got played throughout the mid lane, it's now less and less tankier, but the real strength is the Nidalee. So I'd love to see it here today.
And they must have heard you saying you were expecting the Volibear top. They were just trying to make a liar out of you, my friend, with Vladimir as the last pick over on the side of INTZ, expecting to see that one go into the top lane and volley into the jungle.
All right. So you do want to at least hover for the Vladimir to keep him safe early. Camille and Nidalee, that's a good dive on towards the Vladimir, but Vladimir can outplay it with the pool that he does have, and they're just going to try and play out for these larger team fights. So good drafts, I think, from both sides. I want to be able to see a little bit closer once we get in the game. All right, nice fist bump there from the coaches.
Got to be observing the reduced physical contact compared to years past, but I'm excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. Like we already said, INTZ had a tough opponent in their first matchup of the day, having to open up the competition against Mad Lions, who a lot of people would consider the favorite of the group. However, now they're up against a much more manageable opponent in Legacy Esports. And for people who don't follow the OPL, I got some fun stats for you here as well.
Hit me.
The Rift. So this team, when you look at their performance this year, are looking pretty darn impressive. Back-to-back OPL champs in the two splits over the course of this year in 2020. They would have gone to MSI if MSI would have happened, but unfortunately we all know the story that happened with that. But let's rewind a little bit. Let's look at 2019, because in the second split of 2019, Raz, if you know this fact, you're not allowed to answer it, but if you don't know it, I want you to guess. Do you know what their game record was in split 2 of 2019?
I'm not allowed to guess.
Okay, you're not allowed to guess. For those of you at home, go ahead, have a guess. I'm going to give you a couple of seconds.
Give them time.
1 and 20.
Yep.
1 and 20, under a 5% win rate. One of the most abysmal possible records You can have, honestly, the second worst result you could have. The only way to have a worse result is to literally win no games. And to go from that to then back-to-back split champs and just dominating the region is very impressive.
The reason for that is the rebuild of the team. Because at that time, I remember watching the OPL at the time, always have a bit of a tie to that region. You know, Legacy did have, you know, one of the worst rosters at that period. So in the offseason, being able to build, get Raze, by the way, who I, you know, widely regarded as the best AD carry within that region standing right now. And in fact, even before the exodus in the Oceanic region, I thought Raze was just the best AD carry. He's just insane. So the fact that you're able to get a team around him with Babib, Tapoon, I mean, just listening to Spawn in the desk, being able to sing their praises, like they got a money maker of a team. So for the organization to be able to get that talent, you're right, had a perfect year because of it.
Man, I just love how passionate Spawn is about the OPL as a region. This is now a Spawn appreciation cast. Like, the amount of support that man has for this smaller region.
Endless.
The amount that he cheers for them and wants to see them succeed is just some of the most wholesome stuff in all of League of Legends esports. But enough of the wholesome. Let's get into the fighting. As we've got INTZ starting their jungler off at the red buff across the board. You can see Babip doing the same thing here for Legacy. So let's see if these OPL representatives can make their mark on INTZ. For those of y'all who didn't catch the first game or didn't remember or just selectively ignored the information, remember INTZ is a team that we're looking to really pop off with some big plays from around the 10 to 15 minute marks. They're also a team that really depends on their solo laners to get some work done. Both of these guys, Envy and Tay, have quite a few solo kills under their belts.
Yeah, and it's a lot of the time they try and set up Tay to succeed with a pick that they can play through, right? Like during the regular season or just even the playoffs, they've played Renekton, Volibear, Camille, Wukong, Urgot. These picks that are very easy point and click. Like you can, if you're Shinny, you play towards top side, you'd get an easy kill. This time going towards a Vladimir is a much more scaling option as we see a pause taking place in the game.
Yeah, pause happening right now. We will update you guys with information on the source of the pause, how long we can expect it to last whenever we have that info.
Yeah, we got you.
I'll relay that over to y'all as soon as we get it. But talking about what we're looking at between these two teams here, we already mentioned in the game of Mad Lions versus INTZ that INTZ can be one of those teams that doesn't exactly need to accelerate things super quickly. That 10 to 15 minute zone is a hot spot for them, but other than that, it's not like this is some sort of hyper aggro LPL super server is a way of life type of squad. And when you look at Legacy Esports is the slowest team in the OPL. Both of the squads battling in front of us right now have a low amount of kills per minute on their record. But one thing that we've seen so far in the couple of games that we've been presented with today is some of these trends that we're observing from the teams playing in their own regions are not the case in their games here in the play-in stage. Teams are switching things up and adapting based on what they're expecting to have to change for international play.
Yeah, tougher competition. Watching Legacy kind of roll over the competition in playoffs and just in the regular season, I'm always worried of the teams at the top. Right? Yeah. The teams that are just taking wins and cannot be stopped. Because, of course, internationally, everyone will be like, well, now that they're in a national event, right, they can keep this momentum going. Like, they have a lot going for them. But domestically, that's because they were just so much better than the individual talent.
Big fish, small pond.
Exactly. And so when you're finally challenged to play the game well on a fundamental level as a team, then you start to get picked at when you're in that final exam. So that's why I'm always worried about, teams like Legacy and honestly teams like INTZ, as you said, like big fish in a small pond, and you don't really get to scrim against the big boys across other regions, right? Like if you're a PCS team, thank God, like you can scrim versus the LGL team, you can scrim versus the LCK teams and also the LPL teams. You always have the ability to really get information across the regions, and you can also just play within that solo queue. And so that's always kind of the weakness of those regions is where you're currently at in the competition. So I always look towards players who've been to an international from those regions and what they can take away from it. When they can go back domestically and kind of recalibrate, okay, we need to be smarter as a team. Like, I may be a strong individual player, but that's not going to get me a championship internationally. Like, I need to do more as a team so we can be ready for it.
Absolutely. Update on the pause for everyone out there. It appears that Legacy players are reporting some issues with in-game settings that are now being investigated. So hopefully we can remedy this pretty quickly. Considering it's not a hardware issue, we haven't had any unfortunate water spills or errors with mice or anything along those lines. So
God bless that.
Already back into the game. I love a short pause. The best pause is no pause, but if I gotta have a pause, keep it short and sweet. We're back into the game, 2.5 minutes in here. Tay on the Vladimir. We saw him have an incredible performance on the Urgot in their game against Mad Lions. He was the one who had so many kills. Why are you doing this to me, game? I know the sepia filter is lovely, but I prefer the full vivid colors.
You know what? I'm interested, and let's keep doing this. You know, every single time you get back on the story, you got to take a step back. A new pit stop.
It's a lot of pit stops, man.
There's a lot of gas stations on this road.
It's like one of those rest stops off the highway that for some reason has 3 different McDonald's and 2 gas stations. It's like, why do we need this? It's all at the same rest stop. I'm not going to have myself a quarter pounder and then drive 3 feet and say, boy, I wish I had a quarter pounder right now.
I'm not going to lie. I'm always really sus of those kind of locations, right? Like, do you have the same workers? Like being a mechanic on one end, but also making great KFC chicken? Like, I'm just saying, like, I need to know what's happening behind the scenes for me to trust the product.
I love the ones on the side of the highway that are a combination of 2 different fast food restaurants, because I have friends that are into that really janky stuff where you order the main dish from one and the side dishes from the other and mix them together. I'm like, sir, Taco Bell sauce does not belong on a burger. I don't care what you tell me. I am not going to be doing that.
For me, the worst thing is, and this is just for all the Canadians out there, for me, I remember visiting a Tim Hortons plus Wendy's restaurant. I'm like, first of all, why am I getting a chicken sandwich with my donut? That literally makes 0 sense. The business does not cross over.
Maybe it's specifically designed for the brunch hours for people who come in and can't decide. So then you can have yourself a coffee and then a large, like, quadruple decker hamburger meal.
You have a lot of problems if you're ordering that. All I'm saying, that's all I'm saying. I feel like the only one that needs to order that is me. I need some pounds, but like everybody else, you got to really look deep inside yourself to make that decision.
All right, well, as we're waiting for the teams to get back into the game here yet again. Oh, see, all I had to do was caster curse it. All I had to do was set us up to talk about.
Don't say that now. We're getting another pause.
And now we're back into the game. Nope, I'm saying this is good enough. I'm embracing it, my friend, as Sheeny might just be embracing a jungle invade here. Bobby trying to clear out the Gromp. Could have a smite fight, but the Gromp ends up being taken down there. Bobbip tossing out the spear, won't find any damage. Remember, Nidalee does not want to have a long, extended fight with Volibear. She goes for the spear, but considering it doesn't connect, no reason to chase after him. That top Scuttle Crab will be surrendered over to Sheeny, and Bobbip just continues farming the rest of his games.
And it's a sight to behold when the Zoe is able to get priority in the mid lane and help out the Volibear on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's just absolutely wonderful when
it's nice
when Zoe roams to help her jungler instead of popping balloons.
And even the bottom, lane. Look at this help for the jungler. Look at this.
They are facilitating this man being able to control the entirety of the neutral territory. Now Sheeny walking into the brush. Level 4 versus level 4 here between the junglers.
You might be able to flash on this one. You would be able to take Bobbip flash, and I think that's worth it.
Here you go. Stun coming down, damage going through. There you go. Flash for flash.
Yeah, this is what you hate to see if you're a Nidalee player, because you should be taking control of this matchup. But there's just so much positives coming in from the INTZ lanes that you're getting double Scuttle Crab now, and then you're getting yourself walked in on. Bobbip thought he had an opportunity to take bot Scuttle. He got bad information, honestly, for him to be walking in that location when Scuttle Crab was already secured. So that just sucks now. If you're Bobbip, you know, the sole purpose of the Nidalee is for you to get an XP advantage, and you're already off to a bad start.
Yeah, it's one of the best feelings in League of Legends to get both those crabs at the very beginning of the game. And you talking about having both the bottom lane and mid lane moving over to make sure Sheeny's able to secure these. As good of a feeling as that is for the jungler with it behind him, it's such a helpless feeling on the other side to know that there's no way to contest that. Especially if you're a jungler. You're saying Nidalee should be able to dominate the matchup. Playing a powerful, skirmishy jungler that wants to be able to get ahead and build those advantages early and losing both Scuttle Crabs feels really awful.
And the Vision is only going to double down on that, because the push that Envy have gets a ward on top of Raptors. You can even see the pings on top of it. They know where Bobbip is and where he's pathing. So it's just these small points that really do snowball into a larger advantage. If you're playing like an Olaf or an Italy, a champion that really requires being able to get an early lead, and you find yourself in a deficit because of, one, the draft you can make a point of because it's essentially INTZ getting priority in multiple lanes, then Italy is not able to do much about it. But on top of that, it's just them just being ill-prepared.
Yep. Now, you can see the roam coming out from the Bard. Remember, we've hyped up the Redbird Bard quite a lot here, my friend. I want to see some big plays from this guy as the game moves forward. Want to see a lot of roams. We know how adept Bard can be at that. Hanging out in the Drake pit right now. You can see some question mark pings from the side of Legacy as they see the Bard moving down there, clearing out that pit. And as soon as it's cleared out and Bard makes his way back to the lane, now it's some 2v2 action breaking out here. Ezreal and Bard, they got some good poke power, but if Nautilus makes the engage, the all-in will go the way of him and the Tristana. As Bobbit is down here, Redbird over into the Drake pit now to make sure Sheenie's able to pick this one up without too much interference from Legacy. Earliest Drake of the day by far. The previous two about 11 or 12 minutes. Flash engage coming out as the Nautilus starts off the fight. Over the wall comes the set. Nice face breaker lands, and Legacy Esports, baby, Oceania's on the board.
At least they fighting back. You like to be able to see it because that was a free INTZ Drake initially because Tally had to go back to base, right?
Yes.
And I was starting to feel like this is just getting a little bit too unfair because they're just catching these moments, communicating out, you know, these timings really well and effectively. And INTZ got a Drake and it looked like they had a way out, but Tally wasn't going to let that slide.
Nope, Tally on the set, making sure he gets the face breaker there. You can see the Nautilus trying to escape here from some of the damage. And let's talk about Tally, particularly on this set, because this is a player who switched to mid this year after being a top laner for 4 years.
Yeah.
So I'm really not surprised the man has set in his champion pool. It makes sense. Now let's look at how this popped off here yet again as Isles goes for the flash engage with the Gren.
Yeah, and they thought that, you know, the Bard E was down on, was off cooldown because they got to see it in bot lane. Was able to come back up, and the moment it came back up, I was like, all right, well, they get a free way out. Set was able to get a great flash, great stun off E. These are just wonderful things, at least from Legacy's point of view, where they're able to at least get something back, a trade kill for the Dragon. So at least it's working out well for them on that department, and the kill ended up going to Babip, who was struggling in the early game.
Babip having that extra kill, making it so he can go back and get that Runic Echoes completed. Nice power spike there that helps out on the clear. Also makes sure the mana is always topped off. Honestly, just a wonderful item all around. Combined with the Skirmisher Saber means he has plenty of dueling power. So easy for Nidalee with her ranged auto attacks in human form to be able to apply that debuff with the red smite. As Tay finds himself in a pretty bad spot here against Tapoon and has to immediately drop the Hemo Plague. Going into the Sanguine Pool now as well. Hook shot goes through. That is not what he was looking for. And now after tanking a turret shot, Tapoon is in some trouble. Considering Tay already had to flash away, he won't be able to chase down this kill, but a little bit of an error there with the flash.
He was calm, he was slow. I loved what Tapoon was doing at the beginning because he knew he had lethal. But then his miss flash. And he took a tower shot. It hurts, man.
He had lethal and then Rag didn't go face. Feels bad. But either way, Tapoon still at 0-0-0 here. Seeing if maybe he can set up a play as his jungler is looking to arrive. His mid laner as well. Sanguine Pool from Tay, finding a little bit of damage. Spear will not connect onto the Vladimir. Tally is there. Face breaker playmaker, baby. Tapoon picks up the kill, and it's a 2-0 game for Oceania.
Oh my god, that's 2 waves, too. That's a giga
tragic.
wave you're losing if you're the Vladimir.
Oh, it's the worst.
It's horrible.
I mean, yeah, Volleybear's all right with it. He's like, oh no, now I have to take the wave.
Oh, woe is me.
Oh, woe is him. But man, woe is Tay. No teleport. No way to get back there and pick that up. I mean, at least he's got his CDR garage sale for items. He's got his Kindle Gem. He's got his Fiendish Codex. But losing all that gold and all that EXP, big feels badman. As Legacy Esports now can bring their top laner over with their jungler to take down this Rift Herald. Should be able to pick it up right around 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Once again, means they'll be able to use the entire duration of it to guarantee they'll be getting some plates and put more money in their pockets. Whereas this team is already up about 2,000 gold here 10 minutes in.
That was probably the biggest turning point this game. Unless if it goes like any which way, right? Like the fact that you came into this game saying the Vladimir and the Camille, like if you can get past lane, if you can get through the the multiple attempts at your life that Camille's going to be going. It's not even just going to be the Camille, it's going to be Nidalee, it's going to be Set. They're going to be aiming for you. If you get past that, like, Vladimir's a great pick with your composition. But, like, it's relentless. They finally got it, and it was at the worst timer for INTZ, because not only does he lose the 2 waves with no TP coming back, they lose the Rift Herald, and where's the Rift Herald going to go? It's going top lane. It has to go to top lane. You're not going to put it on the Set. That's useless money. You're not going to put it on the Tristana, who's doing fine for herself. It's going to be Tapoon, who's been having a great game so far.
And I want to talk about something that I think Tapoon did is very smart with his itemization. Itemization is a very hot topic in League of Legends right now. Everybody talks about how teams and players are just losing to Boris with poor itemization choices. I think Tapoon did something optimal here. He bought Grievous Wounds right now. He still completed his Sheen first because he didn't feel that he needed the healing reduction early on because Vladimir's cooldowns are still too high to be constantly healing. But now he's got it as Vlad is hitting that point where he's about to become dangerous, especially with Sheeny right next to him. Volibear's coming in, but a nice Hextech ultimatum to dodge away from the damage of the ulti. Sheeny with the flash over the wall. Bard coming in now, looking to maybe find the lockdown. There is your stun, beautifully done. Tapoon is out, and Bobip grabs the kill onto Sheeny. So it's a 1-for-1. Nighty-night to the Nidalee, but nobody's going to be waking her up from those sweet dreams. She will get back to the base just fine. Nice little skirmish up in the top side from both teams.
Yeah, you got to thank Redbird on a timely roam up top side to even that one out. Thought it was looking good for Legacy at the beginning, though. I'm sure we'd see the replay on that one. But overall, I think Legacy was trying to make the play towards top side to get Rift Herald going. It seemed like that was the idea, and it was pushed back. So this game's looking good. 2 kills now for Babip, who was behind really early on. Early game strategy looked great for INTZ, and sometimes it can just fall to pieces. Now bot side throwing down that Herald. And I think they have a lot of good support here. And remember, Redbird actually used his Bard ultimate topside, so he's not going to be able to defend the turret on this one.
Yep, Shelly gets to charge for free. There's only 20% HP left, but now the play's coming in. Now INTZ is trying to force the fight. Isles taken low, tries to get himself away from that one. The Nidalee flashes, but for no good reason. The kill was guaranteed, and now the summoner spell is gone too. Good pickup there from INTZ. Nothing they could do about the turret, but they get the kill in return, and they stop that jungler from getting stronger. More importantly, they get the kill on the enemy jungler as this second Drake is up. I pointed out earlier about how it was a very early first Drake secure compared to the other 2 games of this day so far. And that means that the second one is already available here 13 minutes in. INTZ are able to grab it, go up 2-0 in Drake's. Early pull coming out from Taze Vladimir as now they're re-engaging. They know he doesn't have the aggro drop any longer. The Haymaker comes out and Tally grabs the kill, running away on the Set. The turret cannot get the return kill, and there's money across Summoner's Rift in INTZ pockets. Bottom lane kill plus Drake, top lane kill plus plates. It's all coming in.
Yeah, Legacy was beneficial being able to get the kill on Vladimir. This, I will say, like, a lot of praises will come towards INTZ and how they played that bot lane. I think it was just a misplay from Legacy because being able to get that bot lane turret, great. You don't have to pick that fight. That felt like just Babip not recognizing that the exhaust was available. Because the Nautilus ultimate was perfect from Isles. You can disengage completely. You don't have to lose Dragon for that, though. You don't necessarily have to fight for it. All of these things where it was just Legacy making the play bot side. And then they feed into the play, that's fine. And then this is why you sign Tally to your team.
Yup.
That man makes the play instantly towards the top side to get the advantage there for Tapoon. The man, I know you talked about him playing for years and years as a top laner. When I was working on Oceania,
4 years.
He actually was originally an AD carry.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
At that time, I actually thought he was top 2. Like, that was when Radier stepped down. There was Radier King, all these, like, that's the history of Oceania. This man is a multi-role talent, and he's a veteran of the game. So even though he had, like, a bit of a hiatus, he came back. They valued the fact that he's actually just too smart about the game, and it's working out well here.
Yeah. I apologize. I misspoke earlier saying that the play went the way of INTZ in the top side. Clearly, it was Legacy who managed to make things happen. And now Legacy are the ones who have to try to get their top laner out there. Tapoon does use the flash and escape, even though the Tempered Fate would have connected onto him. 1, 1, and 2 on this Camille with the Trinity Force done next to those Grievous Wounds on the Executioner's Calling. He's in good combat shape here 15 minutes into the game. Mid lane, you can see Tally's got himself that hoodie to make sure that he won't take quite as much damage from Envy Zoe. But in terms of the itemization he's actually pursuing, it's the Sunfire Cape that looks to be the first completed item.
All right, looks like Top Boon's got to play this one out respectfully. This shouldn't turn into anything. This should just be, getting vision for topside so Ezreal can play this one out as safe as he could. Just taking a step back and just looking at the composition, Legacy do have a split push threat with their Camille, but they don't have it necessarily with the set. I think it's just going to be a 1-4 from their side, and they want to look to force fights whenever they can, or at least that's what it looks like for me. Looking at INTZ's side, that's a lot of range with Ezreal and Zoe that they should just be abusing. So Babip has to really be aware of his positioning here. When he's fighting for vision alongside Isles, they can really get chipped down. So the fact that they're getting strong vision for the objectives that they have is a good start.
One thing I want to point out too here, again discussing some itemization, really like the choice on the Nidalee to go for Sorcerer's Shoes plus Oblivion Orb after the Runic Echoes. Yeah. I very much think this is the right call. When you look at the fact that the rest of the team is all AD, look at the enemy itemization. There is no reason for them to prioritize MR when you're up against a Camille and Tristana and set like that. And this means that Babip's spears are now at a point where he's got double M-Pen items against 0 MR. These spears could be game breakers here in these mid-game fights if he can land some big ones in clutch moments or even just poke people out before the fights are ever even allowed to come to fruition. Now, speaking of fights, that next Drake will be spawning here in a little over 1 minute. And Raz, I think it's about time that Legacy has to start answering these. Considering INTZ got the first 2, if you give them one more, you're now at that troublesome point where you have to fight for every single Drake for the rest of the game when they get sold.
And I think they did a good job here, even though you can see INTZ taking a lot of great control through mid. Oh no, please.
Oh, he buffered it and flew through the air as a golden statue. Teleports coming in from both sides. Isles tanking up at the front, goes Drowsy, goes into stasis. INTZ are able to find the damage. Tapoon walks himself away. Tally looks for the chance to maybe make something happen, but it's just not there. INTZ with a disengage. Envy still looking to find a little bit of damage here with the paddle stars, but once more, the chase can't happen for either side. Yeah. Tapoon takes damage from the True Shot Barrage. He has no teleport to join this. Remember, the teleports were used from both teams, from both top laners to get into that fight. Oh, that was cheeky from Envy Zoe there, interrupting the backs, keeping these guys away. INTZ doing their damnedest.
Oh no.
Pull this area and make sure they're ready. Tally stepping away from what could have been a stun. Drake spawning here in about 5 seconds. Control over the area is INTZ's. They're all walking back to the mid lane now together.
Yeah, getting control through mid first, and then they're going to be playing for the Drake. I was singing praises for Legacy at the very beginning of it because they had Camille play through topside base, wants to go through mid, because at that point, Vladimir's not going to be a part of the play, right? It's going to be Legacy getting full control, and this is the fight that they're looking for. It might be on top of Vladimir.
Okay, having to use the pool there to get himself away, loses about half of his HP. Zoe finds the trouble level down onto Isles, but Paddlestar won't follow it up, just Mystic Shot. Now, although Shelly didn't get the turret mid, there were no plates for her to take either. The thing that she did was she moved INTZ out of the river, removed their priority, and allowed Legacy to have control over this bottom part of the map, which meant they were able to take the Drake and stop that soul stacking. Very important.
It's a smart way to use Rift Herald. Remember, we talked about the 3 separate ways in which you can use it. Either just get as the turret plate for your main man so you can get rich. Second one was just going to be getting the full turret plate, so you're going to make full rotations towards the turret so you can actually get the full turret. Or get Dragon Control because you're pushing them away from vision. A lot of the times, like I saw initially from LPL teams at the beginning of the year, and props to Samuel Broadley from Golden Guardians, like the work that we did behind the scenes, and even just like a lot of the effort just being able to study LPL and watch the fact that you can just throw down Rift Trail mid lane. Enemy team has to concede what they have, because if they just throw away their mid lane turf for the vision that they have on Dragon, that's not a good trade.
No, you're throwing away a guaranteed amount of map presence and protection in a turret for hopefully we can win this Drake fight in exchange.
Exactly, and so had to respond to it. It was smart from Legacy because they knew that they made the mistake earlier on in the play. Had to regain control, and they did it properly. And so now have a Mountain Dragon to the soul, denied a third Drake to INTZ, play this game a little longer.
And talking about Legacy, I already gave you the fun fact about how they evolved so much in terms of their win rate from the previous year compared to this year. Another thing to point out, this is a team that has seen international appearance before, but the last time we saw Legacy Esports on the international stage was 2014 in the Wild Card tournament. We don't even have that anymore. Tristana getting caught out here in the mid lane. Reyes could be in some trouble. The stun down onto Isles. Reyes nearly killed. Here comes the forward play from the Ezreal. It's one already dead on the side of LGC, one on INTZ. Tally trying to find something here in retaliation. Sheeny barely hanging on to life here on the Volley Bear. The Nidalee Spear almost takes him down. Tapoon is in the bottom lane. He's set up to apply some pressure onto this tier 2. 1-for-1 trade in that mid lane fight.
And I think this is what Legacy should be confident in. They have the side lane. They don't have to pressure too much through mid lane and start pulling the Camille to your lane. She's doing a great job as is. So, I mean, Tapoon right now, I think he's having a really good game. Shockingly enough, I think that with how scrappy this game has been, he's made the more stable calls. So taking a look at this, it must have been started out from the play from Redbird, being able to pick off Raze. And it looked good from INTZ at the start.
And then Raze gets jumped on. Exhaust looks like it might have been able to keep him alive, but just not quite. The Ezreal has enough damage to take him down. Sheeny runs away. Look at that spear. So close to finding the kill onto the Volley Bear. And Raz, I feel like Legacy has been sitting on this 5,000 gold lead for a while now.
Yeah.
5,000 gold 20 minutes into the game is quite an obstacle to climb here for INTZ. The engages must be effective. They must be coordinated. Good CC there onto Reyes from Redbird, making sure he can provide the opportunity for some damage from Macau. Envy's still off the side. And
oh!
See some pings going through. Reyes nearly going to be killed, and now Tapoon's joined the fight. He finds the Hextech ultimatum onto the enemy AD carry, but now he's the one who's got to be running away. Nice shift coming out from Macau, but he's not quite able to find the kill, and Bobbit gets in and cleans him up. The low health bars are just baiting INTZ into a bad situation. Tally's able to find the ulti onto the Volley Bear, face breaker onto 2, but now Tally's in trouble. Now Tally's having to run away. The pool coming out from the Vladimir. They get the kill into Bobbit. How in the hell did Tally walk away from that one alive as well?
That's 3 people you could have killed.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, doesn't matter. They weren't able to find them. And INTZ, they lose their AD carry, they kill the enemy jungler. At the end of all that, what looked like so many people so close to death's door, it's a 1-for-1.
And earlier you talked about the gold advantage Legacy have, but the comp that INTZ has is still very punishing with the poke that they got. So like, watching Raze throughout this game try and get mid control, it's way too hard. There are so many tools that are just being thrown your way, not just the Bard ultimate. Ezreal Q's just striking him down. It's just so difficult for him to ever be tasked through mid wave. That's 2 members that you would have been able to kill. And even with Tally coming back, remember, Vladimir, a lot of DPS. Not a lot you can do here if you're Tally, if you want to be able to make an impact. You don't have much people following up here. So I thought he would have died too.
Yeah, it looked like for sure Hemoplague would have been able to bite him, but the natural regeneration that Set gets when he's very low health was just enough to keep him alive. Mid lane tier 1 has fallen on the side of Legacy, and INTZ are working their way over to the Mountain Drake. Last time around, they didn't have priority over this river. They could not secure it. This time around, they see the enemy top laner up there on the tier 2. Tapoon without a teleport cannot make it down here, and that means INTZ will put themselves on Soul Point, now demanding an answer from Legacy at each subsequent dragon. Tay is exhausted as he goes for the Hemoplague onto Isles, re-engage with the Dredge line. Redbird is right there looking for the stun onto the enemy support, and Isles is gone. Pickup kill for INTZ.
INTZ are just catching Legacy off guard time and again. It's the most frustrating part about this game, if you're an Oceanic fan for Legacy, is that, Tapoon knows how he wants to play this game out. He can always push Tay underneath his turret. Like, he will always have move. And so, Legacy should understand that they're never going to get moved priorly through mid lane. They have to wait on their side lane timers, but they're not. Raze pushes the wave in too much alongside Isles, gets caught off guard. It pulls Tapoon towards them, and so it turns into these fights.
Macau, I couldn't even say he was in trouble before he's already dead. Ezreal, his second death of the game, getting picked off here as Legacy find the kill onto the enemy AD carry. They take away the blue buff. But what else is there to get, Raz? Grabbing just a kill onto an AD carry? Yeah, it's cool, fantastic, 300 gold. Pack a blue buff onto it? Sure, a little bit of a bonus prize, but I'm not phoning home to tell mom and dad about how excited I am on this pick just yet. There needs to be something more on the back end of it, more control over the enemy territory, more setup, more wards, more turrets, and it looks like we'll get that here in the mid lane as they finally have the firepower to take down the tier 1.
Yeah, I see them leaning towards the top side. I would have liked them to actually lean bot side so then you can get the turret on the bot side of the map and hover for top boon. But they're getting a lot for this play. I love it. You do not want to play reserved when you've been seeing INTZ take so much with the leads that they've been getting.
Ooh, nice sidestep there from Bobip, just barely getting out of the way of the Tempered Fate, making sure that Redbird couldn't engage on him with that one as Envy finds some damage onto Isles, who pops the Gargoyle's Stone Plate, but considering there's not at least 3 enemies nearby, it doesn't give him a ton of bonus health.
Yeah.
He's not worried about getting killed just from that one. There wasn't enough backup nearby from INTZ to be able to bring him down, so... Tally's setting up this split push here, top side. Doesn't want to super overextend himself. They don't really have vision on a lot of different players from the enemy squad. Even though Redbird's ulti is down, that's still a Bard. He will still be able to chase you very effectively. And the Shirelia's Reverie from Redbird, also a very important item for INTZ being able to work together and find these picks.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, you always ask yourself what the next objective is going to be.
Okay.
For me, it's going to be Dragon. And if you're a team like Legacy and you have such side lane pressure, you want to be able to get the plan started early, start pushing in side lanes, and then force them to be able to hit these huge waves. If you can do that effectively, then the vision control is all yours. And even if they contest for it, then they don't know where you are. Like Top Poon right now is set up in the bot side of the map because then if there's ever a contest from INTZ, he's immediately in a flank position. So this is a great spot. They do need to get their actual control wards down. And use their red trinket if they want to do this because they're just sitting on a lot of enemy vision.
Now, sweeping away some of that vision right now, Isles is trying to maintain control over this mid lane for his squad. The Nautilus has been in a couple of sketchy situations here so far, but honestly only 1 death on his belt, not feeling too bad. 6,000 gold lead for Legacy, 1.5 minutes until that Drake comes up. 4 turret to 1 lead. On the map overall, INTZ has struggled making progress and having meaningful impact on these enemy objectives so far. They just haven't been in a spot to turn any of their kills into those big advantages afterwards. Now, Scuttlecrab is secured in the top side river there, picking that up, guaranteeing some of the vision around that zone, making sure it's harder for INTZ to do what they want to do in that area. As the mid lane is pushed out, but this is the one turret that INTZ has been able to take, Raz. So it's not like you can grab any damage onto a turret, try to sneak away an objective right there. Sub 1 minute until Drake spawns, and I like how early INTZ are here. They're not waiting to get set up with sub 30 seconds left. They already want to be down there clearing out those wards.
Yeah, and INTZ have been a team, especially domestically, that at this point in time, they're not going to just sack a wave. They're going straight for Raze.
Raze. Oh! Wow! Nicely done, coordinating the Paddle Star and the True Shot Barrage. I'd say they threw everything but the kitchen sink at him, but I think if you paused the clip and looked at the projectiles, that was in there too. The man gets annihilated, and INTZ with the pick on the enemy AD carry have set up a situation that could be a Drake Soul. Now, Tapoon sees this opportunity and goes for the TP into the top lane, going after the inhibitor turret. Now, what is INTZ going to do to answer this? Tay has gone back to the base. Tally could be in some trouble. Tries to flash away, still going to get stunned into the wall. Bard Q is something else sometimes. Tay in the 1v1 against the Camille, trying to deal with that, but the inhibitor has already fallen. Sheeny is left to the Mountain Drake on his lonesome, and look at what Legacy are doing. They're still hanging out on the top side of the map. They're around the Baron pit.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Moved over to help the Volley Bear take down this dragon a little bit faster. Legacy don't have the resources to be able to do the Baron completely. That is Mountain Soul going the way of INTZ, but the trade for the Soul is the top lane inhib. Vladimir was not able to deal with Camille in a 1v1 situation, despite the fact it's a level 16 Vlad with 2 items. He just can't do it quite yet. So Legacy, they lost their AD carry, they knew the Soul fight was doomed, and they got what they could get in trade. Now there's deciding, hey, this is our go button, we're going after the Baron. INTZ must respond.
Yeah, they do. They got Earth, Soul, they should go for this fight. I think they scaled better as a team, but they're just going to outright lose.
Oh, the Baron's already taken, and now the fight is going to be breaking out. Sheeny's on the front line. He's trapped in the Hextech ultimatum. He has to flash to get himself away, but the rest of INTZ is now coming in. Look at Raze. He is fearless going after this Ezreal. He jumps right back into the fight, looking to find even more damage. Tally's going to grab the ulti onto Macau, looking to find the Haymaker, maybe the Playmaker for the damage, and now Tay is in there. There's some bad blood on the battlefield. The Hemo Plague will wipe them out. 2 players still alive on Legacy. They still have the Baron, but the rest of the team is dead.
When you see scrappy games like these, you can feel that desperation coming through. Because even though Legacy had the gold lead, they knew that at some point, Toxic, the clock's ticking. Vladimir is going to be huge. The Soul being picked up by INTZ, they'll just be a team fight force, so they had to go for the Baron run here. And they saw their opportunity in the fight. Volibear's already gone, and Raze, amazing. Finds the pick on Envy and thinks he can get more. He lives for these moments. But the moment take comes in, all right, my bad. I mean nothing by it. Take that step back and respect what Vladimir's coming with.
All right. Overall, the gold difference between the teams didn't change. A Baron power play of plus 23 so far.
Thinking emoji.
Not the most, yeah, we'll put a couple thinking emojis. This is one of those situations where you got to spam at least 3 of them at a time just to really get your point across. But hey, maybe it'll work out. Maybe. Look at the itemization on the Nidalee now. Has the Morello Namicon completed. Not really a sin in this game when you're up against a Vladimir, when you have to deal with a Volibear as well. Bard also having some healing powers. Having the extra Grievous Wounds application is very useful against those champions. 6,000 gold lead's going to balloon a little bit higher now as Tapoon takes down that tier 2 in the bottom lane. Remember, it is Nidalee and Tristana, the only 2 champions that have the Baron ready to go. That is inconvenient for Legacy because Tapoon is the one who wants to be split pushing, but he needs somebody else next to him to have that Baron enchantment on the minions. Sleepy Trouble Bubble found its way onto Reyes, and the rest of the team has to protect him. Now he's in some trouble again as the True Shot Barrage comes through. Rest of the team cannot engage.
Here we go.
Front line, he's being juggled around. They're going to take him down. Volibear ulti used defensively, getting himself away. Tapoon going to be bursted. Hemo Plague comes through. Tapoon's going to die, and Tay takes the kill. Now Tally's on the run, and INTZ are on the chase. It's a 5 versus 4 on the map. They'll try to continue pursuing this, but their opponents do have spears that they can throw backwards. They have a lot of speed between their champions. Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes through.
You can chase all day.
Sidestep it. They get out of the way. Redbird's still chasing after him, but the Bard ulti was already used to start the previous fight off. It's not ready to go here again. INTZ not willing to back away. Tally's still hanging around. Isle's still hanging around. Bottom lane tier 1 turret still up. Envy's hanging out in this brush. The ward sees where he's at, so Legacy should not end up in a bad spot here just yet. Sheeny on the Volibear, still here in the fight, has about 2/3 of his health ready to go, and INTZ say, nope, not worth it. Everybody back.
All right, Envy might be in a pretty tough position, but Bard is just saving him. Take a look at how much damage now the set's taking.
And now the Bard ulti's ready to go here again. This is why Bard is always banned against INTZ, sports fans. Isle stuck in the middle of everybody, and it is a slaughter. Legacy Esports will have no legacy left to speak of if INTZ has anything to say about it. Tay goes on a rampage. The Vladimir has scaled. Welcome to Count Vladland.
He is huge this game. 304 CS because they were actually letting him push for a long time while INTZ was absorbing the pressure that Legacy had with the last Baron. They know that the carry is going to be Tay this game.
Just like it was in the previous game against Mad Lions. Of course, they were not able to win, but it was Tay with the very impressive performance on the Urgot. This time around, man, Redbird, I feel like sometimes maybe you're going up against a team from another region and you hear, yeah, you got to ban Bard against these guys. Like, that's just what you do. You got to ban Bard against them. You're thinking, okay, yeah, that's cool, but we're probably better than the teams they play against, so we don't got to ban Bard. And then this kind of stuff happens.
It's just sad. It's sad watching a set trying to look for the fight and then just being so helpless because of the slows being basically pushed through. And you're right about Redbird's Bard. The entire game, he's been punishing the AD's positioning. They're in the position that they are now because of the countless picks that they've had on Raze this game. He's 1-3-1. A lot of it's because of that golden circle hitting him time and again.
And you can see that lovely mountain range of blue there in your gold graph. The mountains are starting to get a little bit shorter. Not a lot just yet. Still a 4,000 gold lead here for Legacy Esports, but Bard ulti comes through again. Redbird followed up on that one, thinking he might be able to find the stun, and now Sheeny's underneath the turret. He's got it disabled with the ulti. Reyes running away. Maul of Malmortius keeping him protected. INTZ looking for the push onto the tier 2. They've got the minion wave. They can do the damage. The backdoor bonus is not active. Tier 2 turret should fall. Sayonara, see you later. Thanks for all your trouble. Give me the money. Elder Drake is alive back in the base. What's this? It's Tapoon making sure he's in the split push situation every single time. TP's coming in. Flash away coming out from Sheeny. Isles walks himself out. Sleepy Trouble Bubble down onto a different target. Bibap not going to be killed by that just yet. INTZ still looking to respond here to the fight. Reyes coming around from the side. Reyes going to be in some trouble. Tally's getting the kill onto Macau. Over the wall comes the projectile. Envy gets the kill into Reyes. And now Legacy is once again in a losing fight. INTZ looks for the rest of the damage onto the set, onto the Nidalee, but a nice kill coming out from the two of them together. So much tankiness. The Haymaker blocking the burst. A beautiful outplay from these two players of Legacy Esports. This is the kind of thing that can change a game. So perfectly timed by the set. Very well done by the Nidalee. Redbird is down. The man is cougar food. That's the kind of fight that Legacy needs to keep themselves in this game.
This game is a chock full of messes and a chock full of creativity from Legacy. Always trying to pressure INTZ to respect that side lane. They had Camille and Set up there. Set says, okay, you got this. I got you. I'll TP to the fight. And they're fighting for that Elder.
Elder Drake is alive. Vlad is here to try to stop him. Nidalee has no smite. The Elder Drake is fully stealable by the Vladimir because Bard does not have a smite to be able to secure this. Vladimir right back into the pit. Okay, Elder Drake secured. That was big. They couldn't afford to lose that one. Tay goes into the stasis, trying to keep himself alive. Sanguine Pool now used. Burst coming down. Breathe your breath, Mr. Elder Drake. That damage is extreme. And Legacy are feeling good about the outcome of the last minute of play.
And Cap, this game is turned around again.
My goodness. This is the kind of action I want to see from Worlds competition. Back and forth and back and forth. Let's take another look at this chaotic fight from Tally's point of view.
Something like this can mess up so easily. And Ezreal was trying to E Blink as, of course, the ultimate was coming through from Set. Still gets the pick on him. And all of this was happening, and they didn't even know necessarily what the fight was going to look like, right? They're just playing so desperately, recognizing that at some point, we just need to play for our carry here. And he tanks so much, just so, and resources as well from the Zoe, so Nidalee can go ham in this fight.
Yeah. His entire job is to be the meatball. Nidalee is the sauce. And he absolutely popped off when he needed to in that fight, providing that damage. The Haymaker timing also, so important to make sure that the Zoe was not able to find the kill onto the Set and then outplay after the fact. The two had to both be working together, both be on the same page, and they found that success. Now they've got this Elder Dragon buff for another minute or so. And if you're on the side of INTZ, you need to avoid fighting during that minute. They've got Baron on the power play as well for the side of Legacy Esports. They'll have that one for another 2 minutes.
Avoid that
INTZ can't hold out for 2. They at least got to hold out for 1.
Yeah.
Because a double uber buff enemy team is not something you can deal with. Tapoon takes down the top lane inhibitor, and the push continues here in mid.
Legacy, I think they taste blood right now.
Oh, yeah.
They got that top inhib, and they're aiming for 2. They should be able to get it off this push here. This is going to be their last push, 30 seconds still on with the Elder, but they're going to use Tapoon's push here, and he's going to try and find the flank. At least he should. I think it's definitely something that's advisable. You don't want to double down too much on it because Vladimir will still have a great counter engage ready for him. But if they can't get anything here, I think INTZ can actually force something in 10 seconds time with Redbird's Bard ulti.
Bottom lane tier 3 turret.
This could be it.
More shots from that cannon minion, and there you go. It's gone. Elder buff has dissipated. Execution no longer available. Stun onto Tally doesn't mean anything. You cannot afford to initiate onto the Set. Inhibitor is gone. That's Inhibitor now in 2 lanes. Reyes is jumped on. Ezreal moving forward, looking to find the damage. Volley Bear now chasing. Ulti is used. Tay's been killed. At the onset of the fight, they're able to find the kill onto the enemy Vlad, but it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Top laners are down. Sheeny's still tanking up at the front line. Tally going to be doing the same. Sheeny's out of the picture. Reyes grabbing the kill. Now INTZ have to try to hold the line as a 3-man. They managed to pick the kill onto the enemy Nautilus. Tally's still chasing after him. Facebreaker's not going to find the target. Stunned up into the wall yet again by the Bard. INTZ in a 3v3. You lose this inhib, you are drowning in a sea of super minions for the next 5 minutes, and it looks like they forgot to bring their scuba gear. Legacy Esports still continuing to put the screws to INTZ and go for the win right here. Sleepy Trouble bubble down onto Reyes, but the follow-up isn't there in time to be able to take advantage of the situation. Reyes continuing the push. He's got Bobbit right next to him for the heals. He's got Tally in front of him to be able to provide the tanking. Look at how quickly the turrets fall. Now it's Bard trying to stop him. It's Mikal trying to get away, and Reyes says no. The amount of damage coming out from Legacy Esports is extreme, and Oceania will find their first win of Worlds 2020.
Woo! They were digging in that dirt, my man. That was a grimy, hard-fought game from Legacy because, like, it's fine in the moment when you make mistakes. Don't think too much about them. You could talk about what to do, better next time, but you have to always think about the next play. Legacy did that. Tapoon was a huge carry for this team because every single time mistakes happen was back on that side lane. Knew that you had to go top lane for that inhib top side. And then INTZ were overwhelmed with that pressure. Tally came in hot in these team fights. I thought when things got rough, Legacy got rougher. They kept fighting, they got stronger. It's nice to see them kind of be able to recover in that fashion.
Things were really shaky there in the mid game, despite still always having that 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 gold lead. INTZ was striking back, but for me, man, the play that cemented it, the fight that defined the game, was that absolutely chaotic moment just south of the river, inside the Legacy jungle, and the outplay 2v3 by Tally and Bobbit working together with the Set and the Nidalee to outplay Volibear and Zoe and Bard, killing off the Volley, dealing with the Zoe, absorbing the damage correctly, and then addressing Bard after the fact. That led to the Elder Drake, which led to the Baron, which made it so this team was able to push up and secure the win in the game. That fight was just, that is the moment right there.
Yeah, and I think it's just really just about how smart this team was because they locked Vladimir from doing anything. He was always on that side lane, so great job from them, from Legacy to really recognize in tough times how to keep fighting.
Well, with our first 3 games of the day done and finished, we're going to be tossing to a short break. But don't you go anywhere. There's more Worlds 2020.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020. I'm Dracos, joined by the victorious Tally. Now, Tally, I want to start off. It's kind of a combination question, but there's two things that I got to know right off the bat, which is, one, what was the plan for Legacy this game? And two, did it involve giving the entire Oceanic fan base a heart attack? Because that's what it felt like to me.
Well, I mean, it was pretty evident in our draft. Like, we had a really good early game that we wanted to attack with, but we did mess up. We threw a lot of our lead. The Vlad got out of control. But I mean, in those kind of games, we kind of feel comfortable. The chaotic play style is what we like the kind of thing we enjoy doing. So it wasn't. I never felt that the game was getting out of control and we were going to lose, because we always had multiple ways to win the game. So I think it was okay.
I mean, all things considered, that's actually quite impressive, because I think to the average viewer, to the audience, it really looked kind of out of control. It did look very chaotic. So I'm curious, do you feel like that ability to thrive in the chaos makes it much easier for you on the play-in stage when you're playing against a lot of different teams with a lot of different styles?
Yeah, it's definitely a good boon to have, because you don't really know what every team can do. You have vague ideas based on what you've watched, but they could have different plans. I've already seen Tristana mids and just crazy picks. So anything can happen. You just have to be ready to adapt.
Overall, when we look at the kind of the history of OS and the OPL, it's been up and down. Obviously, there have been good years, there have been worse years, and I'm curious how you see you and your team in the scheme of that. Is this a team that you feel really confident in, that you guys can get your feet over the hurdle, that you guys can make it into the bracket stage in that best of fives, or are you a little nervous about that pressure on you guys right now?
I mean, we've definitely seen really talented Oceanic rosters play on the international stage, but I am confident in my teammates. I think that even though we may not be the most talented players that ever represent OS, I think that we mesh really well, and we think about the game in the same manner. So we're able to proceed our ideas to even better levels. So I'm pretty confident against most of these teams that the better team will win on the day, and it's not just going to be a stomp.
Excellent to hear. Final question. Can we expect the same amount of chaos that we saw in this game in the future games that you guys will be playing in the stage?
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we enjoy doing, so I hope everyone enjoys watching it.
It is so much fun to watch. Thank you again, Tally, for taking the time to talk. Good luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for us here. We're going to toss to a quick break. When we come back, the start of your next game and more Worlds 2020.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. And before we do get into the LGD PSG Talon game, let's check out Legacy's Mercedes drive to victory. A massive outplay from Tally and Babip. And I've got a quick shot and Kadra alongside for the ride. What a play this was.
Yeah, gets a good flank there on PSG. Ults back into his team, and then Raze jumps in the backline. It is end up into a 1-for-1 trade for the AD carries, but then just turns into an all-out brawl between the
I was so scared when I saw Raze jumping in, and yes, he got the kill, but he didn't really get the reset, didn't get to do a lot more. Raze was doing that the entire game long, but this rundown of Set in Nidalee is just disgusting.
They had so much healing, and Babip basically kept Tally alive. He just tanked all the damage, and then Nidalee just kind of cleaned up. Even though she was out of mana, she was just chasing him in Cougar form. So.
No, absolutely. And actually, speaking of Tally, he actually just said in the interview, I wrote it down, I didn't want to forget, he said, you never know what to expect from these teams coming into Worlds. And what better way to embody that than talking about the two teams in this one. Our next game is a first look at the favorites from Group B. It's LGD as they start their Worlds run on home soil. So safe to assume China, big dogs of league. Yes. We've got the fourth seed. This is big energy.
Back world champions coming out of the LPL. They are currently dominating the world while they've taken down Europe in 2 finals in a row. LGD, in my mind, are clearly the 4th strongest team. I think the difference in power between 1 and 2, then 3, then 4 is stark. It is significant.
Sure.
And I'm interested to see what level of performance LGD will bring to the playing stage. They are still the favorites. There's no doubt about that. But I'm expecting them to go to groups, and I'm then anticipating how well will they perform against the rest of the field.
What Trevor said is definitely true. I mean, they had a 6-1 versus IG. It was pretty well played in the regional qualifier, but against Sunning, there was 0-6. So when it comes to the top, to the LGD, there's a little bit of a difference. It's kind of a slow team, but they have got star-studded players on their team. And I think if you don't ban either TF, Nidalee, or Leona versus this team, if they get one of these 3 champions, I think they're going to run away with it.
I have to add on to the star power. If you look at these players, all of them have been to international events before, barring one. Peanut won MSI in 2017 with SK team, made it to finals as well. She has been around for such a long time. Lang Xing was here last year as well. Like, there is so much experience, but the team has struggled at a domestic level. So now we get to see how does that relate and convert to the rest of the field.
And this is where my job gets really easy, because you've already alluded to some of the weaknesses. I'm just here to ask, what is the kink in their armor? There's a reason they're not, already in the group stage. There's a reason they have to come through these play-ins. What is the weakness? What is the kryptonite to that LGD roster?
The only real kryptonite they saw in the LPL was they were a slow-paced team. Right. The good thing about Mark is, even though he's a rookie and it will be his first Worlds, he is quite a fast-paced support. He'll run mid-level 1 and gank you if he has to. He'll take a bad trade in bot base and run into mid-level 1 if he has to as well. So he's going to speed up the plays for them, and Peanut's going to be on the farming junglers. Xia and Longxing, I think they're really good solo laners as well.
Yes, but on the other side of things, this is where it gets a bit interesting. We've got ourselves a curveball, it seems. PSG made quite the statement, Trevor, in their opening game.
I cannot believe they won.
They were question marked. We promised we would get all romantic and start building the story. So get your bricks out and start building.
It started with the pregame. We talked about how Kongyue as well as Uniboy as the AHQ mid-jungle duo, if they could get an advantageous draft and translate their duo performance and synergy to the rest of the map, it would win. And it happened. They went bot lane to help out Kaiwing and D time and time again. The fact that Kaiwing on the bot survived, look, I think every single member of that team looked individually great, and they were able to surprise. Now it's a much bigger task against LGD.
Yeah, Kongyue and Uniboy on the Echo in the set. I expect to see that taken away from them because they just look so good for them. But Kaiwing, this man on your screen, was popping off on Bard. He made a mistake level 3, but he did survive with all the healing potions. But the plays he made around the map, the synergy he has surprisingly with Kongyue is just kind of out of nowhere. They just played so well around the map together. Mid to bot was super good, and I think this team doesn't look too bad.
Can you imagine if they win?
That's what I was about to start planting that seed, right? It's just this crazy possibility where you can show up with a ragtag squad of mercenaries and pull your team through to the point where you start bringing in your players back. So just to clarify, D, in specifics, he's due back 27th or to return out of the roster?
That's correct. D will be able to play until the 27th.
Unified comes back in.
Exactly. Unified comes back in. That is because of the quarantine that is going to be taking place. And it's such a crazy thing. Like, this team, if they manage to advance to groups, they will lose the players that really were stars in game 1. Right. And that is a crazy, crazy scenario to be in.
It is, it is. And PSG, they came out swinging with their new players, but face a much harder challenge against the 4th seed from the LPL. Let's get into it.
Bye.
See ya.
See ya. Thank you very much, Machine. I'm Medic. This is Ender. We are here for the final 2 games of the day. And what our final 2 games we have. We have LGD taking on PSG first, and then after that, of course, Mad Lions versus Team Liquid, the game a lot of people are waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these games are going to be really exciting, especially with the performance we saw out of PSG earlier on today. I think that surprised a lot of people, but with some signature picks we saw, I think this team can give us a good fight here in this one.
I think it's like the expectation has to be that LGD are favorites coming in, right? The 4th seed from China, yes, they did struggle against Suning, went 0-6 versus them, but historically, the LBL has been a very strong region. PSG, losing 3 players coming into the play-ins, has had to have those 3 substitutions, of course, seem to be a weaker lineup. But after their first game performance, they look a lot stronger than some people expected.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking on the other side of things too, well, you expect the LPL to perform. There's a lot of people that remember LGD of past years in 2015 where LGD were super, super hyped up and didn't necessarily transform that onto good play on the international stage. So now LGD really have reformed themselves, come back in with a lot of veterans, try and make a good run here at the tournament.
Of course, the last time we did see LGD on the world stage was 2015. They went 2-4 in the group stage after being a very promising seed for the LPL, lost to the likes of TSM. Origin was in that group as well. And who was the final team? It was KT Roaster.
There you go. Yeah, the famed Juggernaut meta. I think we might have seen some like Wild Turtle on the Mordekaiser bot lane back then.
I believe we did.
It was some good times. But yeah, I think this team, especially looking at some of the players on this team like Mark and his roaming style in the bot lane, super well known for those picks like the Bard where he's always roaming around towards mid. This team really does find ways to have an early game impact with him and Peanut working well together.
And I think that's the thing, right? It's Peanut and Mark in the early game for LGD, and then they have the late game insurance of Kramer. Like, this guy tends to go relatively even in lane because Mark isn't there most of the time, so he's just farming himself up, and then in the late game, Kramer can really take over the match for LGD.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really scary thing when you look on the other side of things. And D, the player that was, you know, shoved into PSG's roster at the last possible second, he hasn't played professional league in like a year, and he was replacing the best AD carry in the PCS in Unified. So this team had a good performance in game number 1, but this second game for them is going to be really telling.
And I think a lot of that game number 1 performance did come down to Kongwei and
and Uniboy.
Yeah, Uniboy. Because I was going to say Unified and it's Uniboy.
Look, it can get confusing over here. We have 2 shadows in this tournament.
Exactly. Kongwei and Uniboy really popping off together on that set echo combo. Now, that is something we saw AHQ play a lot in the PCS. I believe they were 4-0 on it. My expectation is LGD will just come into this draft and say, well, we can just ban either set or echo and you no longer have those power pits.
Yeah, it can immediately start to disrupt it because you saw some really nasty combinations with the Time Winder, I think, right there, setting up the big stuns on that echo on top of set. It can keep people locked for so long. So the question then is, like, does Kongwei have these other scaling picks? Because we know Peanut's going to be playing the likes of the Graves, the Kindred, the Nidalee on the other side of things. So scaling junglers are the name of the game in this tournament, and we're going to see a whole lot more as we move forward.
Now let's jump on into draft. LGD on the blue side, PSG on the red. Zoe banned away immediately. GA is like, no Twisted Fate for you. That is getting taken out. And we'll see if the Leona ban comes out as well from PSG. Lilia has been 100% red side ban so far in the tournament. And I do not see that changing with Peanut being on the other side.
Yeah, Lilia definitely super high priority. The other champion is that Lucian that I think we've seen banned a couple of times. Picked first by Mad Lions in our game number 1. So very high priority on that champion too. Of course, when you have these attack damage mid laners, it opens up those scaling AP jungle picks. Speaking of those, that Echo we were just mentioning, LGD is going to get rid of to try and break up that Echo set combo.
Yeah, no real surprises there. Now we have the question. It's actually going to be an Ezreal ban, so Kramer getting taken off his second most played champion in summer, but this leaves Lilia open, and you have to expect that Peanut's going to lock that one in. He didn't play it a huge amount. In fact, I'm not sure if he played it at all in the LPL, but immediately it's locked in here.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia is just so powerful right now in this match. She farms the jungle super fast because of her movement speed too. She gets between camps very quickly as well, and can be a real nuisance against a lot of like slow moving or even not so fast moving CC, right? You have to have some very reliable CC to be able to punish her because she doesn't really have any sort of sustain in these fights. You can punish her, but you have to hit her, and that's what's so hard.
It's so difficult to keep track of her. I mean, I've played enough games with you in solo queue where you're just running around 25 Medjai stacks being like, guys, it's fun. I'm farming enemy champions. We don't need objectives. But Peanut here getting his hands on probably the power pick of Worlds 2020. On the other side, PSG are going to lock in a top lane tank for Hanabi. It's going to be the Ornn. Of course, could be flexed into the mid lane, but now with the Orianna being locked in for Uniboy, the expectation is that Ornn's going top.
Yeah, it's just setting up a very strong team fight here for PSG. I think one of the things you have to respect when you're coming into these tournaments is just find a composition with a very clear way to win games and try to punish. Now, the difficulty for PSG is while they're drafting for this team fight, and they're definitely going to have like scaling picks in the bot lane and the jungle to try and fit into this style, LGD now get not just the Lilia, but also the Lucian, which does have a solid matchup into the Orianna in mid lane. So when you have these farming jungle picks, if you can get strong lanes around it, you're almost unstoppable in the early game.
And another strong pick is the Volibear in the top lane. Into the Ornn, you get a relatively free laning phase. It's something we've seen a little bit in the LPL. Not picked up by too many other regions, actually, the Volibear, after it switched out of the jungle.
Yeah, it's a champion that they do like to flex around and doesn't have too hard of a time up top side of the map. And I think for Longxing, he's just a guy that's cruising along in this series. I think you look at the other playmakers on this team to try and make sure they get out to an early lead, specifically Peanut and Xie and how they can work together. Now with the Lily and Lucian, like we mentioned, they're going to be able to influence the rest of this map. And with Kongyue going to the Graves, it's a scaling pick, it's a good team fighting pick, but is it the right choice to try and punish Lucian? I don't think so.
And the 2v2 mid-jungle skirmish seems just so much stronger for LGD. Twitch is going to get taken away by PSG. We've heard rumors of that. We saw it in picks to watch as well. Twitch as an AD carry is definitely going to be high up on the priority list for most teams here at the World Championship. And now LGD have their options. You can get rid of more AD carries if you want, or you could try and pinch Kaiwing's support pool a little bit, get rid of things like the Bard. However, I love this ban. We saw D on the center in the last game. We know he hasn't played since August last year. Take him off the safe AD carries.
And Senna is such a beastly champion too in big front-to-back team fights because you can line up her Q to get insane healing. The shielding from her ultimate as well offers you so much utility within fights. So I think getting rid of that is a very smart choice. But now we're looking at kind of like the Bard is a champion that both these supports love to play, can definitely help you start off fights. The Thresh too for playmaking in the bot lane for Kaiwing because he's the player that is leading this team. Making sure he has the tools in his hands to aggressively seek out fights is going to be so critical for PSG.
But there's the Bard getting taken away, and Thresh is Kaiwing's other signature pick. 8-3 on it throughout the course of the season. It looks like it's going to be Jhin here for PSG. Not locked in as of yet, but I do like it as a pick. It's an AD carry that can be relatively safe.
Yeah, and the other champion I'm looking at is the Ashe, because I feel like if it doesn't get locked in here, Ashe is a pretty natural follow for Kramer. It was one of his most played during the regular season with Ezreal gone, and also just giving your team that reliable form of engage, you know, an Ashe Leona or something around the bottom side of the map to give you that fight could be critical when Volibear isn't going to really carry that from the top lane.
Yeah, and especially gives you the extra pick potential for the ball coming out from the Lilia.
Yeah.
It's like, you know how easy it is to hit a ball on a stationary target ender? It's super easy. That ball just rolls straight towards him. You then get the sleep, and there's the Ashe you were talking about. As you said, Kramer's played it 18 times across the course of the split, has actually gone 9-9 on it. The Braum alongside that gives you a little bit more protection, stops the call of the Forge God from the Ornn, and can block some of the curtain call.
Yeah, the Braum is interesting, because as you mentioned, it does have some pretty good interactions with the abilities on the PSG team comp, but it gives a bit more of a play back style for LGD, where they want to absorb the engage and then turn it back on PSG's head. Looking at some bot lane options for Kaiwing, playmaking is the name of the game for this guy, and especially when you have an Ornn and an Orianna. You chuck that Orianna ball onto a Rakan's head, and Kaiwing is going to have all the tools he needs to find those fights.
It is the first time we have seen Kaiwing on this Rakan, though, in the entirety of Summer, so obviously trying to bring something new, maybe feeling a little bit more of the burden on him as one of the two players of the PSG main roster. He needs to be a little bit more on the front foot. He needs to be the one engaging, or looking at least for those follow-up engages from the call of the Forge God.
Yeah, and I think that he's going to have a pretty good time in this game. You know, we like the Rakan matchup into a Braum. It's really hard to get punished by the concussive blows, so you can hop in quickly and then hop back out, jumping to your AD carry. So team fight is the name of the game for PSG. Some strong laning, and then really good power picks in the form of the Lilia and the Lucian for LGD is the name of the game.
I really like the powerful skirmishes that we see from LGD. When Peanut gets ahead, LGD gets ahead. if he is behind, LGD tend to lose. Peanut is the key man for this team. And on something like a Lilia that I did check, he's played once during the playoffs, did lose on it, but had an okay scoreline. On something like the Lilia, he has so much more impetus, so much more threat in this game.
Yeah, LGD fans definitely want a good performance right out of the gates. None of the woes of past years, none of the woes of 2015 to come on back to this team.
And also none of the woes of a team like Mad Lions. Like in the first game, they did look a little bit shaky. They did look a little bit apprehensive. And you have to expect a team with the pedigree, with the veterancy of some of these players will not have that same stage fright. I mean, Langjin went to Worlds last year. Peanut, Worlds 2016. MSI 2017. Worlds 2017. GA, MSI 2017, Worlds 20, like everyone but Mark on this team has been on the international stage.
And that's who I want to focus in on though, is Mark, because he is so pivotal to his team's success. The amount of time he spends outside lane constantly looking for roams, he is now, after a really weird year in 2020, on the international stage, ready to prove himself at Worlds. And can he match up against the likes of Kaiwing, who we know is an excellent support in his own right?
And obviously on the other side of the Rift, PSG with a few less experienced players. Kongwei and Uniboy did go to Worlds in 2018 with just Mad. They lost to GRX and were knocked out in the play-in stages. Kaiwing's been here before, lost to Fnatic in 2017, got knocked out of groups with Hong Kong Attitude last year. So we have got experience on either side, but the difficulty for PSG will be team fighting, playing around a style when you have 3 new players.
Yeah, but one of the super interesting things seeing their first game, which they won pretty handedly, was they seemed all of one mind, all on the same page. Communication definitely working out for them with 5 players all speaking Cantonese for them. So this team, I really think, has some potential here to show good teamwork. And it's now about finding other styles that they might be not as used to playing.
Well, let's talk a little bit then about expectations for this game, because I think a lot of people will come into it and say, well, it's the LPL's 4th seed versus the PCS's 2nd seed. Yep. The expectation should be that LGD win this game. So for the PCS 2nd seed, do we just expect them to put on a good show? Is that enough for them? Or do we think that they should be at least challenging for the win, if not winning the game?
I think with all the difficulties thrown PSG's way, you obviously do have to temper your expectations to a certain degree. But again, you need to make sure that you're not coming last place in the group, because after the round robin, bottom team is out. PSG do need to show up, and with a comp like this, I want to see them coordinated in the team fights.
Of course, coming last in the group is a lot easier because they picked up a last is a lot harder because they picked up a win earlier on. Each team only plays 4 times in the group stage, but the top 4 teams, so everyone but last place in each group, will at least get a chance to play for a position in the World Group stage. We're on to Summoner's Rift here, Ender. Early on, I know you love to look at the junglers, so let's have a talk about how Peanut and Kongwei are going to play this early game.
Yeah, well, I'm really looking over at the side of Peanut in this one. We already said how quickly you can blitz through the jungle, but especially when you have a Lucian in mid lane, and you'll notice there, Xie is going to be rocking the Ignite as well. You can play pretty aggressive in this matchup, and a lot of times you'll see a heavy focus on the Raptor camp early in the game. That's why we see this early red ward placed by Kongwei that's going to ward out and see if LGD made any sort of incursions into the topside jungle early on, and he's going to be able to start bot side with good confidence, or he's going to go back topside, but he's going to start with good confidence he's not being invaded.
Double oracles on the side of PSG as well, just to make sure that there were no extra wards, nothing getting snuck in, no extra vision for LGD. I want to just come back to the Braum pick a little bit earlier that we discussed in Pick Ban, because I was thinking more about it, and because you have 2 AD carries on your team, Braum actually gets even stronger in these skirmishes. The concussive blows is so easy to proc. Ashe autos once, Lucian autos a couple of times, you've got concussive blows.
I love it. I love it with 2 AD carries, and I love Braum versus 2 AD carries, because while his passive is great with 2 ADCs, when you play against 2 ADCs, his wall becomes so powerful. The Grave's going to struggle a little bit punching into that one, and the Jhin, of course, his ultimate, his auto attack's going to be absorbed there too.
It's definitely going to be interesting to watch exactly how these 2 teams fight around their supports and the power there, but For the moment, we can see GA pushing in the mid lane, 7 CS to 2 up, and as we expect, the Lucian into the Orianna is just such a strong matchup for the Lucian.
And I really want to talk about GA's Lucian. There's going to be a level 2 coming to the bot side, so LGD need to watch out for that one. But GA, this Lucian mid lane pick was a very new pick. You remember the last time we saw him, really pop off internationally? 2017 MSI. Yep. And I have a little bit of unique insight on this because I was literally a referee at this tournament. And the reason I'm saying this is because this Lucian pick was talked about by every single team in the tournament. Everyone was playing Lucian behind the scenes. You would start off every game when they got out on stage, each team would have their AD carry do a 1v1 with their mid laner, Cassiopeia versus Lucian mid, because it was the secret counter pick that no one really knew about. But Xie was the first one to pull it out and absolutely bodied FLICKR with the champion. So I'm super excited to see him to get a shot with it again today.
It's always great to have those sort of recurring themes for a player, right? You think about FLICKR's rise, you think about the Z outplay for FLICKR as well, and of course, Lucian here for GA. Peanut is on his way towards the top lane, stealing away the Krugs, did use the sweeper in the Tribush, so Hanabi should know that Peanut is on that top side. Kaiwing was looking for a very early roam towards the mid lane, but decided to back away from it. At the moment, he is teaming up with Kongwei.
Yeah, I really like this type of roam from support. It's something we started seeing a lot more towards the back half of the regular season. We saw it in the LEC, but in a couple of other regions too, where your own bot lane, your AD carry will try to push out that third wave, get a quick reset, go back to base and find a cull. And whereas in the past, a lot of times you would see a support reset and then either path to mid lane or bot lane, what Kaiwing just did there was sprint immediately to mid lane. So you come in at a gank timer that's about 10 to 15 seconds faster than what the enemy mid would necessarily expect. There, obviously, it doesn't end up mean anything. Xie is really hard to punish on the Lucian, and he was playing towards the top side river. But these are the types of moves that Kaiwing especially is going to consistently try to look for.
Did Xie spot out Kongwei there? I think he did. He's playing down towards the bottom side. The smoke screen comes out. You can see the pressure that's been applied to Uniboy here by Xie just makes it so difficult for Uniboy to lane, and they're trying to relieve some of that tension in the mid lane.
But you can't really do that because Lucian, he has the dash, he still has his flash up, and Orianna doesn't really support you too well pre-level 6 when it comes to those ganks. Doesn't have that hard CC. Graves also not going to be able to bring it. So the only way I see PSG finding a successful gank around mid lane is if Kaiwing is in the area and is moving forward. So now that Kramer and Mark have that bot lane push going down there again, it opens up so much pressure for Xie to be able to step up very aggro, even with no mana.
We didn't bring attention to the AD carry itemization. D did go back and get himself a cull. He's now got 83 stacks left on that. Well, Kramer started with a cull. I mean, the expectation into a Rakan lane is, unless the Rakan really outplays you, you shouldn't be losing lane. It's actually really difficult as Rakan, although it feels easy to jump in and get knockups and do some damage, it's very hard to win a laning phase.
Yeah, and while a lot of people will be like, Cole, isn't that a super greedy purchase? No, I don't actually think it is that greedy. I think it's been something that AD carries have been able to do for a long time. The thing you're going to be missing out most on is the flat HP you do get from Doran's Blade 80, I do believe. But what you actually gain is more life on hit, because it's not a percentage life steal. It's actually just returning an amount of life on hit. So up until you reach a 180 threshold, you technically get more sustained value from a Cull than you would from a Doran's Blade.
Flat value is better than percentage values when you have low.
That's how it goes.
AD. That's the way it works. Langjin has gone back and got himself a Sheen in the top lane and also a sizable CS lead. Very experienced in this Volibear into Ornn matchup. And Hanabi is struggling just a tad, but of course the Ornn gives you so much power as the game goes on. The upgrades, items from its passives, and then the Call of the Forge God and that team fight threat.
Yeah, that's obviously what PSG are going to be looking for. PSG, also typically known as a bit slower of team. Yeah, Kaiwing will look for plays, try to get an early advantage, but even with the changes, they're going to be perfectly content to slow things out, chilled out for just a little bit, and look for those 5 versus 5s around major neutral objectives later on to the game, which is exactly what the Ornn, as you said, is going to be giving you. But what they need to keep in mind is that top lane and mid lane especially, really good matchups for LGD, and it's allowing Peanut to very easily farm in through the jungle. So LGD are going to come out of this early game with a gold advantage, and we can expect them to see, you know, the conversion of this early pressure into objectives. You know, Peanut's down there right now as Kaiwing looks for a little bit of poke, but that should be a very early dragon here for LGD.
And you can see there exactly why it is hard for Rakan to play in this 2v2. Like, you can jump in, but the Unbreakable comes up and you don't really get anything out of it. Peanut low here, but he has the smite, and there is no pressure on the map on him at all. Kongwei is up on the top side. Peanut will get the first dragon of the game. It's a mountain next Infernal. So we could have a Cloud or even an Ocean Soul this game ender.
Ooh, all right, the Ocean Soul, everyone already
Everyone's
getting
like,
spooked about it.
Ocean.
Everyone knows Ocean is OP, but hey, movement speed, you got a Lily, you got a Volibear, gonna be very, very nice there as well. So as we approach the 8-minute mark, this is where we wonder, like, do we see these teams probably convert up into a Herald swap? But I actually would expect to see less of that with the pace of the game that I'm expecting from PSG, where, again, they're focused on the team fights. Level 6s have come through for a lot of their players, but not necessarily the bot lane, and with that Rakan especially, that opens up much more playmaking than if you were to swap up there now without it.
I will say, for the first appearance of LPL at Worlds 2020, I've been watching a lot of Super Server games. We didn't have a level 1
I was
10v10
promised,
fight.
yeah, 10v10 at level 1, and that just didn't happen.
20 kills by the 7th minute. I understand it though, and we talked about it a lot. Like the way this team plays does not have to be early action. You can see LGD just getting laning phase advantages. They're about 600 gold ahead. They can then look for skirmishes in the mid-game after some of these lanes open up a little bit more and can put a lot of pressure down on the map. For now, LGD will be happy with how they're playing, although some fans in the audience might be a little bit disappointed we're not seeing all the bloodshed in the world.
Yeah, Peanut just going to be eeping around the jungle, clearing blue buff and Grump at the same time, but he's out of mana, so he gives up on the... No, he gave up on Grump because he was just out of mana and was going to probably die to it. That feels bad.
See, this is why it's good to have a jungle colleague on the desk, because I was just like, oh, Peanut not managing his patience properly.
No, he was like sprinting away from that Grump. That guy was baring his fangs, ready to chew in. No.
I've never thought of Grump having fangs, but that's a good mental image. I like it.
Does Grump open his mouth, really? Because
He does, because he spits at you.
Yeah, oh, that's true.
Venomous fangs, obviously, for Grump, and at the moment, some venomous auto attacks coming out from GA, but I will give credit to Uniboy. He's only 8 CS behind in this lane, hasn't lost a plate on his tower as far as I can see, and so that's actually a very good position for this Orianna to be in.
Look at this, though. Kramer, level 6, walking up through river. PSG frantically pinging out that this roam could be happening, and Uniboy does have the flash to escape. No cleanse, though.
Uniboy is just pretty safe right now as he backs away. Mark and Kramer trying to team up.
But how unfair is this? He's doing Scuttle Crab and Herald at the same time because top and mid lane are winning so hard for him in terms of pressure.
It's the push pressure that we talked about earlier on. You can see Longjing has just pushed in that Ornn in the top lane. PSG going to try and fight against this. Cullen coming out, Kaiwing battle dancing away, looking for the grand entrance. Yet to hit 6, doesn't have the quickness. And that Rift Herald, the eye has opened and it's taken down. Enchanted Crystal is going to hit Kaiwing, but he will be more than safe on the backline.
These are the types of roams that I really don't like, though. I feel like when we see 10 people come up to a Herald and there's not a fight, one team made a very incorrect decision. In this case, it's PSG, who didn't have pressure on the top side and who did not have level 6 on Kaiwing just yet. I would have much rather preferred to see D and Kaiwing stay down in the bottom lane and trade for plates in the bot side. Kongyue to go bot side, steal away jungle camps. The Krugs were up there. He could have done that and really evened out a lot of the gold that can be lost from this Herald, but instead it just ends up being a lot of wasted time because now Peanut gets a lot of these turret plates for free.
Call to the Forge God coming out from Hanabi. He's just looking to clear out this wave as much as he can. Peanut's on the chase. Uniboy's on his way up. The sun's going to land. The tower is disrupted and Hanabi flashes away. Peanut gets the kill and Yang Xing tanking up the tower will just be able to walk away. Uniboy looked for some chasing, but couldn't get close enough.
It's just a really good dive there from LGD. They dared Hanabi to clear away the minion wave. He was worried about the Herald coming down, and then he doesn't really have the self-peel tools to stay alive against that dive, against a whole lot of targeted CC. So even the flash not going to be super useful there, and the roam did not come through fast enough. So once again, another solid win for LGD, and Peanut is still holding on to that Rift Herald, so that one can be placed a little bit later for even more bucks.
Of course, the Stormbringer stopping the tower from doing any damage makes it a lot easier to dive when you have a Lilia there for all your DPS requirements. And it's a good first dive here for
Ohmwrecker
LGD.
at Worlds. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought that Ohmwrecker would make a reappearance? Maybe it will come back with the item changes going into 2021. 1,000 gold lead though for LGD, 11 minutes into the game. We can see Hanabi knows this is coming.
He's very angrily clearing away the minion wave, then realizes potentially his mistake, even with the knockup, as you said. Turret not doing anything. Peanut held on to his ulti there too.
Good stuff. Didn't even need to use the Lilting Lullaby. Can now look to use it in a skirmish. 20 seconds on the Infernal Dragon Ender. I wonder if PSG will be more willing to fight this one. You have the quickness, you have the curtain call, you've got the shockwave, you've got all those ults up now.
Yeah, PSG do want to fight this because you just saw their bot lane take a reset, go back, get some big purchases, the BF sword comes through. I would have assumed they wanted to fight because they're pathing back down here again. So Kongyue, after taking the top side Scuttle Crab, you would assume goes to the bot side river, but LGD do have pressure here first, and I think it's going to be hard to push them out, especially because Hanabi doesn't have his ultimate for a little while.
See Kramer actually holding the wave just outside of turret range for PSG. Kongyue is going to try and come down here, but Jie is just navigating that lane so well. So difficult, as we said, to catch a Lucian. Now he's got his Mana Moon stacking up. He is going to have so much damage, but PSG will claim control of the river for the moment. Hanabi has teleport. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Kaiwing dodges away. Culling's going to be used on Uniboy, but he uses the Dissonance and the Shield to get himself out. And there goes the arrow! It's bang at Worlds all over again.
I think that might be a bit of a reach there, man. He's like, calculated, that's the target I was going for. Imagine if that had interrupted.
It was Prey, it wasn't bang.
It was Prey, yeah. Good one. But it does slow things down for a little bit. PSG not committing here, even though Kramer doesn't have ult or mana, so I think they may just be able to pick this one up, because now Hanabi has the ultimate. Of course, he could teleport in here if necessary. PSG just want to pull the trigger before Hanabi is able to get back to base or restore any mana.
Kaiwing will be known, where his location will be known, because Jie could see the ward go down, cleared by Control Ward. D trading with Kramer in the bottom lane. Kramer, of course, no arrow. Means that if D could hit one of these deadly flourishes, he would be able to chunk out that atch quite a lot.
You know, I'm really surprised with the restraint we saw from PSG. Now they are finally committing over towards this objective, and as you can see, Peanut doesn't really want to contest, not able to steal this one away. Here comes the TP.
TP's just for safety here. Like, they saw Mark coming in from the bottom side of it, and they were like, oh, maybe we just need to use that TP. And perhaps it was a little bit too apprehensive there from PSG. Yeah. They needed all 5 members.
It is a bit odd there how long they waited and then calling in the TP regardless. Here we go. Herald should be able to get the charge on this one. 15 seconds before the plates fall. That money will go over to Peanut too.
So I think the question now, Ender, that we have to ask, we're 14 minutes into this game. LGD have, we'll say, 1,500 gold lead or thereabouts on average. Last time we saw PSG play, it was their jungle mid duo getting ahead in the early game that snowballed the game for them. Now, without Kongyue and Uniboy getting ahead, can PSG play the teamfight style that we actually saw from them regularly in the PCS?
Yeah, and it's the coordination. Can they be able to replicate that as well? The composition where a lot of ultimates need to work together very, very nicely. And can they do it against this LGD comp? Because LGD, I think, have a lot of excellent tools at dealing with the big wombo combo 5v5s, right? You know, when you consider how slippery Xie's Lucian can be, Peanut's Lilia, these champions can spread out in fights and really reduce the value of that slow-moving Forge God coming at you from Hanabi's Ornn. Similar things can be said about the Orianna too, and then for the player that is a bit vulnerable in Kramer, he's got Mark right there ready to protect him with that big shield, so it's really just Kaiwing that I think is going to be able to find out the pivotal players and work around that Braum wall for the rest of his team, because the other champions do have some counters up against them on LGD's comp.
And actually a big issue for Rakan when you get into fights like this is usually you want to be the secondary engage. You want people to be locked up a little bit, CC'd or at least stunned, so then you can get in and onto that backline, because it's actually, now that they changed the quickness so that you can't flash immediately, it becomes a lot harder for Rakan to get right on into the action by himself.
Yeah, it really does. So then we see a lot of these Rakan players using Fog of War against. Try and come around. Here comes Uniboy.
Gonna flash away. The sleep's gonna land, but he is underneath his tower and pretty darn safe. Arrow comes out as well, but Uniboy will dodge to the side of it. Just checked.
Is that one gonna hit Hanabi?
No, didn't hit Hanabi. It went off onto Howling Abyss, my man. Someone in an AVAM somewhere is really angry.
That's like a 2.5-year stun, because that one scales up with distance traveled. Coming from you all the way from the LPL Super Server.
So Rifto, the next target here for LGD. Peanut's going to get it. They managed to get the first. They got the first dragon. And now the Rifto should be easy for them. But there's the shockwave, and here's the follow-up engage. They dive onto Mark, who flashes away. Kongyue just has enough damage to get the kill, and PSG are on the board.
Really good punish right there. You see not a lot of great vision around mid lane for LGD, and PSG team up to make that happen. They're not going to be able to make it here for Rift Herald in time, and Peanut should be able to scoot on out of that one.
So it's a Rift Herald for a support's life in exchange there. PSG not really able to get too much more out of the fact they got that kill in the mid lane. They did get both of Jie's summoners, so no flash on the Lucian for the next few minutes.
Yep.
We'll see if they're able to capitalize on that.
It's definitely a good punish to have, especially because one of the things you love to see when you have an Ornn is if you can ever manage to get priority in that lane, walk down towards mid, chuck that one out, and Lucian has been pushed up for a lot of this game so far. Can be vulnerable right there, but I am a little bit surprised to see how well PSG were able to set this one up here. You had Kaiwing roaming around through Fog of War. Just now he's hit and over the wall. That's a double ultimate. So right over those walls from the Fog, Mark is punished. Was Xie able to pop out of there? But LGD, this was sort of their bread and butter, was Peanut and Mark either playing around mid or using Xie's pressure to go punish elsewhere. Instead, this game for them has been just lane kingdom a bit while Peanut solos objectives with the pressure. It hasn't been that same level of commitment or force to finding early plays.
The thing is, though, in Pick and Ban, we talked about how Peanut tends to be the early game for LGD and Kramer is the late game. And what's happened this game? Kramer's just silently farming up. He's got a Blade of the Ruin King. He's got a Zeal on its way. Kramer, when you get to late game teamfights, is an absolute monster, especially on this Ashe, the second most picked champion for him this split. He is going to be very difficult to get a hold of or lock down.
Yes, he is, especially with this Ocean Drake coming up. We were asking earlier, is it an Ocean Soul or Cloud Soul? It's going to be an Ocean Soul. Right now, the Drakes just split 1 and 1 a piece here. But notice, in the top lane, Hanabi will not have teleport. That'll come up just around the same time that the Dragon is going to be spawning into the game, whereas Longxing, he has his TP re-earned and ready to go, and he's going to be able to go back to base, top himself out.
Mark once again steps forward, takes about a third of his HP. Oh no! Here, there's the arrow and it connects, and that is a very dead Kongwei, although he manages to escape.
That's asleep!
Going out as well. Great shockwave though, going to stop Peanut from getting in. Longxing coming in from the side as well as D steps back. Call of the Forge got used by Hanabi, trying to lock them up in the jungle here as the Golden Call comes down. Mark the first target, but he dodges behind Peanut. They dive forward, they get Xie, and now Longxing is stuck in the middle of 5 players, but he's going to try and retreat through the jungle. Gets back into the river, 1 kill for PSG.
Really good punish there from PSG, baiting LGD back, surviving against the initial engage, and then turning it around on them inside that tight choke. Here goes Kongwei.
Longxing's just going to flash straight forward. The teleport's coming out here as Uniboy joins the party. Stormbringer used by Longxing to go unstoppable to stop that route from coming in. But the Ocean Dragon should be the target here for PSG.
Yeah, PSG going to be able to take this one. LGD, not a lot to commit here. Kramer's already running topside. They don't want to fight the Drake. They just want Kramer to be able to farm. That's a big win for PSG.
And Ender, just a few moments ago, we were saying, can PSG be coordinated? Can they team fight versus a team from the LPL? Well, that starts to give me a little bit of faith. The PCS as a region look very strong right now.
I mean, because at the start, it looked dire for them. You know, they're camping in this bush to try and find Mark, but then they get turned around on them. This is a really nice arrow onto Kongwei, and Peanut holds his sleep knowing that the Graves is the target, but this is where they go too far. When they come back, look, this huge shockwave is so good. Longxing is not able to make an impact on the backside because of that cleanse, and then this ultimate set up for the Jin R. You see how these ultis are supposed to work in conjunction with one another. LGD cannot catch up to their front line, and they're picked off in the process.
Credit as well to D. It's been over a year since he played on a competitive stage. He was the one caught out, insta-cleanse, instantly retreats into the Fog of War, and makes it so hard for Longxing to keep up with him. Gold still 2,000 ahead here for LGD. There is a Dragon timer ticking. In about 4 minutes, we'll have the next Ocean, and then it's Soul after that. If PSG can continue to stack them, they are going to be healing absolutely tons through all of these team fights.
And by the time we get to this next Drake, we're going to see Hanabi's Ornn ready to hand out some items to his carries. You see down bot side, D went for the Infinity Edge first. A lot of time we'll see the Storm Razor, which has some really nice synergy with Jin's kit there, but I think that D's saying, hey, you're upgrading me first. Make sure, you know, Uniboy, you can wait. Same for you, Kongwei. I'm getting my item ASAP down there, and that's going to be a lot of AD.
Going to be handing out those birthday presents like Santa Claus at Christmas. PSG will be looking to get all of those upgrades. Each upgrade, probably about 1,000 to 1,400 gold worth of stats. Uniboy now in a side lane, doesn't have the teleport, is being shadowed by Kongwei as he comes in towards this bottom side of the map. It's going to clear out the control ward, and they're trying to give Uniboy this gold. Kaiwing's going to get jumped on just a little bit as Kramer is able to step away.
But here's the thing, LGD have so much pressure in this topside jungle, they may be able to zone off the turret just a little bit as they step forward. That tower very, very low. D on the Jin can't really do too much in terms of wave clear there.
Especially since he didn't have cleanse. Now what I do like is Kaiwing has gone Mikhail's first on the Rakan. Rakan is one of those champions that you can be really flexible with your itemization. You see things like the Ardent Sensor, the Redemption. Sometimes you can even go for Shurelias if you want that extra burst to get in, but the Mikhails here just adds that element of safety, because if Kongwei eats an arrow, if Uniboy eats an arrow, you just immediately cleanse it off them, and you can try and reposition in these fights.
Yeah, and I think Mikhails is such a hard counter to Lilia in particular, because like, well, an arrow, Mikhails has that small wind-up time, right, that you have to play around. Well, with the sleep, you see the same wind-up time, so you can actually get perfect timing on that. You can self-cleanse yourself with 100% success rate because you know exactly how long it's going to take before that one pops down there. So I really like that intelligent itemization coming through from Kaiwing.
Let's look at where we are in terms of itemization on the other side. Peanut, Leandri's after finishing his jungle item here. I know we've seen some Dead Man's Plates coming out from Lilia's, but the Leandri's just a much more damage-centered build.
Yeah, I do prefer that a lot here, especially when you're going to be whacking away at Hanabi a lot in these fights. You need to go front to back very often on this Lilia and cut down the front line before getting that huge burst of movement speed, where you can go and find that big punch onto a Uniboy or a D a bit later. But this is now 2 turrets that Uniboy has been able to pick up. First down bot side with the Graves escort to help him out, now top 2, and he's gearing up for a Spellbinder purchase right before that next Ocean Drake.
The good thing for LGD is they've been able to find towers in other parts of the map. They got that mid tier 2, they got the bot tier 1, they are 2 turrets ahead right now. And so they aren't losing out on gold because Uniboy has been able to take these towers himself. But now with the Spellbinder, you'll have even more power. We're ticking on that clock, Ender. 1 minute before the Ocean Drake is up. 1 minute before I expect we'll see another team fight.
Yeah, so it's time to do like the check-ins on the itemization, because everyone pretty much has finished off their core 1-2. She has been able to upgrade that Mirror Mana for a whole lot of damage inside mid. And note, Kramer has not gone for like the full crit build with the CDR of the Essence Reaver, of course. So he's not going to be able to spam out those arrows, but when it comes to shredding through the HP-heavy front line of Hanabi, that's where the Blade of the Rune King especially is going to help him out.
Couple of deep breaths before the storm. 30 seconds on the Drake. Let's look at that vision. LGD have control of the river right now. PSG getting pushed back through the mid lane. No safety under their towers because, of course, those towers have already been raised to the ground. LGD have that little bit of extra security. They know that tower is right there. Hanabi's going to try and charge away. Kaiwing looking for flank position here.
Damage.
Standing back. Hanabi down to about 2/3. But the root did come onto Kramer there. Kaiwing unable to get in from the side, and you can see what PSG they're tentatively prodding to see if they can find a way in.
But the thing is, LGD attacked the mid wave, so now PSG must respond. That's what Hanabi's going to be picking up. Now it's PSG stuck in this choke point. Can they break through? It's very hard against the Brawl.
Swole Seed already used there by Peanut. It went wide, right through the goalpost, and now Kongwei is going to be the one on the front line. Hanabi actually trying to come in from the side here, but a good ward from LGD will spot that out. The ward in the river means that Hanabi is on vision. Kramer forced off the ulti. He's all by himself.
Oh!
Misses, but he almost lands the knock of the curtain call coming out, and there's the charm, the flash. They get Kramer. That's one down. Now what can LGD do? Because they're stuck in the dragon pick. The shockwave dodged away from Kongwei, dashing in, trying to get him towards the boots. He's dodging in and out of vision. He's getting into the bush, and Hanabi now flashing over the wall. You can see PSG just want to continue this
double sleep.
Gonna land on 2. Uniboy cleansed away from. That's the Mikhails that we talked about earlier. LGD still prodding, still poking. They know they can mechanically outplay in moments like this, and that's what they're trying to do. PSG just bringing the Ocean Dragon out.
Yeah, and Kramer's still dead for another 15 seconds. Only Longxing's ultimate ready to go. Peanut wants to steal it, but I don't think PSG are going to give him the chance.
The Dragon runs out of patience with this fight as LGD
Here he goes.
Patience, they dive onto the backline. Uniboy, Storm bring him onto his face, but he's been locked up, and Longxing maybe with the first to fall in this fight on the backline. Hanabi's diving in. PSG, D gets 1. Xie's fallen. The Dragon's going to go down as well as Longxing falls. Peanut running the wrong way through the map, and PSG, 3 substitutes. Only 2 of their core players are wiping LGD off the map.
LGD just panicked there. They go for the fight, and now PSG are going to hunt down Peanut. He's buying so much time, though, that it's stopping PSG from being able to go take the Baron. He's so fast, he's going to go down in the end, but then that will be a long death timer, and maybe PSG can turn it into a Baron yet.
Well, if you take down the jungler, perhaps you can. Longxing 12 seconds, Xie 10. Peanut just dodging away as much as he can, popping the Gen G. As he continues to run, there's the shockwave back up. And Peanut will fall. Kaiwing takes the kill. PSG decide they don't need the Baron. They have evened out the gold. They were 2,000 gold behind this entire game. Now it's even. There's an Ocean Soul in 4 minutes. And Ender, I'll be honest, I came in thinking PSG would be lucky to put up a fight, and they are demolishing LGD.
Let's look at the fight, because the ulti is terrible, but the idea is sound. You isolate Kramer from the rest of his team, and then you see the long range of Kaiwing flying in there, setting up for Jin as well. It's massive. Here's where things get awkward, though. A lot of ultimates go down, not a lot of health bars go down, so we're going to snap forward to the rest of the fight, but here, LGD, you have no AD carry. I guess you have Illusion, but you don't have that Ashe, and they also didn't have any ultimates except for Long Xing, so they didn't have the damage to be able to actually contest here, and I think they should have just given it up.
I think looking back at it, they would agree with you, Ender. PSG looking for their second win in this group pretty much guarantees you at least a spot in the knockouts, if not that first position. Of course, each team in play-ins will only play 4 games in their group. The top 4 teams in each group will go through to the knockouts. In fact, the top team goes straight through. Now LGD trying to set up around the Baron. Mark's going to clear out some vision here with Gia, and LGD have been good at this. They've been good at taking down their opponent's vision, but they haven't managed to play around it as effectively as they'd like.
It's so good now for PSG to look for a fight. No flashes available for LGD, and PSG's comp gets countered a bit by flashes, you know, the Orianna, of course, as we said. PSG in a much better position to fight in these consecutive fights when those flashes are down. So I think starting up the Baron is critical right here. They want to turn onto LGD as soon as they approach him in the river.
As Long Xing going to TP in, there's this control ward off towards the top side. Look at that ward in the bush. Mark
ball is in, but it misses.
Misses. Here comes the TP. Hanabi, you've got the call of the Forge God. You can look for the engage here. Baron down to about half HP. Mark stepping back. Kramer looking for the flank position, but really, do you want to flank on an Ashe right now? PSG once again stepping back. There's the double sleep. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but immediately D out with the cleanse. The Cullen coming out as well. Kaiwing steps back, forces Long Xing away. That Baron down to 1,500. The shockwave! The shockwave from Uniboy is absolutely huge. Mark falls. Kramer's chased out by Hanabi. Peanut's dead. And LGD are having flashbacks to 2015 because they are not showing up today. PSG with an incredible fight at Baron.
PSG have come up to play here. They're smashing. Long Xing will get the shield, but Uniboy should be able to take him down. It's close at the end, but it will be an ace for the PCS representatives knocking down LGD.
This is the second best team from the PCS with 3 substitutes, Ender. Like, I'm looking forward to Machi. I'm worried for G2 in that group now as well, because PSG are showing us why the PCS is to be feared right now. And you can say it's a little bit too much hype for day 1, but this is exciting stuff.
Look at this here. The cleanse going to remove the sleep there as well. PSG once again absorb the engage and then turn it around. It is a scrap in the pit, but look at the shockwave combo. The coordination. Hanabi and Uniboy did not play together this year, but they're still making it happen inside the pit. Peanut Smite is not coming through well, and it is Kongyue who picks up the Baron in the 50-50.
You can see how much it means to them as well. 12 kills to 2, 4,000 gold lead. And Ender, Baron remains for 2 minutes still on PSG. They've already got 3,000 gold out of it, and they have an Ocean Soul in 45 seconds.
This is disaster for LGD, the amount of pressure PSG are going to have. And we saw in the last fight around Baron, around the Dragon before too. They're splitting up LGD, and LGD are getting punished. Again, LGD need to find creative ways to approach the fight and not get punished right off the bat with those big ultimates. But Uniboy found him right there, and there's nothing you can do once you get 3-man Shockwave.
I'm just super impressed by the level of coordination coming out from PSG. As you said, like, these guys don't play together. Uniboy and Kongyue have played together. D hasn't played in a year. And Kaiwing and Hanabi in some of these team fights are just absolutely on point. It actually looks like LGD have given up on this Ocean Soul. They've sent Jie and Peanut up towards the top lane. They're trying to get something out of this. But that will be the Ocean Dragon going over to PSG. Ocean Soul secured. They still have 45 seconds before that Baron buff ticks away. And right now, they are looking incredibly strong. 3 items on D. Rapid Fire, Phantom Dancer, Infinity +1 Edge, the Luden's Echo, the Rabadon's Death Cap, the Spellbinder complete, and a 10-stack Dark Seal, just in case you want to go full Medjai's. Death Dance, Obsidian Cleaver, and the Warrior Enchant for Kongyue. Like, they are so strong.
Look at this from LGD, though. They spent time up here. They want to find the pick. Can they make it happen?
Hanabi still has Flash. You can't do it. He's on. He's too tanky. You can't get in there. And now you've got 3 players on the top side of the map and no teleports.
Yeah, PSG are down bot side. It's 2 versus 1. Longxing, he can't clear away minion waves. PSG are going to be able to raise this turret so quick, and they might get a kill on top.
Now Longxing goes in, down to half HP. He's going to retreat. He's going to walk wounded back to his base. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, those towers are falling as well. Mid lane tier 1 down, tier 2 down.
CA's still not back yet.
CA's not back. The Baron has fallen off, which means the mid lane wave will not be as strong as it could have been about 20 seconds prior. But PSG, they break open the bottom side of the map, and now they can pull LGD apart.
Everything working for PSG now. With the Baron, they break the base. With the Ocean Soul, they already weren't losing team fights because their coordination was that good. Now, they're not going to lose team fights because they're just that strong with the Ocean Soul on top of it. You said Mejai's, it's coming in. Uniboy doing his homework here, has got the book and is ready to start counting up.
I think coming into Worlds this year, a lot of people were wondering, you know, how do regions match up against each other? Like we hadn't had MSI, we had mid-season championship, right, from LCK and LPL, and we saw just a little bit of international competition. But I think it's pretty easy to say now, if PSG take this is the first upset of Worlds, and this is like a big upset as well. On day 1, game 4, to have such a resounding win for PSG would be amazing.
And there's obviously so much strange circumstance around this 2020 Worlds with quarantine and no fans in the venue, but you cannot deny showing up on day 1 like this when Plains is a single round robin 2-0. I believe like it all but confirms you to move on and have a chance in those best of 5s at the very least. PSG on day 1 are putting themselves in a prime position to go on to groups.
They really are, and with so many of these players having fallen by the wayside in the knockout stages before, what a performance it would be for them. Right now, LGD just trying to lick their wounds, try to find some gold on the map. Gargoyle's on its way for Longxing. He's got the Black Cleaver, the Deadman's, and the Iceborne Gauntlet. You've got the Leandries and the Zhonya's complete for Peanut. 3 items on Jie. He's also got a Last Whisper to try and get through some of this armor that Hanabi's building up, because Hanabi's on his way to a Randuin's alongside a Thornmail and the Sunfire Cape +1 double capes. I don't know. I don't know what the Sunfire Cape, Forge Fire Cape. That's
I was going to say pretty damn strong is what I usually call it there on the Ornn. Going to be so hard to take him down, and this can be the weakness when you stack a lot of marksmen. Having these items that reduce crit chance, return fire in the Thornmail too, makes it really hard to take down Hanabi, and Peanut has not had the type of game we would have expected him to have. Didn't have the early game impact outside of the early objectives, and now is the only real source of damage against the PSG frontline.
You can see PSG once again playing this team-orientated style. All 5 players in that blue quadrant. They know Baron up in 20 seconds. They get push here in the bottom lane. They get Hanabi in mid to get push in mid, and then they just choke out any vision LGD could have. I mean, Peanut, he's down on the bottom side. He's like, there's a Scuttle Crab coming up soon. I'm going to wait here for it.
He's just singing. He has nothing else to do. Baron is spawning, but how do you enter the river? That is exactly what LGD have to be asking themselves, because it is do or die around this objective. PSG, if they get this, they will break open the entire base.
Sorted down to 8,000 HP. Peanut looking for the flank position, has the flash. He's got a 2-level disadvantage on his smite, though. There's the swirl seed, hits Kaiwing. Kaiwing goes in with the quickness. They're going to try and burst it before Peanut can get in, and Kongwei has already taken it, and now the fight really begins. The curtains have opened. The call of the Forge God Ram was blocked by Mark. Jie, though, in a really good position here as he tries to catch out D. D still back. He's looking to get away. Longxing going to dive onto D. Kaiwing keeping him alive. The Stormbringer, D's still alive somehow on the back line. Take a year break whenever you damn well please, D, because you are playing out of your damn mind. Longxing goes down, Baron goes down, and PSG are looking for the end.
Do not write PSG off with everything that was thrown their way. They showed up today, and they're going to be able to take down LGD. There's only 2 members inside the base ready to defend, and PSG are here for the win.
What a performance, what a day from PSG. 3 subs. People coming in at the last moment because of quarantine, because of visas, and PSG do not give a damn whether you're the LPL's 4th seed as Hanabi steps a little bit too far, caught up, but he's going to be able to escape, gets back underneath the tower, and now they're going forward. Look for Mark, the collateral damage isn't going to be enough, and there's the Nexus tower. LGD, try as you might, you cannot stop the might that is PSG. 2-0 on day 1.
What a game right there. PSG showing up. They were battling from behind in the early game, didn't take many chances, but when it came to the team fights, we posed one question at the start of the game. a team that's thrown together. Can they find the coordination in the 5v5? And by God, they absolutely did.
What a performance from PSG. You can see them elated at the end of it. LGD, though, on the other hand, I mean, they have no more games today. They've got some time to reassess, to reevaluate, but they really need to do something because, I mean, PSG might just be the strongest team in this group. And actually, I'm thinking about it now. If you're on the other side of that group, if you're in Group A and you're thinking, well, we might face LGD in the knockout stages, like, LGD historically have been a best-of team. Like, they won 55% of their games in the regular season, but in the best-ofs, that's where they really show up. Now, throughout the whole tournament, MasterCard is highlighting the fans watching from around the globe in our MasterCard Fans of the Decade. Today, we're saying hi to Ryan from Albuquerque, USA, who had some great memories from Worlds with his favorite team, Cloud9. During the play-in stage, he's cheering for Team Liquid, and maybe he'll get a reason to celebrate in Game 5, our NA versus EU showdown.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan, also known as Fear No Shadows, and as you can see, I'm an avid Cloud9 fan. My favorite moment from League of Legends esports history has got to be in the 2018 Worlds quarterfinals when Cloud9 was taking on FLICKR in Game 3 and LGD managed to steal the Baron.
You gotta be kidding me!
You hear the casters screaming their head off, and at that moment, I knew that NA, Cloud9, had secured a spot in the semifinals.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Oppo Find series pushes the boundaries of technology to constantly create new possibilities. Crafted from highly durable ceramic, every curve is deliberately designed to feel like an extension of you. We've incorporated a 120Hz UltraVision screen. True billion color display refreshes seamlessly. Oppo Find X2 series.
to Worlds 2020. Big welcome back to you. We just saw the biggest upset of the tournament so far as PSG Talon took down the heavy favorites. We said we were going to over-romanticize it. We told you we were going to weave the story, and now I'm afraid there's too much fabric. We have to start weaving this story. Trevor, PSG Talon are now, with two of their core roster, 2-0 in play-ins.
It's unbelievable. They are so close to being able to advance either directly to groups or to the best of fives, and the plays, the way they did it, is the most impressive.
Mechanically driven as well. They have been outplaying their competition, Cadril.
I'm just speechless still. I feel like LGD were the ones playing solo queue and PSG were the team that actually has been scrimming for so long together. I mean, LGD, granted them, they did play fine early. They had 3 winning lanes. They got Drake, they got Herald, they got top tower, but...
We actually said the game was over at that point.
Yeah, but then the team fights just came along and PSG just stomped them. I was just like, what?
So team synergy is rife in a team that's been playing together for no more than 2 weeks.
It's unbelievable, but I think they're being carried, like, it's individual standout moments that every individual on the members of PSG are having.
Yeah, and those individuals, of course, have been doing ridiculous things. In fact, let's take a look at the Mercedes drive to victory from PSG. These two key fights around the Ocean Drake.
The crazy thing is like Cadril was saying, early on with the advantages that have been built up by LGD, I actually said the words, this is the first Lilia of the tournament.
Yeah.
It's peanut on Lilia, it's what you want to see from LGD. But they just weren't able to connect. And even though many of the Ornn ultimates didn't quite find their target, there was enough pressure and enough follow-up damage to pick up the win.
I mean, LGD is winning the game at this point. They have like a 2K goal lead and they go for the engage. They dive way too deep. And this fight on the Dragon as well, Kramer is just completely out of position. And PSG recognized it so well, even though the Ornn Horn doesn't hit. Kaiwing in these fights was popping off on Rakan. And then here you kind of have to argue, LGD just give up the Dragon. What's the point? You can't 4v5.
I'm going to say right now, Marcus Aurelius, I told you so.
But why did they stick around?
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. I wasn't afraid of LGD. I told you that the big drop-off in power coming out of the LPL. I didn't think this was going to happen. I give you that much.
You should have stood for your word harder.
Yeah, I definitely should have. But I mean, it's incredible because in Group B now, I know we've only seen 2 games, 2-0. For PSG at the top of the table. Unified will be eligible for play on the 27th. That means he's going to replace D. And then if PSG make it to groups, they will have their entire roster back.
Let's bring that up on your screens. Let's bring up those standings because it will help you understand exactly what we're talking about. If PSG make it to groups, they should be able to use their entire roster. So that's the goal. And of course, at the moment, a leap and a bound in that direction.
I don't know if it is the goal because that's what I'm nervous about. What we're seeing out of Kongyue and Uniboy is exceptionally impressive, and it is going to be a spicy
Uniboy in those fights, the Oriana ults were just beautiful.
It's nice to see the last-minute additions doing exactly what's demanded of them. They are performing. But guys, I promise, not only did PSG deliver, but this last one should definitely be in the same vein because we're closing things out with the classic North America versus Europe rivalry as Team Liquid start their run against the rookies of Mad Lions. So let's start putting our thinking caps on, gentlemen. It's NAEU, TL Mad. Where do we even start with this one, Trev?
I mean, they're the pre-tournament favorites for the group, okay? 2 of these teams can advance. The expectation is one of them will take first and advance immediately. The other one should be able to do well in the best of 5s. But now we start seeing how these other teams are playing in Group B. You also need to factor that into the equation.
So I've been hanging out in LEC. I know the Mad Lions storyline, and we'll make sure we tell it. But I want to focus first on Team Liquid because I know Brox has been sent over there. We've got a nice European export. That's exciting. But how did it shape up for them?
Yeah, the regular season was pretty good for them. I think the main problem they faced going into Worlds was the champion pools. I think Brox's champion pool was kind of small. He basically had Lee Sin and Graves because Volibear he doesn't play set. Volibear and Trundle kind of got taken out. Maybe we'll see something like a Skarner, which we've seen sometimes in the national leagues in Europe. And then just across the board, champion pool issues. Again, Impact. It was mainly Mordekaiser on. But looking at Jensen, looking at Core JJ, I think that's where their star players are.
It's super important to recognize Team Liquid didn't even make playoffs in spring. They had some changes going into summer, especially with the AD Carry Tactical, and then, of course, Jack coming in as the coach. They managed to perform very well in the regular season, but fell short in playoffs. Frankly, similar to Mad, who also fell short in playoffs. And I think you've touched on Broxer. Both Broxer and Shadow are insane Lee Sin players. And Shadow's performance earlier today left a lot to be desired.
I will admit, I'm a little bit of a TL fanboy, not only because Jack was on the desk doing the LCS when I was tuning in, but also way back then he was going, running into walls and finding glitches. Now he's coaching Team Liquid. It is very exciting. You can see our head-to-head on the screen here. Broxah and Shadow, and there's a reason, Cadrel, we've jammed these two together.
No, I feel like both of them have different playstyles, right? Shadow's the aggressive one. You saw in game 1 today. I mean, he was going for plays which you would not expect to work. They didn't work in the end. He looked like he was griefing. He was the imposter. You got it right, guys. He was not playing so good. But in general, Broxah was the passive one. He's not really the one to look for those kind of plays. He's the one farming up, covering his lanes, looking for neutral objectives. So different clashing playstyles there. I'm excited to see how it goes, but Lee Sin is definitely a priority for both of these junglers, in my opinion. I think if one of them can get it, then the other one's going to have to answer, and I guess it might be Graves.
And I mean, Shadow has to perform better than he did earlier today. I also think another matchup that I'm going to be looking at is going to be Kaiser taking on Core JJ. These are two of the playmakers from the support role. Kaiser was our mid-split MVP, and one of the things that's very interesting about this particular matchup is just how pivotal they can be when it comes to those mid-games and those engages.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at jungle support, it's the most important thing in the meta right now. And if you look at the game 1 Mad Lions had, it was their solo lanes and Carzzy which were kind of carrying the games. I feel like Kaiser and Shadow, although they had good mechanical plays and fights, they weren't really finding leads, they weren't really syncing up as well. So if Broxah and Core JJ can outperform them with the jungle support, I think Mad might struggle, but if they can pick it up after game 1, then it'll be very close.
Interesting. Okay, so eyes on Kaiser to step up the game as well and to see that support jungle coming through. Yeah, maybe so you're not expecting to see another Evelyn backflipping into a team fight, not going to be having any...
Into an arrow.
Into an arrow.
Team fights I don't mind.
Okay,
Ash arrows I'm a little bit more disappointed.
We'll avoid the Ash arrows, we'll do our best, but we do want to focus on the playstyles as well, because this is something that caught my eye. I was watching some of the Team Liquid content and Jack addressed some of their issues, one of which was the pace of their game. Coming into a European Mad Lions squad, which are this, and you've, correct me if I'm wrong, been described as a scrappy, skirmish-driven, they need the fights. How does that react with a passive Team Liquid?
I mean, they're going to have to match them in the aggression. I feel like the jungle support's rowing mid so much. It's something Kaiser and Shadow are known for, like pairing together really well and getting all these kills. And if you look at Mad Lions in general, even the game 1 today, it had over 20 kills in 20 minutes. So there's going to be lots of fighting. Team Liquid need to respond. They have to be proactive. They can't be reactive against this team. And I feel like that's just kind of the idea behind Mad Lions. The rookies, the young blood, that's basically what they bring to the team.
And what you're seeing as well from all the 4 of the games that we've seen so far, the teams that have ended up being victorious are winners in those team fights. Despite the fact that it looked like Shadow was kind of turbo-inting at times, at the end of the day, the rest of the Mad Lions...
Don't say that again.
The rest of the Mad Lions were delivering what they needed to do to help win those team fights. So they still managed to maintain a lead, but I do think it needs to be cleaner. I'm very interested to see what Team Liquid are going to bring to the table, because one of the other big differences between these rosters is the level of experience on this stage, right? Mad Lions, 4 rookies to the international stage, and that's before you factor in the majority of the year's been played online. You look over at the Team Liquid roster, and you've got former world champions, former world finalists. There's so much experience across the board, and that is going to play into it.
I mean, okay, so you've got the perfect collaboration of just storylines. You've got NAEU, you've got fast versus slow, you've got experience versus rookies. Like, Jesus Christmas, you actually couldn't ask for much more in terms of just stories being written for you.
No, you absolutely can't, and I don't know who's going to win.
Well, I wasn't going to do the whole prediction thing.
I know, and I'm not going to, because I think we're almost ready. Maybe we should just not touch it.
No, okay, you're right. Let's get this one started. Team Liquid, they might have fallen short in LCS summer, but these players are known for rising up after being knocked down. In 2018, Jensen and Cloud9 went from play-ins all the way to a historical semi-final. Core JJ and Samsung Galaxy became world champions in 2017 without having won a domestic title. Team Liquid didn't win the LCS this year, but as Jat said, we still have Worlds.
That was awesome. That one.
Hello and welcome back to Worlds 2020, and we are here with the final game of day one of the play-ins groups. The Mad Lions versus Team Liquid. Woo! What a game it's going to be, and I'm excited, man.
I love this one. This one, you know, EUNA, it's going to be a whole lot of fun, and especially like Broxa, for him, this is his first time playing against LEC competition since he left the league at the end of last year. But to make it even better, he's never played against this team before. He's never seen them. The Mad Lions, who are they? They used to be Splice, now they return as the Mad Lions, and the only player he will recognize is Humanoid from that roster last year.
Yeah, of course, Humanoid had a great Worlds in 2019, getting to the quarterfinals with Splice. They were knocked out by SKT 3-1, but a lot of people were wondering last year whether Humanoid could show up. And now, over the last few months, we've really seen Humanoid becoming the leader for this team. The guy that they always look to through playoffs. He was the guy they were looking to as well. And he needs to be the veteran surrounded by rookies in this game, because although Mad have already played played earlier today, this is the real test for them.
Yeah, they were able to take down INTZ, and it was a little bit shaky from time to time. I think there was a lot of, you know, criticism thrown Shadow's way, who is known as a bit of an inconsistent player in the LEC, so needs to be able to step things up and turn it around for the squad, because confidence is going to go a long way for them.
And especially since LGD have now lost a game in Group B, getting top position in this group and avoiding a possible matchup versus LGD in the play-ins knockouts is so vital for both these teams.
Yeah. And for Team Liquid, this is going to be their first game they've played on the international stage this year. Of course, the other teams in their group have played a game apiece, but we get to see how they perform. And I think there's been a lot of strangeness going on, you know, the whole situation with the quarantine and trying to wrangle that, not seeing your teammates for a long while. Last few days, they've been back together, they've been practicing, and you have a lot of faith in a lot of the names on this roster. But the new face, Tactical, I'm really curious to see what he can bring to the stage today.
Of course, you have a lot of experience playing against Tactical in the High School Star League, I believe it was, back in 2015, was it? 2015?
Yeah, 2016. I actually, I remember his name because he's been a player that's been very high MMR in NA for a very, very long time, and, you know, just recently reached the age where he could actually, like, start and, you know, find teams in Challenge. I think he played for TSM last year, you know, and now on Team Liquid, stepping into the shoes of Doublelift, he's had some really solid performances and has definitely served his team very, very well.
And I think when you talk about Team Liquid, especially in 2020, you do have to talk about what happened with Doublelift. You know, Spring Split was not good for this roster. They ended up 9th position in Spring season. Doublelift then left the roster, went back to TSM. Tactical was brought in for a few of those games in Spring, and now they've managed to really transform their hopes around. Like, they had the best performance they have ever had in a regular season, going 15-3, and this is a team that's won 4 titles. It just didn't come together for them when it got to playoffs.
And that's where we're sort of left now, because we had 2 teams with Team Liquid and Mad Lions who both performed very, very well in the regular season. You know, after TL had a great performance, Mad Lions finished 2nd by 1 game in the regular season, but then fell down in playoffs. So had a lot of success in those best of ones. Here today, we're playing a best of one, so we're hoping to see them in top form, but making sure they can work on the consistent improvements and gather that together when we go into those best of 5s, also going to be very critical.
And I wonder how much having a game in hand for Mad Lions will be just a benefit for them, getting more time on the stage. Of course, looks beautiful. I was blown away by it when we did the opening ceremony, I'll be honest. But as we get on into picks and bans with Team Liquid on the blue side and Mad Lions on the red side, the expectation is we'll see that Lilia get removed by Mad.
Yeah, for all you fans of the LCS, you'll know this is the first time we get to see Jat couching on stage.
Oh, he's on stage!
He's on stage! Finally, we get to see him
awesome.
up there. It's like we've got him here on the broadcast with us. It's almost just as good.
Oh, yeah, it's
close.
I'm pretty happy having you by my side for these games, I'll be honest here. And Kalista taken away from Tactical. We saw him pop off on that versus FlyQuest during the playoffs. Was able to hold out a game even though Team Liquid ended up losing that series.
Yeah, so last game we saw PSG willing to leave open the Lilia. Yep. Lilia got its first loss of the tournament. Do Mad Lions want to do the same? Because Mad Lions, especially at the start of LEC Summer, were known as the anti-meta team. You know, when Vars was so insanely broken in bot lane, they were the ones that would leave it up and find these really hard dive compositions. They would always have a good strategy coming in, and I think having a break before Worlds, this type of team can come in with some very niche strategies.
And you actually see Team Liquid being the first team to ban it on the blue side. Broxa's only played it once, they lost on it. Broxa, of course, has other pocket picks. The Lee Sin is going to be so contested between these 2 junglers. Graves removed. I wonder if this is just a Lee Sin for Broxah.
See, this is where I'm like, I'm not sure the Lee Sin priority is actually that high. Because they actually lock it in.
It is.
Okay, because here's the thing, is I know Broxah's Lee Sin is really good. I know Shadow's Lee Sin very good as well, but the meta in this tournament, we did not expect to follow the line of thinking of, we want Lee Sin in the jungle. So now that Brox is on an old power pick, both EU and NA fans alike are going to know how much of an influence he can have on this.
I mean, he was the EU Lee Sin. He was the guy that everyone looked up to, that everyone wanted to beat. This split, he has gone 8-2 on the pick. It has been banned against him 8 times in the LCS, and now we see Kazi getting that Ashe, and it looks like Shadow is going to be on his Evelyn once again. Didn't give us the most stellar performance earlier on with some mechanical misplays and some decision-making errors, but hopefully he's got that comfort on the pick now.
Yeah, this is a redemption game for him to say, yeah, game 1 it was shaky, we're going to pull it back, but now TL,
I love this.
Not pulling any punches here. Twitch is going to be showing up in the bot lane, and Core JJ, the huge playmaker for Team Liquid, is going to have that Rakan. I love seeing more of this pick splashing up the meta here at Worlds.
Especially alongside a Twitch, because Twitch goes invis, gets towards the enemy backline, and you jump on him, and as a Rakan, you have this express highway. You are zooming along onto the enemy backline, and it's so easy for you to catch people out. I love it. Core JJ is a stalwart of this team with his playmaking potential, with his ability to team up with Broxah, and I'm just already imagining the Lee Sin, Rakan dancing plays that we're going to see in some of these early skirmishes.
Yeah, so it's really going to come down to like how do these solo lanes end up panning out for Team Liquid, because right now a lot of people say like, oh, Twitch, he's low range, he doesn't have that great of a bot lane, but with some CC supports, if you can stack up the poison, pop that, you do quite a bit of damage. So Team Liquid can play a little bit of a faster style. If Jensen were to be on a champion, that could roam around, because of course, Mad Lions, once Shadow hits level 6, you have so much playmaking. You know, the Hextech ultimatum to find picks around top or roaming to mid, and that Ashe arrow can be super, super insane.
And now we get on into the second part of picks and bans. Shen removed by the Mad Lions. That was one of Impact's power picks throughout the regular season. Set taken away by Team Liquid. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Twisted Fate removed here by Mad, unless they want to pick it, because Jensen has been so good at roaming around the map on that TF. Of course, you could get rid of the Mordekaiser as well, which is one of Impact's signature picks.
Yeah, he definitely loves that one for himself. So I think that Mad Lions are a really interesting team, because a lot of times you would say, okay, coming out of here, they already picked their top laner. Obviously, you pick support and hold counter pick for that mid lane, especially because you do see Rakan. But Mad Lions are a team, you know, that really invented at least the Senna Wukong in Europe. They're the first ones to bring that out. So I'm curious if Kaiser has something else up his sleeve.
Are you telling me this could be a Camille support, Ender?
No, I'm not telling you it could be a Camille support. No,
okay.
no. I definitely believe it will be Camille top lane. I was more saying that like they actually like to save their last pick for support in a lot of cases. In this game, I think when you already see the Rakan, it's less necessary, but something to keep in mind going further in this tournament.
You can see Team Liquid believe that Nautilus would have been a good counter, is very strong into the Rakan, very good at locking him up, and now we'll see where Mad Lions decide to go. Could go towards the mid lane, as you say, give Humanoid something he's strong at. Usually I'd go to the Orianna, but Mad Lions have decided to ban that out themselves, and instead they will get the Syndra.
Yep, I love this. You get early priority lanes. You know Ashe is going to have a good time in lane. You know Camille is super safe in a lot of matchups with that Grasp the Undying, and Syndra can control that middle lane as well and buy space for Shadow in the jungle, especially for a player that sometimes goes a little too deep on the invades. Making sure you have that safety net of strong lanes around you is going to be crucial. Now for Team Liquid, the Mordekaiser is that pick we said Impact loves to go to in the past, and he's going to be rocking that up against the Camille, but I actually kind of like the look of a Twisted Fate. You know, maybe not into the Syndra matchup, it's super great, but having the ability to influence the map and team up with Broxah can be pretty good.
If this Echo gets locked in, that is, I mean, everyone has seen the Echo versus Syndra Jensen play, and that would have been a very brave thing to do for your first game at Worlds 2020, but instead, Twisted Fate will be in there, gives you that more roam potential, and I will say, when Mordekaiser gets locked in for Team Liquid, they do not play top. Impact is left by himself, he farms up, so the expectation is Team Liquid will be looking towards the bottom side of the map with that first TFO.
Yeah, definitely give some faith over there for Tactical to pop off and carry. What's it gonna be, Mad Lions? It's gonna be the Leona. This is a champion Kaiser does love and offers that long-range initiation. Right now, Mad Lions have so many really strong pick tools, and combined with the stealth of this Evelyn, can jump on you, really surprise you. So I think Mad Lions' competition is very well-rounded here when it comes to looking for picks and really exploding post-level 6 in the mid-game.
And Team Liquid will be looking for those early roams coming out from Jensen. Get Tactical ahead. If you can keep him safe, if you can keep him invisible, it makes it so much easier when it comes towards these skirmishes.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, I want to see Core JJ moving early towards the mid lane. You have that CC setup of the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate plus Lee Sin, level 2 and onwards, you can always look to gank mid lane and make plays on the lane. Set them up for success before the Evelyn, stealth warfare is going to come online for Matt.
Core JJ spends so much of his time outside of lane. In fact, he spends less than 50% of the early game next to Tactical. Like, he is out of there. On Bard, it's like 36% of the early game he spends next to Tactical. So the expectation is Core JJ will be teaming up with Broxah, will be roaming around the map, and will be trying to unlock Jensen.
Yeah, and as we prepare ourselves for this game, I do want to put these two teams in perspective for you, because they both followed similar ways to get here, performing in the regular season, falling off in playoffs. But on one hand, you have Mad Lions with 4 rookies, whose most tenured player has played for exactly 2 years in Humanoid, and Team Liquid on the other. They've got 2 world champions, a world finalist, a world semi-finalist, and then that very young Tactical. So coming in to the playing stage, it's about being able to pick up early, because there's another element in this really strange year that is 2020, is that these Mad Lions rookies have played 14 stage games in their career. Aroma played 15 because he had 1 in 2019. But Tactical, he's only played 3. So even with no fans, even with quarantine and all this going on, having the world spotlight on you is a completely different experience and something they need to step into quickly here in the plains.
It is such a dramatic change for these teams. As you say, Team Liquid have so much experience. Brox has attended Worlds every year since he started playing. He's never done worse than quarterfinals. Impact's won it. Core JJ's won it. Jensen made semifinals in 2018. Tactical, though, first time on an international stage. First time on the world stage. First time representing his region, North America. And I've heard a lot of people talking about NA and the LCS and saying, after Cloud9 fell off, I think a lot of people thought that the LCS just weakened as a region. You didn't have this stellar team. It was kind of the same in the LEC, actually, because when G2 fell off and Fnatic fell off, we were like, our region doesn't seem as strong. And this is the opportunity for Team Liquid to prove that NA can still fight with some of the best at World.
Especially for Team Liquid, who have come in to the World Championship as NA's first seed so many times in recent years, but never performed to the level I think you would expect of them. Other teams around them outperforming, getting into difficult groups for the squad. Now fighting through the play-ins, they have some extra time to get their feet under them before they go into that group stage.
For Mad Lions, it's more of just a proving ground. You won your first game, it was sloppy, it was messy. INTZ put up a good fight. Team Liquid are going to put up an even stronger one, we expect. And with things like the Mordekaiser to isolate you in team fights, with the Twitch there as well, who can look for these flanks, Mad Lions cannot go hell for that leather. They cannot go all in because that Twitch can just shut them down.
And they're looking at the Broxah Lee Sin.
Oh,
they haven't had the experience of playing it. Humanoids in comms like, guys, look, he likes to gank. He likes to jump on you early game, and he will be the target, I do feel, for Broxah's pick.
Broxah running the Conqueror on the Lee Sin here. Unsealed Spellbook for Jensen in the mid lane. And Lethal Tempo on Tactical. Now, there has been some debate on Twitch builds. I want to touch on it quickly. We did see a rise in Manamune with the Spray and Pray. Like, you can get so much extra damage from it. However, looking at scrim results and looking at solo queue records, I think Infinity Edge seems to be more prioritized by AD carries right now. So both builds can be done, but people seem to be prioritizing the Infinity Edge over the Manamune.
Yeah, and the big thing for Twitch, too, is with the changes to the ultimate, the pass-through damage, going to be very, very strong. Unfortunately for Twitch in this game, I don't feel like it's a true front-to-back team fight, so maybe it'll be harder to get that pass-through damage because, I mean, let's face it, a Camille and Evelyn are jumping at you from both sides. They're trying to make sure those angles go real wide on this Twitch. Of course, with the Lethal Tempo, will synergize very, very nicely with that ulti, but he's aware he could be targeted because he's got the cleanse. Same thing for Humanoid in mid. We already mentioned how gold card from level 2 onwards is going to be really tough when a Lee Sin can jump on you right out of those river brush.
You can see Shadow starting at his Razor Beaks by himself. Brox is going to start on the top side of the map as well, doing the blue buff into Gromp, it appears, on this Lee Sin. Opens him up just that little bit to look for a gank, but both junglers are pathing it down towards the bottom lane. And historically, this has been how Team Liquid have played when Impact is on the tanked Mordekaiser build, and also how Mad Lions have played when Orome is in the game. He is a weak side jungler the majority of the time.
Yeah, you know, Mad Lions spent a lot of the summer saying, hey, Orome can carry, and he did have some standout performances. I don't want to get you wrong on that, but the focal point of the team is usually going to be around the bot side and the mid lane.
I do think because of this presence of mind that Tactical will be looking towards the Manamune a little bit more instead of the Infinity Edge. Tactical a little bit short on that ward. Perhaps just nerves as he places it outside of the bush. Kaiser almost got the gold, and level 2 hit first here for the Mad Lions bottom lane.
Yeah, #1 Liquid fan right there. The ward cheering out as we do see the pass through the scouting from Carzzy. I believe that one did end up spotting out Broxa on the Wolves, and they're going to be able to push this one out.
And even if it didn't, you see that the Grump's down, you see the Blue's down, then you know that Broxa has been on that side of the map, right? It's pretty easy to evaluate, and at this level, Mad Lions should have a very good idea of where Broxa is. Kaiser and Carzzy have pushed up that bottom lane, and you can see now Kaiser saying, okay, let's get a ward in the tri-bush, let's make sure that Broxa can't find a gank. In fact, just going to place it behind the Dragon Pit.
So I was wondering for a second there if Carzzy was going to try to take that quick early reset into a roam from Kaiser. We were talking about a bit in the last game, but I think their push into the tower came a little bit too late. So this next minion wave had already come to try and reinforce. They're going to be stuck down here in the bot side, but some very early vision inside Team Liquid's jungle. They're aware of the Broxa Lee Sin and how it can look to influence, but you'll notice there are some pockets in which he can attack because those deep wards do not actually cover the tri-brush that he could slip on through.
And the question is whether he'll be able to work his way around that. CoreJJ with the sweeper is going to go up and clear the ward from behind the Dragon Pit. We do see a lot of supports getting sweeper early to do things.
Right. And even though we say like, oh, there's pockets of vision he can play in, everyone in the game knows where Lee Sin is. Everyone knows he's on that crowd camp. You see just the coordination in Mad Lions, this very strong early game plan in terms of finding good wards. And this is the dynamic we spoke a little bit about in draft, where Mad Lions drafted a lot of very strong early lanes, which has translated into early game vision, which has then had the adverse effect on Broxa, where in his first clear, he couldn't find a gank. He has red smite. Here we go, bot lane.
Gage goes in the bottom lane. Carzzy knocked up here. Heal coming out. Tactical forced away. Only has the cleanse left. Exhaust used. Tactical's going to try and flash, but Kaiser's still on the chase. And Tactical will be able to get himself out. Exhaust and flash used on the Team Liquid bottom lane. Only the heal from Mad. No ignite actually popped yet from Kaiser.
Yeah.
Was waiting to see if that cleanse was going to be used by Tactical to get out of a stun.
It's a really good play down there in the 2 versus 2. Tactical getting caught out, and something you have to be concerned about on that Twitch early levels against Leona. Her Zenith Blade is going to match your range a lot of the time. So when you go up for CS, you always have to be looking out for that ability, and CoreJJ wasn't able to help him out too much. That's going to result in quite a bit of CS losses. Mad Lions are looking to freeze the lane. There's 6 minions still here for Team Liquid, and that means they're just going to lose a lot, even more off of that.
Well, better champion to freeze the lane than Ashe. She has freezing on every shot.
Yeah, but you don't want to shoot the minions to freeze. It's a little bit counterintuitive on that pick.
That's true.
Yeah. Hitting the minions doesn't actually freeze them.
Let's be honest, the lore behind a lot of League of Legends champions doesn't make a lot of sense when you apply it to the actual game. Jensen here in the mid lane is behind in CS as well. 43 to 34. In the bottom lane, Carzzy has that advantage. Almost 20 CS up right now.
Here comes Broxa, trying to find a gank. Tactical is invisible, and the wave is pushing in, but it's a little too early. Here goes Kaiser.
Kaiser's going to go in. There's the knock-up. Tactical stunned up. Now the question is, do Mad force a little bit too far because Broxa's going in? Kaiser still has the flash. He's going to land the stun. Here comes Shadow from the top side. Broxa has his own flash to try and get away. The Ranger's focus going to slow him up, but he's going to use the jump to CoreJJ to escape.
I really like that gank coming through from Liquid. Broxa sliding in there. It was countered nicely from Shadow, and nothing will be lost in that play. But Broxa and Tactical working very well together. Say, hey, bait it out a bit. We know you don't have flash. Let me slide into lane and look for that fight. Doesn't net a kill, though.
Shadow in the right place at the right time to try and turn it around, but no more summoners burnt than were previously. However, I do want to bring an eye to the gold differential here, Ender, because Mad Lions, through these pushing lanes, have accrued about 600 gold in their back pocket that Team Liquid are struggling to find.
This will happen in every Evelyn game that is a good draft, because with Evelyn, you want strong lanes. We said it a million times, so every lane going to be winning out in CS, and with Broxa being called to cover down bot side, Shadow, first to level 6, clearing those AoE camps very nicely, and has access to that invisibility. You can see Kaiser, too, out of bot lane, pathing around this Evelyn, island, whereas Core JJ is going back to lane. So Jensen needs to look out because this is a prime time to make a play around that area.
It's actually a really strong timer as well from Mad Lions because this blue buff is coming up. They know, of course, the first clear is done at the same time pretty much every game, so Shadow can come across. Jensen's going to try and get away, and
that's just messed up, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart from Kaiser to stop the back there from Jensen. He does have teleport, so he should be able to get back into the lane, but it gives Shadow just that little bit more time to make sure he can steal away this blue buff, and now Boxer is well in arrears.
Yeah, it's something, if you haven't followed LEC closely, Shadow is known as a jungler that loves to invade camps and steal them away. Sometimes to a fault. We saw in playoffs not really working with the rest of his team and him getting caught out on camps, but there it was very clear we want to attack the blue buff on the respawn timer, moving Kaiser to that top side as well. A much better, a much more well thought out and planned look from Shadow to make that happen. But now for TL, Jensen has level 6. Broxa has access to the kick too. Like, I'm waiting to see them make a play because if it doesn't come, it could be tough.
Oh, it looked like Boxer is trying to sneak in here in the top lane. Arome used the hook shot to get himself away. Shadow is shadowing Arome in the top lane as well.
Here's the problem with waiting until level 6, ganking with Lee Sin, is now, unless you know where Evelynn is going to be, her counter gank, her attack is going to be stronger than yours. I think with Red Smite right now, Broxa might have a solid window to make a play, but once Shadow finishes off the Runic Echoes, that matchup is going to swing wildly in his favor.
Boxer's trying to get the Rift Herald here as they did spot Shadow doing the Krugs. Boxer is just that little bit behind in terms of experience, about a level in the end deficit right now, but he should be able to secure the Rift Herald, although Arome is on his way across. You can see Core JJ actually roaming away from the bottom lane as well. He's already in the mid lane. Humanoid will join the party, but Mad Lions very willing to give this one up. Sacrifice the first Rift Herald and try and get some pressure elsewhere on the map.
Can Mad Lions set up a pick onto Tactical? Tactical getting a lot of respect, just farming underneath the tower for the time being, as Karzi did tick over to level 6. But remember, Tactical is rocking the cleanse, and his flash will be up very soon. So Mad Lions have not been able to punish Tactical losing that flash very early on in the laning phase, so that slight misstep is not actually going to come back to bite them.
And Tactical actually does a really good job when Core JJ is out of lane. Like, he averages the third most gold at 10 minutes out of all AD carries in the LCS. He's usually ahead in CSD at 10 minutes as well. Here, he's struggling a little bit, but he's very good at sitting back, absorbing pressure, and letting Core JJ get out of the lane.
And I want to see Core JJ get out of the lane. I want to see TL make some more plays here because one thing that's so beautiful in their composition, a combination I absolutely love, is Twisted Fate plus Mordekaiser. Because Mordekaiser ult is effectively a giant snare, and then popping out of the snare, all of a sudden, Jensen with his Destiny Gate can show up. So there's some very easy setup to try and punish Arome. And the bonus is Jensen would be able to spot out wherever Shadow is on the map too with the ultimate, so they could call off the play if it was going to be countered out. That's something I'm missing a bit here too, because with all the deep vision Mad Lions have had, Broxa has tried to sneak into a lane a couple of times, but hasn't been able to actually find his mark on a game.
As you say, it's all about that early vision control that Mad Lions did acquire. Core JJ has now hit 6, has the quickness. Tactical looked at the ambush, but won't go in. Karzi still with the flash heal available, makes it very hard to target him, and now Shadow working his way towards the mid lane for what is pretty much his first gank of the game if he finds Jensen. He's already got the Runic Echoes finished. Jensen, the charm is available here for Shadow. He lands it, and Shadow's going to put a lot of damage down with the Hate Spikes. Won't dive back with the last embrace.
Okay.
But
Jensen's just getting bullied. First it was Kaiser running mid lane, stopping the recall, then Shadow's like, I'm gonna chunk you for 50%. Here we go.
Zenith Blade used here in the bottom lane. The Battle Dance gonna come out. There's the quickness as well in the spray.
Jensen on the way.
Huge amount of damage. Jensen's on his way with the Destiny. The Solar Flare coming down. Core JJ's gonna be the first to fall, but Karzi and Kaiser are short to follow after. The first Destiny finds its mark, and Team Liquid take 2.
Way too much for Mad Lions down in the bottom lane. They go all in, but Shadow just showed himself in mid lane. Jensen's calling that. He pops the ult. He says, this Evelynn not coming down, but we find that kill very, very well, and Tactical survives, which is huge because he's not going to be denied any CS either.
Humanoid will be able to get a plate and a half in the mid lane, but Jensen back here with a kill, sitting about 20 CS down. Very good first roam from him on this Twisted Bait. We said it in draft, you know, that's what we expected. They should go towards the bottom lane. Tactical did a really good job of not even having to use summoners in that bot lane fight.
In fact, Core could be in a bit of trouble here with Shadow and Kaiser in the way.
Kaiser doesn't have
it's good game sense. Obviously, Humanoid really pushing the mid wave gives it away a little bit, but Core JJ autos twice like, oh, I smell something going on here, and he's going to be able to back away, no problem.
As the game sense that comes from having so much experience on the international stage. Mad Lions might look to start up the Dragon. They will. There was a control wall just put in the back of the pit by Boxer, but it looks like Boxer is willing to give this one up.
Yeah, it's good map play, right? Jensen just reset, and Rome is sacking a wave in top lane to walk down towards mid, either look for the gank or transition that into Dragon pressure. Mad Lions were able to pick that one up all right, but I do want to point out the most value boots purchase of all time just came through from Jensen with the Mercury Treads, because he's against double AP, mid and jungle, and so much CC, the charm, the stun from Humanoid, the bot lane, like, it doesn't get much better than Merc Treads for him in this game.
It's so powerful. CoreJJ's got some of his own. It looks like he's going towards Zeke's next, which is just so strong. With the Twitch, right, you get all of that empowered damage from the Frostbite.
The other thing, too, is like impact and precision, Brox in precision. We're probably seeing some legend tenacity, which is going to be very high value. Now look at this, Broxa sneaking into bot side, and he has the Herald.
Just going to chuck the Herald down. Zenplay coming on to CoreJJ here. Tactical opening up with the Blade of the Ruin King. Caster's going to try and put some damage down. The arrow's already been used. CoreJJ stunned up. Solarfly. Tactical flashing forward. And Tactical finds his man. His first game on the international stage, and he dives in for the kill.
Yeah, Tactical going deep for that one. Love that play coming through. Herald drops as well, and Shadow stuck down here trying to clear away the wave, and I think with the extra resistances he may be able to. Broxa lands the Q.
It's just going to force Shadow away for the moment. Kaiser's back here with half HP.
Wait, Impact has teleport. I mean, Impact just ulted top lane. He's fighting a Rome.
Rome still has the Hextech ultimatum. Boxer.
What's happening top lane?
Top lane, Impact just wins.
Okay.
And you saw it on the minimap. Impact wins the 1v1, and now in the bottom lane, the kick back on Kaiser. He's ignited. Ticking, so he's burning away, ticking away. Boxer taken out by Kaiser as well. We're jumping all over the map as the action starts to explode.
Yeah, things getting a little crazy here. Impact took the 1v1. I don't know if like a Romeo was trying to TP down. His TP is on cooldown, so I don't think that was it necessarily. But then Broxa pulling the trigger, getting a little of that Lee Sin going in there. Mind telling me yes. My body's telling me yes, mine's telling me no.
And no was the answer. No was the
answer.
Don't do it. Boxer, of course, has a lot of experience on this Lee Sin. We'll have another look at the top lane, because Impact is just an incredibly strong Mordekaiser player.
Impact just gets a good E right there. When does he pop the ulti?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. So as soon as Arome commits the CC ability, the damage ability right there, and the E pop the R, because you know he's trying to run away, and then he's just sort of stuck down here, follows the flash, and gets him.
And Boxer just diving a little bit too deep here. Gets the kick. You can see the poison burning away, but Boxer, the tower aggro juggling means he takes more damage.
Yeah, and the longer it's shooting you, the more damage it's going to be dealing on that tower, really ramping up. Looks like Broxa finally cleared the control ward. Shadow placed last time he invaded that blue buff, so good value on that one. But things need to calm down a bit for both teams, because whereas Mad Lions had a good gold lead coming out of a lot of the laning phase, after those repeat fights in top lane and bot lane, TL have now managed to even it up.
And a lot of that gold is sitting on Tactical. 2-0-1 on the Twitch. Blade of the Ruin can complete. He's got a bounty on his head. And Mad Lions will be looking to get that as soon as they can.
This is not an easy game for Tactical to play. No. You have a lot of kills on the Twitch, and Twitch can run over games, don't get me wrong, but he will have to play perfectly against all the dive tools and CC options Mad Lions are going to be throwing away, because he also doesn't have the greatest feel. You know, Brox can try to kick people away. They do have some tools, but it's not that support that wants to stick with you either in that Rakan, who's going to be looking to catch people out.
And there's also a lot of champions that, even if you have good disengage, their engage is not telegraphed at all. Like Shadow, once again, just trying to find a pick here onto Broxer, forces him to jump away, forces him to use the control ward, and like Humanoid could just pop the Scat of the Week as well as Mad
Four
Lions.
in bot lane.
Here's the quickness, dives onto Kazi as Kazi takes a lot of damage to heal coming out, but there's Destiny, and Kazi will fall. He tries to put the damage back. Tactical, gonna go down, and now it's 3v2 in favor of Mad Lions. The stun, the scatter,
TP.
Double for Humanoid. TP behind them as Mordekaiser's gonna try and join this fight. Kaiser is knocked up. CoreJJ and Broxer now here trying to help Team Liquid get something back out of this, but Mad Lions are retreating through the jungle, and they manage to escape. Double knockback from Humanoid. He found a good couple of Scat of the Weeks in that fight, and Mad Lions walk away with 2 kills.
Yeah, that was a crazy fight there, because once again, Mad Lions bot lane is just throwing themselves at Team Liquid, saying, fight us, stay here. Tactical did get one of those kills, or at least the assist with Jensen coming out to support. But I think overall, this has to be a win for Mad Lions. They trade up in kills in the bot lane. Arome, whose teleport is just now coming up, gets the tower, and it falls in mid lane too because of the retreat path from Mad Lions walking through Team Liquid's jungle. They get a lot off of that play. And there's no better feeling than towers going down as this Evelyn. Look at this.
Shadow's looking for Impact here. Now Impact has the Death Realm.
Wait a second.
Shadow into it. Shadow looking for enough damage to use his last agony, but yeah. Okay. I will say,
get him, Impact.
As an LEC caster, Shadow has been disappointing today.
Little bit on that Evelyn, going for some fights he definitely should not have. Let's look at this fight one more time, because I think Core sets it up very nicely. Carzzy, of course, gets punished big time right there, getting jumped on, but they are still outnumbered at the end of the day after all the CC goes down on to Carzzy in that one, and Shadow will try to even things up, and because of that, he's still dead. That means Rift Herald now for Team Liquid, and they can try to reclaim some of the gold they lost in the towers.
Just gives Team Liquid so many more options on the map. Rift Herald will go down. Brox is going to secure that. Meanwhile, Mad Lions actually look to be trying to take the Cloud Drake for themselves. It'll be their second of the game.
Yeah, good pickup for them for sure, but this game is about to get really interesting. As soon as like Mad Lions mid lane outer tower goes down, like they want to protect that at all costs, because for both teams who have really insane pick, they offer stealth tools as well. When these towers fall, Evelyn becomes so much more powerful. Twitch, the same. TF2 as Arome comes mid.
He dives in. The quickness from CoreJJ should be able to chase him down. There's the knockup, and Arome just dives into his death. Team Liquid happy to gobble up that kill.
Just very odd jumping forward there with Carzzy and Humanoid, both down in bot side, and TL punch straight back here. That's the mid lane tower the Mad Lions didn't want to fall. Now that goes down, and now look out for Jensen porting around, for Tactical popping up on you in the side of the lane. It is about to be really, really scary, and control wards are the name of the game.
And Tactical's about to go back, and he's probably sitting, I would say, on about 2K right now. He's taken that top tier 1, top tier 2. He's going to have a bunch of gold in the bank. Jensen's going to back in front of Shadow. Shadow will stop him with the smite. Jensen's going to lock in the gold card. There's the solar flare. The arrow coming out as well. Stopwatch will keep Jensen alive for a second. Flash away. Flash followed by Kaiser. Ooh. And the last embrace from Shadow just about gets him out. Good kick from Boxer. Will peel away for Jensen. CoreJJ jumping across the wall as Carzzy.
Arome wants to chase this.
Forward. Arome looking for the chase as well, but perhaps they're going a little bit too deep. Tactical's going to join this fight in just a second. Hexagon Remaining's going to dodge away from the gold card, and Jensen will be the first.
Look at the top side. Humanoid.
Tactical in the top side. The Unleashed power is available, but the Scatter the Weak does not connect. Off towards the bottom side of the fight, though. Impact
Mad Lions still won it.
Mad Lions still chasing. Tactical's going to flash away. The charm doesn't connect. Good positioning from Tactical. Flashes at just the right moment.
Yeah, the flash was beautiful coming through from him. Still a minute before the Baron spawn, so everyone's going to lick their wounds and walk away. Just that first kill, I think, for Mad Lions going on to Jensen, but seems to be the consistent play here of Shadow, getting a lot of these jungle camps away from Brox, so that's already a 1-level lead, level 11 now for Shadow. But I mean, if Humanoid's not connecting the stuns, if Arome's not connecting the hook shots either, and Tactical's able to dodge away, now with 2 finished items, the Runon's Hurricane, he is going to become even more of a menace.
I am so impressed by Tactical this game. Like, his willingness to flash forward, his laning phase when CoreJJ wasn't there.
Look, he made that one crucial mistake, losing flash at like level 3 in lane, and since then has looked quite good, punching back against all of the attention and pressure that Mad Lions have thrown into that bot lane.
There's a reason that Team Liquid invests so many resources into him. Between the 15 and 30 minute mark, he gets 30% of his team CS. Like, he is funneled. And right now he has a Brunans and a Play of the Ruin King, and he's playing a late game hyper carry.
On the other hand, we just saw Mejai's finished off for Humanoid. If you're an LEC fan, you're like, I don't know, I've seen that picked up before and not work out beautifully. We'll see the play one more time, because Jensen, hold on.
No, we won't. CoreJJ's going to have to dodge away. Tactical.
He's down.
English power is enough to get him. Carzzy's ticking off towards the backline. That poison from the Twitch is doing work. Deathscar's going to pull Impact back as Arome dives away. 1 kill down, second as well for Team Liquid, and now Humanoid is getting chased out. Shadow gets 1.
He's stuck in the Death Realm, and there's nowhere to go.
Down.
All right, TL fight back in the mid lane, 3 for 2 in their favor. Even losing Tactical, Impact showed up in that fight and held on to his ultimate to just get that last pick-off kill. They should be able to find a tower off this as well.
It's just great stuff from Team Liquid. They were able to kite back. You can see how much was invested by Mad Lions into killing Tactical, and the Mejai's immediately loses any stacks it could have had as Humanoid dies.
To be fair, he only had 4 stacks to begin with, so he didn't lose that much, you know, if we're talking about...
4 is 4 more than 0.
That is true.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can pull it back. Of course, had a pretty good start to this game, a lot of kills on that champion, but really punched in the last fight.
Do want to highlight Team Liquid now extending their gold lead 2,000 gold ahead, and we'll have a look at how this fight began.
Because I think TL are the ones to start it. Both teams really looking for it here, jumping on towards Carzzy. But Tactical on the backside is going to get hugely punished. Humanoid and Kaiser unloading everything onto him, but they take so much damage in the process. Impact is a beast. He cannot be killed. Mad Lions, without an AD carry, really alive. Carzzy was so low they couldn't turn onto him, and Humanoid stuck in the Death Realm will not be able to contest this Mordekaiser 1v1.
Impact's off towards the back of this fight. It's locked up with the Solar Flare. It's going to pop the stopwatch. Rome coming down from the top lane. Scatter the Weak doesn't connect. Team Liquid will disengage. Just having a quick look to see what summoners were burnt there. I didn't really see too much.
So Impact didn't have his ultimate. If he did, that goes on to Carzzy, and it is bad news for Mad Lions. He also used his teleport to get into that fight. 30 seconds from the Drake as the arrow does not connect. No flash or cleanse on Tactical for this fight.
Guys, is going to hex flash around the corner.
Look at Shadow underneath.
Shadow is behind them. Tactical pushing in. 30 seconds on the Drake. Very important Drake here for both teams. Team Liquid want to stop the Mountain Soul from being taken by Mad Lions.
TL are in a better spot for this. Mad Lions, Carzzy Kaiser, they don't have their ultimates. I think they're going to give this one up. They don't want to contest. They got the first 2 Drakes of the game, so it's okay if they do let some slide to TL now, but they are down in gold for the time being, and Team Liquid, for the last few minutes, have really taken over the map. As soon as that outer tower went down, like I said, all of a sudden, Mad Lions stepping a little bit too far forward, and TL, with the engage tools they have, be able to pop on you from nowhere. Wow, they've been able to find their mark.
The issue Mad Lions are having is, yes, you can dive in to kill Tactical, but if he gets 3 or 4 shots off with the spray and pray, with the Runans, you're just done. Like, you're 30% HP, and then Broxah dives in, Jensen dives in, and you get demolished in a team fight.
And it's funny, too, because we've talked about a lot in this game. We're like, look, Mad Lions have all these tools to dive Tactical. Can he stay alive? Well, Impact is just solo diving the enemy backline and getting it done here. Here's the arrow.
Arrow comes out. Death Realm used.
It's a 1v1.
The top side of it, and now Impact perhaps overstepping. He doesn't know that the rest of Mad Lions are surrounding him. Humanoid looking for the stun. Impact does a huge amount of work, but he will fall in just a second as Arome chases him down. Impact actually gets to the blast.
No.
Okay, Unleash Power. Unleash Power was invested there by Humanoid. He wasn't letting Impact get away.
Look at this Tactical in mid lane. He doesn't know Shadow's here.
Now he does. Now he does. He knows Shadow's just around the corner. JJ dumping in. Last caress used by Shadow to get away. Could have allowed his Banshees to proc, instead deciding the ultimate was worth it.
Yeah, Shadow's not taking any chances in this one. I think that was a good move from Mad Lions to be able to punish Impact on the side lane, because I was going to say, the game for Impact started off with that straight-up solo kill in top lane, dunking on Arome, and has been able to transition that into more fights. So he doesn't have the TP for a little while, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to replicate that in the coming minutes. But he's a force to be reckoned with, because when all these Mad Lions teams are like diving around and very split up in the game, Mordekaiser rolls into your backline and is like, what's up, guys? You can't beat me 1v1.
He's just a demolition crew by himself. Right now, Rylai's, Leandri's complete. Let's talk a little bit about next steps, though, Ender, because we've kind of got through the early game, we've got through the laning phase, through most of the mid game now, and it's really about these major objectives. We've got a Mountain Drake in 3 minutes, but there's also a Baron on the cards.
Yeah, well, I love Shadows pretending to be a ward here. I actually like deep vision in mid lane, not even necessarily in the enemy jungle, but you see there's a very deep ward placed by Team Liquid all the way behind the Mad Lions, and these are the types of wards that help you set up and make intelligent decisions, because there's not a lot of deep vision inside the enemy jungle. So we've seen a couple fights now where 5 people are on both teams are in mid lane, and they think they're picking one person, but then the whole squad rolls up behind them. So actually being able to have the vision, those wards like TL placed in mid lane, set them up very nicely to pick smarter fights, because we've seen a couple times in this game from both sides picking fights where they don't actually have the numbers advantage.
Especially with invisible champions as well, right?
Yeah, it's so hard.
You think Twitch isn't there, then he's there. You think Evelyn's not there, then she's there. And it's just all of these variables you have to work your way around. And both these teams now getting towards, those 2-3 item points. Actually looks like Tactical is just away from his Infinity Edge. He's got the BF sword, he's got the pickaxe, and now he's going to look to finish up that Infinity Edge. And that will make him so much more powerful on this Twitch.
He's the champion that is going to continue really ramping up for Team Liquid as the game goes. Similar can be said for Humanoid on the other side, who's going to finish off his Rabadons on his next reset. But you can see the pockets that these two teams want to play in, because right now Team Liquid have been so focused on owning control wards in the top river. Where your control wards are placed tells me where these teams want to fight, especially because of the stealth champions in this game. So TL set up around Baron. They're always going to cheat towards the left side of the map, but that may have to change once this Mountain Drake comes up. It doesn't feel like either team wants to risk it all over a Baron or the setup around that, because they're more built around picks, but around a Drake, TL would love to have that one.
There we are, Humanoid just enough gold to finish the Rabadon's death cap. Jensen has gone for the rapid fire cannon Twisted Fate build. I always like this, gives you so much pick potential with your wild cards, with your picker card, sorry. And just means it's so much easier for him to lock someone up. Kazi has been the key target. No cleanse on that Ashe. If you catch him, he is done for in just a couple of shots of the spray and pray. And now Arome in the bottom lane, Jensen in the top. Both teams trying to get these side lanes in a good position before this Mountain Drake spawns.
Yeah, Team Liquid doing a very good job of escorting Tactical around. You can see CoreJJ sort of walking into the river saying, come and fight me, Shadow. You're not going to try to assassinate me. Impact also there to help clear away those minions and be a body to protect against Shadow. But Shadow getting very, very deep now, taking the chance, risking that there aren't control wards in the jungle to spot him. How he knows the placement of that one around the red buff, but he's trying to find a really deep angle. But he can't come around that wall to his left because the mid lane tower. That'll spot him.
Oh, he's going for it though. He's going for it. Impact dives in. Death Realm used on Arome. Shadow's in the right position here. Does have the flash if he wants to dive forward. Mad Lions continuing just to push Team Liquid back. Impact arrow comes out. CoreJJ stunned through the quickness. Zenith Blade going out as Kazi flashes away from the quickness on the backline. Shadow diving in. They're trying to get Impact. They're trying to get CoreJJ. They've got one. Impact able to flash away. Tactical opening up with the spray and pray. And look at what the Rat can do. 2 quick kills to Team Liquid. And Mad Lions have to walk away.
Jensen's still looking for it. Destiny in over on the side. He has the Ghost to try and chase them down. Mad Lions, they're in trouble.
Gold card locked onto Kaiser. The wild cards come out and Boxer takes the kill. Next up on the menu is Jensen for Arome. He answers with 1, but it's the 3v2 in favor of Team Liquid and Boxer still hits the kick. Sonic Wave has landed. Arome retreats away. So does Kaiser, but Tactical's on the chase.
Tactical's on the hunt. Kaiser get through the gate. He will be able to escape, but this is certainly going to be the dragon for TL after a huge team fight. Mad Lions really tried to force it around that mid lane, and we saw Shadow throwing himself into the fight. Tactical was peeled for, stayed alive, and then Shadow on the exit was just right in the face of Impact. Impact slams him down into the ground, and then Jensen, the rest of the crew, able to chase down for a couple extra kills.
And it feels like Team Liquid have really taken control of this game now. 2,000 gold ahead. Their late game AD carry well and truly online. You can see Mad Lions, they're like, oh, we can get Impact a little bit, but it doesn't really work.
Yeah, so I think it's a good look at the start, but Arome, of course, gets ulted, so he has to flash away. That really slows down the momentum of this play. But now, once we're pressing forward, Impact, again, buying so much time. But what can Shadow do on the bottom side? CoreJJ is zoning 3 people by himself back there. Shadow can't do anything. They're too close to the tower. He's stuck up there while Tactical kills Humanoid. Impact gets the kill on Shadow on the top end of the fight.
And it's this game of inches. You see Tactical there, 150 HP. If the stopwatch by Impact isn't used at the right time, he's dead to the unleashed power. It's so close in some of these moments, and right now, Team Liquid are finding their moments a little bit better. CoreJJ diving in. Kazi's going to try and put some damage down. Tactical opens up once again with spray and pray. Solar Flare used. Impact has the flank, and Humanoid's going to try and dive forward. If got the exhaust, Tactical has a stopwatch of his own. There's nothing you can do. Team Liquid ready for every opportunity that Mad Lions try and take. They get 4 kills, and they turn their eyes to Baron.
Mad Lions looking desperate, and TL are just better in the team fights. Tactical refuses to die, and Impact, time and time again, is just destroying Mad Lions on the back end of the fight.
And this will be Baron for Team Liquid. Have to look at Tactical. 4-2-10 on this Twitch. The stopwatch, a work of genius there. As you can see, Humanoid invests the cleanse, invests the flash, invests everything in trying to get on towards the Twitch, and he just can't do enough.
Because, I mean, Humanoid, with the rest of his team struggle, has been trying to do everything, and he has no time for it. Jensen goes in, but of course, with the Banshee Veil, Jensen will not be able to find that gold card. But, I mean, Humanoid, he went for the Mejai's. That hasn't panned out. The fight before the one we just saw, Impact used the Zhonya's Hourglass. This fight, it's the stopwatch on Twitch. He just can't do anything when those cooldowns are up and ready to go. And we missed the start of this fight, so I'm really curious what happened. It's, of course, the arrow that doesn't connect onto Tactical. And then, once again, Mad Lions get so desperate. They try to cut him off in the pass, but Impact is teleporting into the backline once more. It's a double knock-up CC there from CoreJJ, and look at Impact just raining hell on the backlines of Mad. They're just completely scattered.
We said it in draft. Don't give Broxer his Lee Sin. don't give Impact Mordekaiser or Shen. What's happened? They got the Lee Sin, they got the Mord, and now they are just demolishing Mad Lions in some of these late game team fights. It's a 5,000 gold lead, and Team Liquid are sending a statement that LCS is here to play.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because everyone's saying, don't play Lee Sin, you don't play these early game junglers, stick to the scaling junglers, skip to the farming junglers. That's what Shadow went for, and Broxa, even though he wasn't able to find a huge impact early on in the game, something he always was able to do in the past was find really good kicks in the team fights later on, and he's showing up to help protect Tactical in these ones here.
And right now with the Baron buff, 1.5 minutes left on it. Team Liquid actually, historically, do not win while they have the Baron buff active. What they do is they break open the base, they take an inhibitor, and then they back away, reset, and then look for the push on the next time they can find a good fight. So expectation is here that Team Liquid will not win the game in the next minute, but they will get a lot away from Mad Lions.
Yes, hitting the towers here is the hard part. There's so much long range in CC from Mad Lions that it can be difficult. But Tactical has a cleanse. He now has a QSS, so even though the stopwatch is down and Humanoid can have the damage stick to Tactical, the CC will not be able to, and that flash is going to be returning very, very soon as well. So there was maybe a window where that was down. Mad Lions could look to fight, but right now they are turtling up as best they can in base.
Mad Lions just trying to work out an avenue of approach, trying to work out something to do. They have struggled historically throughout the course of playoffs and throughout the course of the regular season when people really put them on the ropes to find these different avenues, to find a new playstyle. They tend to just throw their heads at their opponents and hope that they can continue to win. And here comes the TP from Team Liquid. Impact keeps Arome in the realm of death. Arome is going to try and get away. Good hookshot wall dive, but he is stunned up, and CoreJJ now has a flank position. Death's Grasp will drag Arome back alongside the Gromp, and immediately Arome knocked up and taken down by Team Liquid. 18 kills to 10. Team Liquid well in control of this game.
10 seconds left of the Baron buff. Can they actually break this turret with Arome down? I don't think Mad Lions can threaten. Humanoids in the top side too, so this one is going to fall.
Inhibitor tower number 1 taken here by Team Liquid. 33 minutes in, they're shepherding the cannon in as well. Mad Lions might look for the flank. The arrow goes out, goes
really wide.
Yeah.
That one doesn't clear away the minion waves, but Shadow is here around, and he reveals himself too. What are Mad Lions doing?
Quickness coming out, CoreJJ knocked back, but Humanoid's already dead, and there's the second. They're looking for Kaiser, trying to get Okazi on the back line. Tactical flashes forward once again.
Look at him!
He's a madman, but he cannot die. Tactical, take a bow, young man. Your first game on an international stage, and not once, but twice, you flash into the face of your enemies and you take them down. Team Liquid claim North America's first win at Worlds 2020.
Team Liquid playing the team fight game right there and beating down on the Mad Lions, and Tactical in his 4th professional stage game ever, showing up with the aggressive flashes time and time again. It was a good look for TL in game 1.
It really, really was. Mad Lions, they'll be licking their wounds a little bit, you have to say. Their performance against INTZ earlier today wasn't the most convincing here. Their early game was good at times, but Team Liquid were able to keep them at bay, keep them at arm's reach, and then in the end, shut out the game through superior team fights. Jensen just waved to the imaginary crowd. Good job.
From up high, you know, in the Shanghai sky. You do love it for them. But on the other side of things, we're once again looking at a Mad Lions that look a bit shaky. Still smiling, not down on themselves too much, but game 1, it was a win, but shaky. This game also shaky and a loss, and it's important to remember that this team really found their footing in the online era of the LEC, and now not really adapting to the international stage. I'm curious if they can turn it around in the next games.
I mean, they do have a little while before they play their next games. I believe it is on Monday, actually. No, they have one tomorrow, one Monday. Yes. So they've got a little bit of time. They're game 6 tomorrow, so they can just work things out, have a little bit of a think, and hopefully come back stronger. Because, of course, number 1 seed in each group gets straight through into the group stages. However, number 2, number 3, number 4, they are fighting through knockout rounds to try and get into groups. It's going to be a difficult road if perhaps you meet up with, say, LGD, who are looking like they might be the 2nd seed out of Group B.
Yeah, and I mean, this Group A is looking a little exciting because I think we now have 3 teams with 1 win. Mad Lions not able to double it up right there. So this group looking pretty tight. I'm excited to see what's to come.
So am I, and be sure to tune in after the break as we look at the best moments from day 1 of Worlds 2020. It's Worlds. Oh yeah. Hi.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020. We just saw Team Liquid take down Mad Lions, and we are joined by LeTigris for a closer look at the action. Gabby, it is such a pleasure to talk to you on air, on broadcast, and to interact for the first time. I am so sad that we have to be an ocean apart because of the pandemic. But congratulations, North America strikes first blood in the NA versus EU rivalry.
You know, I'm just going to leave a moment right here.
That was for all the people tuning in for the first time from NA that needed a moment to bask in that glory. It's for you. But all jokes aside, I'm very happy to be joining you on the broadcast. You say we're an ocean away, but with the technology of today, we're so happy that we still get to bring you some insight over here from Los Angeles.
LeTigris, talk to me about what it meant to you. I know you'll be hosting Worlds Cooldown in just a few minutes, and I know we have a Discord server that is full of banter at the moment, but how are things on the LCS side and watching TL pick up their first win?
Oh, I mean, that's obviously an amazing moment for everyone from the region. But I think above that, even so, everyone's just excited to be tuning in to the plays that we had today, to all of the games in particular. So having day one in the books has to be the most exciting thing of all.
Yeah, definitely the case. Let's turn to Kadril, of course. Mad Lions lost. Where did it go wrong?
There's a few things I feel like went wrong. I think the draft was the main part. I think they banned out Graves third on the ban phase, and then they tried to go for the Lee Sin 1-2. And then when TL responded with the first pick Lee Sin, they went for an Evelyn, and I think TL just drafted really well around it. They had the TF, they had the Mordekaiser. And Lee Sin Evelyn, it's not a good matchup for Evelyn. And then the fact that you have an Evelyn who wants to play over side, just get the Camille ahead, and them not banning away the Mordekaiser just basically meant that every time Evelyn went to a side lane, she either gets Mordekaiser ulted and dies, or the TF ult comes in and kills her. So it felt like the draft wasn't really playing to their strengths, and it felt like the game was just a complete ARAM, and eventually TL won because they just played team fights better.
I'm so impressed by Tactical. His Twitch was fantastic. Despite being focused so heavily by Mad Lions, he had a huge impact that game. Team Liquid end up picking up the win. You can see how close the game was up until, what, 25, 26 minutes? A couple team fights in the mid lane, you know, pop off, and TL and Tactical, they pick up their first win of the day. So congratulations to Team Liquid. Mad Lions end up going 1-1. Let's take a look at the standings as well. The big surprise is PSG Talon with the substitutes going 2-0. LeTigris, I know I was asking whether or not you've had a chance to speak to some of the guests that you're going to have on cooldown, but what are some of the big takeaways from your side of the world when we look at the results and we look at the games that have already locked in?
Well, I think for one, you mentioned the fact that PSG Talon were able to come through with a 2-0 victory, which is that much more impressive when you consider the fact that they had subs in. Yes, we heard from the interview that there were some previous synergies with these players that were able to assist them in keeping within the running for these early games, but knowing how easy it is for you to slip off in the play-in stage to get an opportunity to get to groups, you need to be able to pick up those wins where possible, even when you are facing what could be seen as disadvantages.
Yeah, and I feel like the first game they had against Rainbow 7, it looked decisive. The Echo, the set, PSG were popping off. But then the second game against LGD, it's one of the most surprising things, the fact that they take down the 4th seed from China, and they do it in a way that's not, like, it wasn't unconventional. They did it conventionally. They just played really good League of Legends. They played really well in the team fights, and the Dragon control was just insane.
I mean, I'm so impressed. I'm very interested to see how the rest of this group stage is going to play out. We have 7 games tomorrow, which is going to be insane. Before we get to start looking ahead, though, let's talk about the Oppo player of the game. 4TL versus Mad Lions, and I don't think it'll be a surprise to many. It was Impact. I think Tactical would have been in the discussion there as well, but congratulations to Impact for that one. I was wondering if we had any clips for that one. No, we don't. So, LeTigris, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Mordekaiser, you were talking to me about him versus Evelyn.
Impact was really carrying this game. He was winning his lane. He got solo kills. The jungle came to help out. He kills the jungler as well. The team fights, he was like Q flashing in, finishing off people, ulting another one, pulling him in. Every fight, it felt like he got a double kill. And we're seeing here, Evelyn, I want to play over side and win my Camille. I want to get Camille head. No, it's a 1v1. Impact just kills Shadow. I feel like he really ran away with the game. He played so well with his lead, and I just feel like in team fights especially, like even here, he was just popping off.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Tomorrow, we're going to see a couple of very exciting games. Team Liquid will have a few more under their belt. I do want to ask Kadril and LeTigris one last question before we head off. First of all, V3 versus Unicorns of Love. You said V3 are getting out of groups. I think UOL are getting out of groups. So tell me what you think about their matchup. And then LeTigris, who do you think will be one of the dark horses to surprise?
Well, V3, I like their aggression. I love their jungle top synergy. I think they play so well around it. I just feel like UOL is a bit inconsistent. Even with leads, they sometimes throw it away. And I'm just on the V3 hype train. LGL all the way.
But that being said, U of L, they haven't suffered a lot of losses throughout the year. So if they're unfamiliar with that kind of territory, I'm sure they don't want to step into it. And as you mentioned earlier, Quick Shot, the fact that EU audiences of old have something to look forward to just behind the banner and that logo that can look so familiar. There's a different energy that comes with it that lends themselves to being the dark horse.
See, this is where I know you're a professional at Tigers, because you picked the same team that I did. This noob over here knows nothing.
Okay, Boomer.
Losing tomorrow. We will soon discuss all the action from day one, as Tigers will be joined by Mark Z and Spawn. Please get ready for World's Cooldown. Tigers, I'm looking forward to talking more throughout the championship.
Cheers! Gonna have a good time. Welcome to Worlds Cooldown presented by State Farm. I'm with Tigers here to kick off Worlds and simmer down on the day with none other than Spawn and Mark Z. Spawn, we heard you give a little bit of that sizzle on the analyst desk. I know it's called Cooldown, but are we ready for the heat that you're going to bring?
I mean, that was such an impressive day one of play-ins. I cannot believe how some of these teams have shot up. And I think that people were going into this world assuming that the gap had grown from the top 3 regions to everyone else, but it definitely seems like it is anyone's game right now. And I just cannot wait for the rest of it because I feel like it's going to get spicier and spicier as the tournament goes on.
It's all fun and games now because no one's getting knocked out. But then once the bodies start dropping, then suddenly that like funny barb turns into like a twist of the knife, and I mean that's when all Reddit and Twitter become such fun places to be.
And we'll get to that territory before we know it, right? Because it's crazy to think that we're even 5 games deep into Worlds already. Speaking of which, that is why we are here. I mean, Cooldown's going to be the one-stop shop for all things Worlds, bringing you all the day's action and anything that you may have missed. So warning to everybody watching, we do have play in day 1 spoilers ahead because today the Cooldown crew are going to run through all the day's biggest pop-offs, give you a speed run of every game that happened, and then dish out some honors to all of the players and teams, those that stood out to us in particular. But taking a look at those games that we all witnessed go down, we are starting to see the standings shake on through. PSG were able to pick up 2 wins for themselves, Mad Lions splitting their results, a win and a loss. But Team Liquid and LGC also picking up victories. And my 2 analysts, Mark and Scott, I'm sure you're pretty happy about that.
Yeah, I think we're both pretty happy. I thought the Mad Lions game was going to be a close one, and it was. I think it could have gone either way. I think Team Liquid just outperformed, especially with Tactical and Impact both popping off. But I'm excited to see Mad Lions and what they can do from here.
However, I do want to talk about PSG really quickly, and I'm sure people are shocked, right? Like, I'm the OS guy, I should be hyping up Legacy. That one was expected. We always beat Brazil. But PSG are coming in with 3 substitute players, and they were able to take down LGD, the 4th seed from the strongest region in the world. I mean, I know that people were sleeping on this region because it's a combination of the old GPL and the LMS together, but I feel like for so long, the LMS has been this region that everyone is waiting to drop off, and they just refuse to do it. They refuse to die, and now this team, the mismatch of people that have hit Worlds before, come back in and assert their dominance over Group B.
Yeah, I mean, seeing LGD at the bottom of the standings, I know it's only 1 loss that puts them there, but even that is shocking to see. And I think everyone was predicting, Unicorns of Love haven't played yet, so this group could get even more interesting because people were saying, oh, PSG is going to be weak, especially with this sub situation that they're in, and Unicorns of Love will actually be the other team to potentially get out of this. But now it's all up in the air.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when we're already facing these upset situations on day 1, who knows what is to come. Luckily, though, we do get to also hear some words from the players directly. So before we jump into what we have to say here on Cooldown, let's hear from Laura, who got to catch up with Broxa.
I love you, Broxa.
And thank you very much. Now we have a first victory on Team Liquid scoreboard here as they took down Mad Lions, and I have Broxa with me to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me, Broxa.
You're very welcome. Nice to be here with you again.
Yeah, I mean, nice to see you back here on the world stage. And I mean, first game, first day, first win for Team Liquid. How was this one for you? And especially since you won against your former region.
There's no doubt that this was a win that I really, really hoped for. I've played in the LEC for 3 years, and it feels a bit weird being on the other side of the coin now. I've been fighting for Europe against North America so many times now. It's a bit of an opposite story, but coming into Worlds, everyone's saying that NA sucks and EU is so much greater, and I'm happy that we managed to take down 1 EU team here to show that NA can at the very least participate a little bit. Obviously, I believe we can much more than that, but it's a good start. That's my point.
Sure. I mean, and that's the point we'll come back to later in the interview, but I mean, you got to shine on your signature listing on the first game. But I mean, given the setup we have here in China, it is specific because you've been used to playing online for the major part of the year. So how is it being back playing on stage here in China?
It feels a bit odd being back, playing on the stage, even standing here now in like a proper setup, doing an interview. All of it is something that we're kind of gonna have to get used to again. And in a way, I guess it could be seen as an advantage that we now have the play-ins to get used to it all before group stage kicks off.
Yeah, it is the first time you will be playing in play-ins, and actually it's the first time also for Team Liquid, and you were talking about the fact that people were not hopeful towards LCS here performing at Worlds, but I mean, you just won your first game, so I want to know, what are your expectations when it comes to Worlds and play-ins, and also what do you think about the level at Worlds this year when you look at the first few games we had today?
Well, first of all, I'm the type of person that always likes to take everything one step at a time, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself and say that we're easily going to get out of play-in, so that we're going to do really well the entire tournament. First of all, I would just like to keep it up, focus on the next game. Now we got one win, and we just need to keep that momentum going and keep playing well in play-ins. Then once we qualify for group stage, you know, we can start focusing on that. But in general, I think the level of play at Worlds seems pretty high. At least that's my feeling already here in play-ins, which are supposed to be some of the, on paper, a bit weaker teams. But a lot of teams seem really strong. One team that impressed me personally was PSG, coming in with, I think they had 3 substitutes and still performed really well, even beat LGD. So there are certainly some teams to look out for.
Yeah, PSG is definitely the big surprise of today. And thank you very much, Broxa, for all these insights and also for the interview. We'll see you again in a few days, hopefully.
I hope so. You're welcome.
You're welcome. And back to you on cooldown for the rest of cooldown.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Broxa. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen his face, since it's kind of in the same context when we were here in LCS.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that Broxa has had like this crazy up and down year. He came over to North America, was heralded as the person that was going to make the big difference from Team Liquid. Obviously, Team Liquid themselves has had like a rocky year, but I just love his personality and how infectious his positivity is. I feel like he's one of the most respectable players that actually comes to these events, and I feel like for some reason that shines through in his play, and I always expect him to do big things at Worlds, and he had a couple of clutch moments, you know, key Broxa moments on that Lee Sin, and you know, there's still some holes in his game. I think he still needs to take that next step, but I think, you know, for myself personally as a big Broxa fan, there's enough light to show like potentially he can get back there and make a real difference in this group stage.
And those are those moments that you want to see if you are a fan of Team Liquid, the inspiration for the long run through a World's performance. But there are many moments today that we had to look forward to, whether it was gameplay or otherwise. And because of that, I wanted to go ahead and gather all of your standout moments of the day, the first day after all. The #1 highlight in your mind that came through as what brought all of this together for you. Spawn, what was it for you?
The moment for me had to be when Babip left the Elder Dragon pit without, you know, Tay on this hugely fed Vladimir has everything up and available. And I was like, oh no, boys, you've really cooked this one. You've made a big mistake. He's going to be able to steal it. But Babip, boy from Oz, comes up clutch with the execute on Nidalee. They get themselves a 5-person Elder Dragon. They translate it into a Baron. They close out the game cleanly and pick up another win for O's against the CBLOL.
And even like the whole, you know, both them breaking away in different directions, Nidalee jumping back into the pit, like that was all such smart play actually given the situation. I appreciate them being like, we're got to make a big play. We're going to get this Elder Dragon, even though, you know, we might get contested by the Vladimir.
And bringing a little surprise factor, Spawn, even before the TP came down, you were already saying what was going to happen, but the team managed to pull out for the victory. Mark Z, what is your moment of the day?
I got to go with the play-in stage kind of reveal of what it was going to look like. There was this moment where I was like, what are we watching exactly? We got some earth bending going on. They're like making stuff. But then when it kind of got revealed that this was like all a big kind of almost like green screen virtual studio set, but also still actually a stage that the teams are playing on, it made me really hyped as someone who has been locked in the same room for like the last 6 months, you know, to see them on stage playing again, you know, as a North American fan, and probably a lot of fans around the world, just seeing it in person again made it feel so much more hype, and just the spectacle came along with it for me.
And this was one of those moments where I felt myself getting goosebumps, and I didn't really know why I was getting goosebumps. And as soon as that camera zoomed out, and you know, the deaths are a little bit janky, you know, there's like 3 meters between every players, but like at least we're there, baby, and at least it looks really good to have League of Legends back live in action.
I still haven't done a full run through of Avatar, but after watching that opening, I feel like I got everything matrixed into my brain that I could possibly need to know about earthbending. For me, as far as moment of the day, it comes down to the casting duo of Captain Flowers and Raz. I really enjoyed kind of getting to hear those elements that you get from their streams when they're duoing up, but I believe Reddit, Mark, you're the Reddit master here, was already popping off about their performance.
I mean, if you haven't seen the clip, I definitely say check it out. You know, the hits him with the mace in the face, but they still get the whatever Captain Flower says. I can't replicate it, but like he's got a way with words, and it's always something fun to watch. And Raz was keeping up, and they were having back and forth the whole day. It was really cool to watch.
And the best thing about this duo is, like, Flowers called it out on Twitter as well. Like, Raz was one of the first people that ever reached out to Flowers and offered to, like, give him casts. Like, Raz was a little bit rough and raw back then. I feel like they've come up and grown at a similar time. And they just both have this swagger about them. Like, you kind of said it, Mark. No one can replicate what they do. Like, just the energy and kind of the confidence they both exude. It is impossible to not have fun when that duo is casting League of Legends.
It's the exact vibe you want for the first games that we have at Worlds. And there's so much more to come in Worlds, including some of these segments that you'll be seeing throughout Cooldown. What we got coming up is looking specifically at some of those clutch moments, whether it's a clutch smite to steal a Baron or a quick dash to avoid a stun. Every second counts. And every day, we're going to be taking a look at these split-second plays in our new segment, Every Second Counts, powered by Cisco. So, Mark, we had a very interesting one here on day one.
Yeah, this was a really insane play. You kind of catch it right at the end, or right at the beginning there. You saw Golden Tristana flying through the air. That is something that you should not really ever see. And when you talk about split seconds, there had to be some kind of weird interaction there with the code, because the way Tristana buffer jump works is it's a spell. There's a cast time applied to it, and then the effect goes after that cast time. It's 0.25 seconds, and that's why you're able to buffer that ability to get out of CC. Because if the CC hits you during that 0.25 window, the ability still goes off and you jump afterwards. Now, Stasis is unique to that because it's not really a CC. It's like applying a buff to you, and then that buff makes it so that you're just like, you can't move and nothing can happen. And so that applies to cast times as well, which is something that doesn't usually happen for CC. It will interrupt your cast time. So somehow Tristana had this insane buffer to still get hit by Stasis but go flying through the air. I've never seen it before, and I never saw it after that, despite how many more times Raze tried to do that.
And that was a big thing. You saw how like close it has to be to that, because he went for it a couple more times, Mark.
Yeah.
Like, if you go and check the VODs, like he's really given it his darndess to be able to take that buffer for us. But unfortunately for OS fans, he got turned golden a couple of times at the start of his jump.
I think people start criticizing him a lot for, like getting caught out of position, but I think he got baited by the fact that it worked the first time, thinking like, oh, I'm going to just do this every time. And then like, nope, it's not a blitzcrank hook. It's a lot more complicated of whatever you did there. You did something weird.
And I know Azale had put out that tip about Stasis earlier on before Worlds kicked off too. I feel like that's just consuming our day with these. And we've already talked through some of the moments here today. Obviously, this one that was very unique. We had the earth bending going on. But I do want to get more deep into the gameplay, taking a look at the top plays specifically that we had in day one. So I'm going to need you guys to give those to me, starting with number 4.
Starting with number 4, it's the Echo play. I thought this was such an insane escape by the substitute coming in. Like this looked like he was dead for sure, but he takes his ult out while the W's dropping, E's back in, then flashes the arrow to kind of bait the entirety of Rainbow 7 for going too deep. I thought that was just a super impressive play out of an Echo jungle, which you're not seeing that much of right now, and it can be a little volatile of a pick, but he played it incredible, and he kept making plays over the course of that game.
Yeah, however, I know that a lot of the analysts over there were really excited that Kongyu got his Echo pick, because whilst we're not seeing everyone play it, the Masters can still play this champion, was able to build himself such a big lead. And those skirmishes at Echo, it's just impossible to tie down. Like, he's like the original Lilia, right? Like, how do you catch that guy once he's zooming around Summoner's Rift? Like, it was really impressive to watch Kongyu, like, put on a masterclass.
And the rest of the team clearly having trust in him the way that they played as well around that win condition. As far as our next top clip, this is going to come from LGC versus INTZ.
Yeah, and this is why you do not give Babip his Nidalee, because he is so potent when he's able to get this champion. He was a part of the group of players called the Young Mechanics crew, kind of the next wave of OPL players. Tally on his tanks, providing that front line, providing the support and soaking up so much damage, but really it is just Babip getting the job done on the back end of these fights and being able to clean up in clutch moments for his team.
Yeah, and this is, you know, like we already saw the other replay about his actual Elder Dragon Secure. He was a huge force for Legacy, and it's funny that you say, you know, like you're the Osh guy, but you're always, you know, kind of hoping Legacy loses a little bit of salt still with you, because you said you tweeted at Broxid, you know, warning them ahead of time about the Nidalee pick. What's that about?
Well, the thing is, I don't know whether I can probably reach it. I actually I'm actually like. I think like I hit it under my desk. Like I'm actually like a super big Team Liquid Broxah fan. Like I don't know whether people know this, but like Broxah was like one of the OG junglers that I like always followed. So and like I think it was a little bit as you mentioned. Like obviously they knocked my team out in the final. We gave him Nidalee a couple of times and he put on a masterclass. So I was just like, Broxah, like please do me a solid. Like don't let me watch you get murdered the same way my jungler got murdered by this man.
I feel like you have a lot of great things that you can say about Broxah, and I know that we're going to talk about Team Liquid a bit more later. Our next clip comes from a different game, though. This was LGD versus PSG. It's something that was in contention for our first clip for a while.
Yeah, I mean...
And this shock... Oh, sorry. You go, Mark.
Okay, this shockwave was huge coming in. The three-man pull-in during this Baron, they were kind of split. You know, Conky had gone back on the Baron, and it was looking like a bit of a sketchy situation, but that pulled it all together, the fact that they were able to get so much damage down so quickly and then focus on the Baron afterwards, and that was kind of the play that really finalized that huge upset in Group B.
Yeah, and it came off the back of the Swirl Seed coming across and tagging the only two members that I thought could do any damage. They didn't split, which is like such a crucial part of playing against Lilia at the moment. Like you really do need your damage sources to be able to split because the splash is surprisingly big. But, you know, they're able to weather the storm that was coming at them. And I feel like that is a resilient team. And I was kind of joking this, but the honeymoon period when a new team comes together, like as someone that's coached lineups, it's honestly a beauty to behold because when things go wrong, no one cares. Like everyone's like, don't worry about it, dude. Like we'll get better. We're going to improve with time. Like, yeah, you did bad in laning phase, but I got you in the team fights. Like I feel like this is a dangerous team because they're obviously skilled players and they have nothing to lose because they're playing with triple substitutes. Like that is the scariest team to play against at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the exact kind of energy that we also saw carried on into our last clip, though. Also a team fight-oriented one. This is coming from Team Liquid. And Spawn, interestingly, you're becoming kind of our Team Liquid cheerleader for the day.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just one of those plays where everything comes together for Liquid. So much damage coming out of the Young Gun in Tactical. Impact with the perfect flank. The stopwatch timing was flawless. I mean, it is poetry in motion. And this is what I was saying about Liquid. Members of this team had a couple of clanger plays during it. Like, it wasn't flawless League of Legends, but there was enough great play, like, in there. And I had to be reminded by a literal world champion in Azael in the Discord that Team Liquid have a literal world champion on their lineup, right? Like, Core JJ is just commanding the troops. And there's just something about Worlds. Like, Impact steps up at the right times. Core JJ looks like he's in complete control. And the carries are doing enough that, as a North American fan right now, you should be sleeping with a grin at night. That's all I'm saying.
A team that maybe some didn't expect to be in play-ins if you're an LCS fan, but you have to be feeling good about your confidence in them making it through. For now, on cooldown, we are going to step away for a short commercial break, but when we return, we'll have more action for you. welcome back to Worlds Cool Down, where we're here to give you all the details and all the drama. I'm Latigress here with Mark Z and Spawn. Spawn, you are the drama, I don't know, aficionado here. Give me some drama. What we got?
I mean, the biggest drama I've seen so far today is North American fans getting mad at North American commentators for ruining the games on Twitter. I honestly, like, my mind is blown at some people.
Hey, but sometimes people need their sleep, Spawn. It's a bit early in the AM here. And guess what? For everybody in the audience that you're worried about what you missed, this section is just for you. Because if you couldn't pull the all-nighter for Worlds, we have this specifically to get you all caught up on what you weren't able to catch in our segment called Was Sleepin', Didn't Watch. We're going to recap every single game until the timer reaches 0. Only 60 seconds to do so you get them ZZZs and them GGs. Let's dive into game number 1. We've got Mad versus INTZ.
Yeah, and this was a super back-and-forth game after what looked like it should have been a pretty clean start for the side of Mad Lions. You know, Shadow and Arome comboed pretty well together to get the first couple of kills, but then Tay actually did a great job turning this game around. He had some super long-range snipes, like just absolutely insane, and he ended up getting super fed. I think he ended the game with like 9 kills or something like that, and it became this really scrappy back-and-forth game. Mad Lions, I think Karzi and Kaiser looked really, really good, and they were some people that were definitely hyped up coming into this event. They were kind of the stabilizing force for Mad Lions that allowed them to actually win this game, but it was up in the air for a little bit. Shadow was getting caught out in his engages and stuff, and it felt like it could have gone either way for a portion of it. Even though Mad Lions did have a big gold lead, you know, fights were back and forth the entire time.
Yeah, and that was a big thing for me. Whilst there were some fights that were close, I feel like key members of the INTZ squad stopped farming completely, and they just fell into these huge CS deficits, and they started falling behind in gold, and then it just gets harder and harder to climb your way back in.
Some shining moments for INTZ, but ended up being a victory for Mad. In the second one, it was a bit more of a resounding victory on the side of PSG versus Rainbow 7.
Yeah, and this game started with a bunch of clangers, and you're going to get to see one right on your screen right now. So many times they thought they had the PSG bottom lane, but this was the day you almost caught Kaiwing, and a recurrent theme. Kaiwing is going to style on this lineup. Rainbow 7 is a team full of rookies, and they got indoctrinated into the World's playoff format in absolute style by this team. I think they would have been surprised at how coordinated and skillful some of these team fights were, but PSG were just on a roll from minute 1, and a lesson learned to everyone so far: do not give Kaiwing that bard.
Yeah, Kaiwing was super impressive, and it's also extra surprising considering that he's not playing with his lane mate that he's had for the last 3 years in Unified. So despite these changes coming in with an unfortunate visa situation, they look incredible. And it was the entire team stepping up as well. Like, you know, Hanabi in the top lane was also popping off, even though there was more focus with the Echo and the Bard play, but everyone looked really good.
And jokes on Twitter about what are they going to do to keep this roster through, but still more to look forward from them. As far as our next game, it is Legacy with a victory over INTZ.
And I don't know, I feel like Spawn might want to talk about this, but I'm going to steal it from him. I actually thought Legacy looked pretty good. You know, it was still a little close, but they were making, I think, a lot of the better plays, and whenever it was an INTZ play that worked out for them, it was usually off the back of something going a little wrong for Legacy. But I was pretty happy with their game. They did start getting caught out. Bard feels like a problem for a lot of teams right now, and we already kind of talked about that one buffer that might have baited Raisin to thinking you could get out of more of them.
Yeah, and I think that if you're an O's fan, you would be very familiar with this playstyle. They seeded a lot of dragons early, traded for gold objectives, but then made crucial mistakes in the mid game that meant that the Soul was able to be picked up for INTZ. However, Top Poon, kind of the savior of O's, was able to put enough map pressure on Camille. He split push with a reckless abandon throughout periods of this game. There was one crucial moment where team members got caught towards the dragon. He teleported top, took an inhibitor actually, and probably saved this game.
Yeah, I thought that was a great play actually. That's a good call out that they actually had some good macro plays.
Yeah, ultimately resulting in a victory. But our next game, it was the second victory. PSG proving that it wasn't just a one-case scenario in their first.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't, and this one was supposed to be the game where LGD asserted their dominance on the plains and really put forward the fact that this was going to be the year of China in China. However, in typical LGD at Worlds fashion, things did not go to plan. The game was slow, it was stable, but people were just getting caught left, right, and center. In this fight in particular, Kramer across the back of the Dragon Pit. Mark Z, why was he even there? What was he thinking?
I cannot tell you what anyone was thinking in this game for LGD. I mean, like, everyone hyped up the Peanut, GA, combo, mid-jungle synergy. They didn't do anything throughout the entire early game, and it was actually Uniboy who had great synergy with the enemy team. And, like, you know, despite being a sub, it was actually really, really surprising to see, and they played incredible. And I think it puts Group B into a lot of question. You know, like, is this a one-game mistake out of LGD, or is this actually the level that they're going to bring? Because we still haven't seen what a lot of people were pegging as one of the other teams that could potentially do well in Unicorns of Love.
Not the strongest start for LGD, but we do have one more. 60 seconds to go for TL versus Mad. Take it away, Spawn.
I mean, this was the game that everyone was waiting for. I'm sure there were NA fans that got up early or did not sleep last night because they knew that the saviors of North America were here to slap down the European hopeful, and boy oh boy would they have been happy, because I think that there has been a surprising amount of trash talk between the Europeans and the North Americans this year, and I think that going into this game, a lot of people, including myself, had Mad picked out to be the favorite team. However, a unique draft coming across from Team Liquid, some creative engagers, and if you want to learn how to play an 80 carry, ladies and gentlemen, get your notepad out and just watch Tactical's positioning, because he played nearly a flawless Twitch game.
You're saying that about
a rookie? Like a great read on the meta. I think a lot of these things are going to be what you start seeing more of. Twitch got buffed. There's a lot of different item paths you can actually take with him. He is risky. You saw there's a number of times where Tactical either died right at the start of the fight or got killed off very quickly. He had to play them well to stay alive. Like in this example, he's waiting out the Eve, so Eve has to find a new target. Then when he goes forward, he has to worry about whenever the Syndra's going to step up. Humanoid almost one-shots him there, has to get baited by the exhaust, then the stopwatch, and it was just well played by Team Liquid. And Impact had a big standout game, better than probably his best game of the year, you could almost say, and got a solo kill on Arome, was able to solo kill Shadow when they tried to gank him, and I think these are some things that Mad Lions really needs to clean up looking forward. Shadow was a huge force for them over the course of the year. He was a huge playmaker, and this is 2 games in a row now on Eve that has not looked very good for him, and I think the first pick, Lee Sin, might have hurt his performance a little bit.
And once again, I feel like we have to credit an unsuspecting region on their macro play, because I was watching how TL closed out that game and they played a 2-2-1. And going into that game, when I saw it, I was like, 2-2-1 with Mordekaiser and a teleport mid laner is actually kind of impossible to rip someone out. It keeps you so safe, especially when you have Rakan as a support. So TL, this team that I thought was supposed to play slow, only stack objectives, inability to be able to team fight against all these teams, actually showed me that they have a brain. Jat doing some work backstage, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Be respectful of North America's third seed.
We did. Mark?
Go ahead.
Oh, you. I was just going to say that we did let you run the clock a little bit there, because it sounds like you have more thoughts on this. Just had to get more of it from you guys. So, Mark, let's dive a bit deeper into this. We have the draft available, and we mentioned some of kind of maybe the question mark things that are happening when we saw the Twitch and Jat and what he's bringing to the table here. But what do you believe was the thought process right at the start in Champ Select?
I think for Team Liquid, this is some of their bread and butter mixed with some of the newer picks that are going to be strong on the patch. If you watch playoffs, you know, the TF was something that was huge, and especially in that TSM series. Mordekaiser is one of Impact's best champions. He'll pick it into you know, the Camille, even though both sides are often happy to pick that. And then the Lee Sin is Brox's most played as well. And so I think that was a smart takeaway in the first phase. Then Shadow goes back to that Evelyn did not have a great performance. And then I thought Kaiser and Karzi were actually pretty good again in this game, but because the TF pressure that starts coming down the bot lane, it took away what was their best performing member from their first game that won against INTZ. So I thought that all kind of came together to throw a big wrench in Mad Lions' game plan.
And I actually thought the Mordekaiser pick was a little bit suspect here. I was pretty critical on it in the pick ban phase. I thought that this was a pick that was designed mainly for the team fight, and I already thought Team Liquid had a winning team fight and they needed something to be able to deal with that Camille. But I mean, Impact shut me up real quickly, right? And that's what great players do. They show that they're picking a champion for a reason, and boy, oh boy, was his mastery of that champion very impressive.
I know Impact shut you up, but I'm going to let you keep talking, Spawn, because I like it. You've been fun here, and we can't leave you hanging. We got to give you a chance to talk about your team. We had Legacy taking down INTZ for their first win here in play-ins.
Yeah, and I mean, if you missed it, Tally, who is Legacy's mid laner, has been a top laner for 4 years. So giving him a tank in a winning matchup, I think that Set actually beats the Zoe out in a lot of these lanes, gets a lot of push, allowed him to team up with Babip and roam around the map. And tank mid laner or utility mid laner plus hyper carry scaling jungler is exactly how Legacy want to play. And we saw a continuation of the OPL playoffs. They're now playing towards top side. They seem to agree with like teams like TSM that this is a way to be able to play the map, get your top laner ahead, unlock them on Summoner's Rift, get them running over the rest of the team. I think that this is a really crucial draft. If you're going to play against Legacy, like study the ins and outs of this, because they obviously with their pick ban wanted to ensure topside success in all of what they did.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side for INTZ, they're in a bit of a difficult position now because this is a single round robin. And I think that's something to keep in mind here, that with these 2 losses to start out, it puts them in a really tough spot. They still have to play Team Liquid, who's looking decent. So this is starting to get a little scary. Supermassive as well didn't play today. They were, for a lot of people, probably the 3rd strongest team in the group. So INTZ needs to figure out what they want to do, because even though they did get a number of kills to get back into this game, it was almost all pickoffs using the Bard, and I think people will quickly identify that, and they'll need to find what their next, kind of shot is, what their next wrinkle in their game plan is, because it was basically pick off Tristana. That's how they got back in the game. That's going to be hard to replicate in the future, I think.
And still other teams, as you mentioned, waiting to make their mark here and play in Supermassive, one of the ones coming up. But that doesn't change the fact that we had some Supermassive plays here today. We've already talked about some of the top ones, but I want to nail down one of the assists, specifically in our assist of the day presented by State Farm. And this was a tilter if you were on the opposite side of this play. Isn't that right, Spawn?
I mean, yeah, this was one of those plays where you see it unfolding in front of you as kind of the Rainbow 7 bottom lane, and you're just like, why is this happening to me? I think this was one of the most viewed games of the nights as well, and it's like, why are millions of people currently watching me fail to kill a Bard over and over again? But, you know, credit to Kai Wing one more time, because he played that masterfully. I think he was saved 3 times. Once by Shrines, once by a pot, and then once by a key center Q as well. So, I mean, that's just poetry in motion from the Duo lane right there.
I have a question about who the assist is, because it was like self-assisting. He put all those down, then used all of them, like you said, popped his own pot. There was only the center Q that healed him, I guess. But, I mean, it was a really insane bait because things were looking a little scary in the bot lane at first.
Assisted the whole team in making sure they got the first kills of that game for what was to come. Now, before we end up closing out the day here on Cooldown, I do want to jump into some of our honors here at Worlds. Give a good award to those that deserve it, because we had some moments here today. And we're going to start off with tilt proof. Spawn, who do you think was the most tilt proof after game one?
We used to have the teleport. Now let me introduce you to the left port, if you will, if you see what I did there. This was a guaranteed first blood. Like, one more auto attack into the execution of that would have been, you know, enough to get the job done. But credit to Tay, he bounced back. As Mark mentioned earlier, he actually ended the game with 9 kills, and he was really crucial with being able to get his team in a winning position. I mean, this play right here, the boys are bailing. They're out, and he's like, fellas, get me in there. I want to keep rolling. I've played this Ergot before, and I make it look good.
Yeah, I was super impressed, and I'm looking forward to see more of what he can bust out there, because he feels like one of the team's best performers right now.
Yeah, and that's something that they needed there in that very moment. And one of the things that PSG needed for our GG award was their subs to really step up. And it's not a typical sub situation, Spawn. In this case, it was because of the unique circumstance we have in Worlds this year.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's been said a couple of times, but obviously everyone's had a really rough year, and credit to kind of the rule swap that comes in here that allows them to be able to play with a hybrid lineup and then triple substitute, and they played well. I think that's the biggest thing to take away from this. Like, everyone from D, Uniboy, and Kongyu obviously was a monster, had moments today for that 2-0 for PSG. I cannot say how much I respect, you know, these players coming together and putting on a show and representing their region well, because no one wants to come to Worlds and lose, and right now they are fighting with everything they have.
Yeah, and especially D, you know, like AHQ had, you know, the mid jungle kind of come over. At least, you know, Kongyu and has played together with Uniboy. Not really the case with D. So like I was really impressed the fact that he was able to go even mostly in laning phase. It was a very impressive game for him.
And another impressive aspect goes for our Shot Call Award, and this is going to hail from the last game of the day. Team Liquid making a call here with Rift Herald spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the Rift Heralds that I feel like is done correctly, because if you have a look at where Core JJ is on Summoner's Rift, he went bottom to ensure a map split couldn't happen. What we see so often is if you start up the Rift Herald, the mid laner will push mid, take the jungle and go dive bot, but Core JJ cuts that play off. I feel like too many people are going through the jungle to get their Rift Heralds and not through bottom lane priority. Core JJ, he's just a world-class act, right? He doesn't make that mistake. Great shot calling coming through from the Team Liquid lineup.
And it's something that I think I'm really interested to monitor as Worlds progresses. You know, what is the meta priority? It's been hotly debated all season long. How much should you care about Rift Heralds? How should you actually go about getting them? You know, the people who 5-man them, people are like, you're crazy. Don't bring your 80 carries up. Some teams still do that and just fight over it and use it as an objective almost to just start a fight. Some teams say sack them and just get dragons right away because that's what's going to win you the game. Get to the soul as fast as you can. Like, all this is still up in the air, and I got to agree that was a pretty good take there by Team Liquid.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I feel like Worlds teams, from the research I've done, still don't understand how they want to approach Rift Herald. And I've seen a lot of this early swap against priority, where if the net positive of a Rift Herald is like kind of 2.5, 3 plates, you're giving that up by just taking the objective. And your support, it's generally the person that suffers, because at 8 minutes, your support's like halfway through level 5. And if you send him on a roam and he doesn't get level 6, you generally lose the next skirmish around that dragon. So I do think that this is an area that I personally really want to monitor. I've been talking about it a lot, actually, and I was pretty vocal on my criticism in my lead up to this event. So I'm glad to see one team do it the way I think should happen, but I'm always interested to see whether I'm right or whether these teams at Worlds are right, because, you know, every now and again, it's happened. It's been known to happen.
You mentioned that this is one of the things that you're looking to monitor, Spawn, and the fact that also there is a lot of play around top from some of the teams. Are there any other aspects here today that you think the audience should be keeping track of when attempting to determine what the meta is as it develops throughout the tournament?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of that perfect balance of like, take strengths from what you're seeing other teams do, but also don't lose what you're good at. We're actually having a really interesting conversation about, you know, what the LCK used to be known for in their macro, the team fighting from the LPL, and all the minor regions have these things as well. LJL is a smart minor region, you know, OS is a very chaotic minor region, as Telly said in his interview. So, you know, I think stay true to yourself above everything else. That Yamato clip just always plays through my head when I say this, but like, you have to be able to take adaptations, but not butcher your own League of Legends, because that never seems to work.
Staying true to yourself on the stage while stepping up to some of the best in the entire world. That's a difficult balance to have. But today was only part of what we have in store for the tournament. Of course, we have more games to come tomorrow, even more than we had today, if you can believe it. And right there at the end, Team Liquid versus Legacy Esports. Mark, I think that there might be a little budding rivalry between our analysts, or do you think you'll both be standing on the same side?
I mean, I bet we're on the same side, but I'm always excited to see that one play out. I'm really excited to see Unicorns of Love make their debut. I think I want to see Mad Lions see how they bounce back from today after a somewhat disappointing 1-1. You know, can PSG keep it rolling? I mean, there's so many big games tomorrow to watch. I know for North American fans, this is in the dead of the night, but it's the weekend. Just stay up all night. What do you guys got to do on a Saturday or whenever you would be waking up normally?
And I'm always going to back the boys, right? So I'll be going with the Koalas in Legacy there for the final game. I think that they did show me something today, that they are a more resilient OPL team, and that's what we've always struggled with. But I kind of agree with Mark. Like, the TCL and the LCL both play for the first time tomorrow. That's going to be Supermassive as well as Unicorns of Love. And historically, if there's ever going to be two regions that will push through that kind of emerging region ceiling, it has been those two regions. I was watching the TCL finals, and I'm just a massive fan of how Supermassive play the game. I think they've actually got like incredibly intelligent read on that. I'm excited to be on cooldown again tomorrow to be able to break that down a little bit further, but they are certainly one of my teams to watch in these play-in stages.
All right, you heard it here from Spawn. That is his team to watch. I know some have said Unicorns of Love as far as the team coming out for the first time tomorrow. Mark, is there any particular team that you think we should watch, whether it was one that performed today or one that will be doing so for the first time?
I mean, Spawn took the TCL, so I'll take the LCL representatives. Unicorns of Love have put on an insane domination of their region. In terms of domestic domination this year, they are the best. They crushed so hard, losing 2 games the entire year. I believe it was like 39 wins or something insane. So people are really, really, really hyped. Coming in with the subs that was going on with PSG, people were saying Unicorns of Love is probably getting second in that group because LGD is going to get first. Now, PSG has beaten LGD. Unicorns of Love haven't played yet, so that group is, after one day, already in total chaos from people's predictions.
Still new stuff to look forward to in Worlds here, and teams that are going to continue trying to prove themselves on the stage. But that does it for us here on Cooldown. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire broadcast crew from all around the world, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
Mwah.